together. I don't want to say it doesn't matter who you put around those guys, but it's a lot easier to find complementary pieces, in free agency through trades and things of that nature. So I think you keep the core together, and I think the adjustments have to be made start on the back end.
CJ, let me throw this at you because Evan he pointed out to me Jordan Poole averaged 20 points a game this season, but if you just go off of the Dub Nation's reaction to him and the turnovers, he didn't have a year like he had last year. Without the punch being an answer, what do you think went wrong and what was different for Jordan Poole this season?
If you told me a preseason punch, like you're right. The punch shouldn't be relevant in Jordan Poole's situation at this point. Maybe it's relevant from a locker room chemistry standpoint, but Jordan can still control what he controls on the court. I'm going to put that out there right now. I hate to say this, but Jordan's 23 years old. He's young, and he got a bag. And if you look at other guys around the league, a slump after getting a payday like that isn't uncommon. Look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Look at Duncan Robinson. And look at how those two guys bounce back. I think Duncan Robinson was shooting an absurd percentage from three, became the highest paid undrafted guy in NBA history. Next year, he stunk it up. This year, however, for the Miami Heat in the playoffs, I think he's shooting like over 45% from deep again, right? He refound his rhythm. He refound his focus. Look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He had a big year, got paid, bumped the next year, and this year he came back and had an MVP caliber season. So I think Jordan's going to be fine, but I think this is just part of the natural growth that young players go through. Perhaps Jordan is, enjoying life a little bit more now that he has money, and maybe his focus isn't completely in the gym where it should be. But I think that if anything this season served as a lesson for Jordan, he has all the tools. We've seen it. We've seen it multiple times. You can literally pull up like 10-minute highlight reels of Jordan like shooting that thing from Alameda. Like the kid has all the tools. I think with Jordan, it comes down to focus. It comes down to getting back in that gym. And I do think that Jordan Poole is going to be fine. However, if he's not, if what I'm saying is, off base, then the Warriors have to make a decision whether this is a guy that they can see can help them win moving forward, or if now is the time to get him off the books and flip him for assets to build around that court.
CJ Holmes joining us here on 95.7 The Game, covers the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. And CJ, the next guy I want to discuss is Jonathan Kaminga. You wrote a great piece on him during the playoffs, very revealing, telling about where he's at both mentally and physically after getting a lot of DMPs here in this postseason. Obviously, not happy with that, frustrated probably the word to use, but with the majority of this core potentially returning next year and the guys that played ahead of him in the playoffs potentially also being back next year, do you see his role evolving a whole lot? And if so, how?
Well, Steve Kerr was asked about that during his exit interview yesterday, and the biggest takeaway from that is he wants Jonathan to be a more versatile player. So the road for him to getting more minutes, the road for him supplanting guys I don't think he'll ever supplant Wiggins, in the starting lineup or anything like that. But the role, the key for him to play a bigger role is becoming a more versatile player. The reason why Jonathan got so many minutes down the stretch of the regular season, as Kerr explained, was because Gary was still coming back from Gary was still working his way back from his injury. Wiggins was away from the team because of that family matter, and the Warriors had a need for a lengthy, versatile defender, and Jonathan fit that bill. Well, playoffs roll around, Gary's back. You didn't trade for him to sit on the bench, and when Andrew came back, that's your starting three man. And then all of a sudden, there wasn't a glaring need for that perimeter defender. You had two guys who arguably do it at a higher level right now. Did Jonathan still get his opportunities in the postseason? He did at times, but the reason why he couldn't stay on the court, as Kerr explained, was because of he wasn't doing anything else, right? He wasn't rebounding the ball. He wasn't on the floor to loose balls, doing things of that nature. Those are some of the things that got Moses Moody minutes during this postseason. So for the key for Jonathan is kind of similar to Jordan. Get in the gym this summer, improve your three-point range, and improve your handle. Find ways to impact the game in different areas. If he can prove to be more versatile, then he'll become invaluable for this Warriors team.
CJ, we know Draymond Green is a clutch client. He's about his business. He's a businessman. That's my little Jay-Z for you, CJ. But how soon do you think he gets this extension? Because I told Evan there's no way he's not getting one, right?
Well, I mean, based on what we heard from everyone, Kerr, players, I talked to Steph one-on-one after Game 6 last week, and they said that they want to keep this thing together and ride it out. In terms of how I think Draymond's decision is going to drag out a little bit. I think everyone's kind of waiting in this idle state to see what Bob Myers does, because Bob does have deep relationships up and down that roster with Draymond too. And I talked to Draymond after Game 6, and he said that although Bob's decision won't be the end-all, be-all in terms of his own, it will definitely have an impact. So I think once we have more clarity with Bob's contract situation and if he will be extended or not and remain in San Francisco, then I think after that the rest of the dominoes will fall accordingly.
I'm right there with you, CJ Holmes, on 95.7 The Game with us here from the San Francisco Chronicle. And speaking of, the last thing I got for you, CJ, is I know no one knows at this point. Who knows if Bob Myers knows what he's going to do this offseason, re-sign or go elsewhere, take a year off, who knows. But what does your gut tell you about what Bob Myers' future is going to be in or outside of Golden State? Hello?
That's a tough one. I'm not Bob. I'm not in his shoes. I'm not a part of these conversations that he has to have each and every day. But if it were me, if I were Bob Myers, like I say, I don't know Bob's desires in life, things of that nature. But I have a franchise that I know. I have a franchise that I trust. I have a franchise that I had an integral part in building from the ground up into the dynasty it is today. If the core wants to run it back, I'd want to run it back too. That's just me. I don't like change personally as a person, so that's probably why I would lean in that direction. But Bob has a good thing going, at least from the outside looking in San Francisco, and I don't see a reason why, as long as number 30 is under contract, number 11 is under contract, number 23 is under contract, the team remains a championship contender. And the reports after Game 6 kind of confirmed what we all saw. Neither of the three have shown major signs of a steep decline coming anytime soon. So as long as you have that core in place, you're going to compete for championships, and championships are the name of the business. And Golden State's one of the best places to make that happen. So, if I were Bob, I'd run it back. But then again, like I said, I don't know Bob. I don't know his desires in life. Maybe he's due for a change of scenery. We're just going to have to see how all plays out.
CJ, I got to put you on the spot. We'll let you go with this one. Who you got winning it all? I got the Lakers.
Well, if you asked me in the first quarter yesterday,
here we go. I love the honesty.
I wouldn't have gone with the Lakers, but I think the champ's going to come out the East. I love what Boston's done this postseason. Jason Tatum, literally saved his legacy in the same game last week in the Game 6. I like what Boston does defensively. I love their depth. I think Jaylen Brown and Tatum are a year wiser, a year better. I think this is the year they get over the hump.
All right. Well, CJ, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for coming on, and enjoy an off season. I know you still got a lot of work to do and potentially upcoming soon, but we appreciate your time, man. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me.
That's CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle, Warriors writer.
Man, he's
gave us a lot there, dude.
Yeah, he still feels like, and I'm not mad, Evan, but I'm just telling you, I just feel like there's a part of me that thinks this Warrior offensively, the two big lineup is kind of outdated. I'm not telling you it can't win it all. That's why I predicted Warriors in 7 over the Lakers. And if they would have went back-to-back and had to play, Boston or Miami after beating Denver, I wouldn't have put it past them. But I do think about that, but they just do not have, I got to be careful here, it looks like the resources to go get some, like you said, a super upgrade over Draymond. And that would just be offensively, like they can't do that. But what if somebody one of these lottery teams were to come calling but I think this core three don't want to go the diaper route. diaper dandy. They don't want to go. They're done with the babies. You get what I'm saying?
But I also think they know that they're kind of, and I don't know if they're accepting of it, but I think they know that they're kind of stuck with them a little bit. Like, and I think they knew that. I don't know if they were happy about it, but they knew that from the moment they were drafted. I mean,
no, I'm talking about the lottery that just happened last night. If they were to call I think the Warriors would be the last team. Hey, top 5? No, we're done with that. We went through the Maggie Seaver, the growing pains. We're going through it now. Like, would you move Poole or Kaminga for a shot at a new youngster? I just think that would, for the core, they would be like, hell nah.
No, I don't think that's
okay.
I don't think
that's off the table.
No, I don't think that's in the cards. Just because you've already heard him say, look how hard it is throughout history to win with the young guys, and then you're basically setting them back even further.
We got one of them out of here.
Well, unless, of course, if you find out before the draft that Draymond Green says, look, I'm not coming back. Bob Myers doesn't re-sign. Draymond says, I'm out. I'm chucking up the deuces. Then maybe you think about what might be able to fetch you something for the future. But then you got to worry about how Steph Curry perceives that, how Klay Thompson perceives that, how Steve Kerr
I think
is
we
going to
already
perceive
know.
that. Yeah, and he's like, hell no. I ain't down with that.
Right.
No, I just look. I think what CJ was talking about is what a lot of people are hopeful of, is that there's tweaks, there's some slight adjustments to this team, and I'm not willing to count out what you posed to him, which is Jordan Poole being traded for a potential upgrade. I don't know if that's a big though. Like I know
gotcha.
CJ feels,
right.
And a lot of people feel like they need to get stronger, they need to get bigger.
Yeah.
Especially when you're looking at the Western Conference, like, damn, they got Nikola Jokic,
Oh,
Anthony Davis, they got bigs, they got size, they got length. But I've also seen the Golden State Warriors win without that kind of size. Now, they've had better perimeter players, but if you're telling me Andrew Wiggins can be back to the same two-way Wiggs he was 2 years ago, that Jonathan Kaminga can take the next step, then you might have enough on the perimeter to supplement Steph, Klay, and Dre, assuming that he comes back.
Yeah. And, Evan, I know you're young, just out of college. You're doing the play-by-play, and I'm betting on you.
Appreciate it.
But let's just talk about mindset here, because this is going to blow your trousers. Jordan Poole this year, a lot of people talk about his money. It doesn't kick into next year. He made $3.9 million this year.
Yep.
Evan, he's due to make $27 next year.
I can't imagine.
Life is like, Evan, I'm asking you,
oh my God.
Do you think you would change?
If I got a 9-time raise?
3.9 to 27. I'd give my neighbors money. That's right.
It is money time.
Just for being my neighbor. Here.
First of all,
Barber, 500 for a cut. From 3.9 to 27. How do you not change?
The hope is that you mature. I mean, you're going to change no matter what, but that you mature and you don't continue to move up, but keep the same type of habits you did when you were 21 and 22. But you got to mature quickly. Yeah.
I mean, stay humble.
Not even Stephen Curry got that kind of bad.
I understand.
Klay Thompson had to wait. Draymond Green had to wait a little bit. And those guys were obviously a part of winning. Klay and Draymond were towards the beginning of their extension-eligible seasons. Stephen Curry was a question mark. I mean, he was, the 6th or 7th highest-paid player on that first championship team, so he didn't get this kind of money up front.
He did not. That's it. Hey, and I'm not hating Jordan. I'm happy for you. But, man, you just talk about the essence, the beautiful part of life.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I want to get a call in before we hit the break, and then we got Jason Timp coming up from the Volume Sports on the other side at 12:30. Magic in Dallas wants to talk about the Warriors, how we're feeling after the season. Magic down in the Big D. Shout out Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's up, Magic? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? Nice to talk to you again. I'm just calling in because I think everybody is overreacting a little bit to what Steve said yesterday, because the only way for Draymond to come back is for him to say, yeah, we can't win a championship without him. Because if he were to say, oh, no, we don't need him, maybe, we'll explore all options, then Draymond is out already. So I think he has to say that. That doesn't necessarily mean that Joey Lightyears isn't going to try and make some big move and trade Draymond for a couple of pieces. I think that it's so hard to coexist with Jordan Poole and Draymond, and if they're going to stick with Poole because he's a youngster that they just got him paid, then it's hard for me to see Draymond being on the team. And I understand that there's the big three, and I don't discount that he may still be there. But I think that we're overreacting to what Steve Kerr said, because that's the only way though to move forward is to say what he said. Now, I do think that Joey Lightyears is going to make a move, and I think that it could potentially be Draymond, because if you make a move, and like the what Holmes was saying, if Kaminga takes a step and Patrick Baldwin takes a step, those are people that are going to need minutes that Draymond has. And in order, you can trade Draymond, you may not get the same impact of the passing and all that, but if you trade him for a couple of pieces that add up to the same money, then you can end up with Steph and Klay and get the spacing that you want and end up looking like Denver when you have 5 guys on the floor that can score at once when Looney's not there. So I think that we're kind of overreacting to what Steve Kerr said, and I wouldn't be surprised if Joey Lightyear shocks everybody and still makes some really crazy move in order to boost this team up, because he's not done winning, and I don't know if he believes that just running it back with the same team is going to get it done, because all these other teams are making steps, and complacency is not, if you're not first, you're last, as Ricky Bobby would say, but complacency is not going to win you another championship when everyone else is getting better.
Appreciate that, Max. First of all,
when I said that,
that's a 4 for the Talladega Nights reference.
And we brought him up earlier in the green room.
Yes, we did. I could kick back and watch 9 straight hours.
Evan, I got to read this to you.
Please do.
And the beautiful thing about what we do, again, is people get to share opinions. Don't mean you're right, but I just read this. I don't agree with it, but I was like, damn, I hadn't heard it. 408. Guys, do you think there's any chance Bob's relationship with Draymond is the reason he doesn't have a contract extension? And that would mean
That's a deep dive.
Boy, if Lake Up wasn't on board with Dre, you know what I mean? Because we never hear Lake Up in Dre. It's always the go-to but I don't think that's it. But that was a hell of,
Well, maybe we can run it by some guy who he's not from the Bay Area, but he's looked at the Warriors from a national perspective, is a great mind for basketball. Jason Tim from the Volume Sports is coming up on the other side. Also a reminder that this upcoming Monday we'll be bringing you the Warriors Summit. Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Wilder and Dibbs, and John Dickinson live from 4 to 6 p.m. at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. The address is 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. That's 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public. Pull up. It's going to be an open discussion about all the questions and issues the Warriors have upcoming this offseason, stuff we've been throwing around for the first 2.5 hours. We'll continue to up until 2 o'clock. That is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Coming up next from the Volume Sports, Jason Timp, host of Hoops Tonight podcast, joins us next. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game.
It's Rams.
I can tell I'm growing, like the little seed that grows into a tulip.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Appreciate that, Moses. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz here on a Wednesday with Daryl the Guru Johnson taking up until 2 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. We want to go out to one of our favorites from the Volume Sports. Jason Timp joins us. He's the host of Hoops Tonight podcast. Jason, appreciate you coming on, man. How are you?
I'm great. What's up, guys? It's good to talk. Perfect timing, too. I just did a bunch of prep for my own little Warriors offseason preview this morning.
Wow. Well, fantastic. Well, I want to start with where the season ended before we get into all the different avenues you can go down, because it seems like each different path has 6 different branches to it. But before we get to there, Jason, from a bird's eye view, watching that Warriors-Lakers series, what do you think got the Warriors beat? Why did they lose in the second round as opposed to where they'd hoped to be, which was in the Western Conference Finals or further?
I think it was a combination of a couple things. If you look back at last year, particularly through the Western Conference playoff run, I think the Lakers were just better than all 3 of those teams. That Mavericks team that was pretty small and didn't nearly have the star power up top. That Memphis team, which was huge and actually gave the Warriors some issues, they just didn't have the experience and the basketball IQ to kind of thrive in that specific playoff environment. And then obviously the Nuggets without Murray and Kevin Porter or Michael Porter is just a different type of talent disparity, right? This Laker team is huge and has the ability to attack some very specific weaknesses that the Warriors have. I think it's a good example of the fact that, like, look, the Warriors, they're legitimate champions, but as we look at the Western Conference with Denver and the Lakers moving forward in the next couple of years, they just have to become bigger and more athletic. I think it's just the reality.
Jason, were you like me? I was one of those guys. I ignored the 30 losses on the road for the Warriors. I was telling my partner here, championship pedigree, championship blood, watch out for the Warriors. Were you at all shocked that the Warriors didn't get to the conference finals and lost in the fashion they did to the Lakers?
No, I mean, I think some of the stuff from this season is overstated to a certain extent. Like with Draymond Green and the punch, there's no doubt that it had some sort of effect on things. I think there's been enough quotes to legitimize that. But, like, the reality is when you have 2 timelines, you're going to have young players who are kind of frustrated with what they perceive to be the trajectory of their careers that they've been fantasizing about since they were kids. And suddenly they're stuck behind a older veteran rotation that's pursuing an NBA championship. And I think that naturally was going to lead to some discord no matter what. I think the matchup is what beat them too. Like, Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole both fell apart in the conference semis, and so it was all on Steph Curry. They didn't have enough diversity of shot creation, and they wore down under the Lakers' sides. I think there's a lot, way too much sky is falling. I don't think the Warriors are that far off. I just think it's time to be serious about their timeline and address their weaknesses.
Jason Timp, host of Hoops Tonight podcast, pardon me, on the Volume Sports, joining Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game. Jason, off of that, talking about some of the disconnect and maybe some of the reasons why internally they felt that they weren't at the finish line where they wanted to be. I'm curious then, because it seems like Steve Kerr is hoping that the majority of this group is back next year. So the question that we've been tossing around all day, well, then what changes? I mean, how would you expect this team to get better if they bring back Draymond Green? If potentially, is it a Jordan Poole trade? Can you revamp the back end of the roster? What avenue do you see for the Warriors getting better to the point where they're not a team that's bounced in the second round next year?
So you keep Steph Curry, obviously, his best player, one of the best players in the world, in that top tier. I agree with Steve Kerr. I think if you trade Draymond Green, you immediately lose your championship, your ability to contend for championships. I've done this bit before on this show, but all you have to do is literally just look back at every NBA champion in the last 20 years or so and look at their defensive front courts. And it's not good players, it's great players. Like, you need fantastic defenders in your front court to have any chance to contend for an NBA championship. So if you plan on replacing Draymond Green, you better have some, like, perennial defensive player of the year candidate in mind before you go that route, right? Andrew Wiggins is arguably the second best player on the team, fulfills a ton of vitally important roles as, like, ancillary scoring and on-ball defense. Klay Thompson, the thing is you just aren't going to be able to get much for him. So I don't see any universe where he's not back. And then Kevon Looney, I do think it's time to permanently move him to the bench. But I'm at the point with Kevon Looney. If he's ever playing a center that's not a bona fide superstar, he's going to outplay him in a playoff series. After he did it to Sabonis again, it's just Looney just kicks everyone's butt when they get to that phase. So I like the core there. It's just the odd man out are Jordan Poole, in my opinion, and Jonathan Kaminga, the one young guy that they elected not to use in this playoff run. That, at the time that the league year changes over, is $35 million worth in salary, and they have some draft compensation at their disposal. Jordan Poole is a very interesting young player who literally had a 65% true shooting percentage on 17 points per game in a championship run last year. That's going to be intriguing to NBA GMs. And obviously Jonathan Kaminga, one of the most athletic young forward prospects in the league, who's an outstanding point of attack defender. He's going to have interest around the league. So I think the trade market is their best bet. And I think the idea is you need to try to target a forward that you can slot between Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green in that 4 spot that makes you bigger, more athletic, but a forward that can stretch the floor, because as we've seen, when Steph Curry has space, he is still just a complete handful for any NBA defense. And so there's some more realistic options, like guys like OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam with Toronto. There are kind of more passive moves, like going after a guy like Kelly Olynyk from the Jazz. You can wait till the deadline next summer or next season and try to poach a guy like Kyle Kuzma for that spot. And then there's super aggressive options, like you could throw all the picks on the table and see if you convince Danny Ainge to give you someone like Lauri Markkanen, which is a super long shot. But I would be super aggressive to try to bring back a great forward to slot between Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green. I think that is the move that puts them right back into that top-tier championship contention.
Jason, let me run this by you. James Wiseman, we know, got traded. He was the number 2 pick. Jonathan Kaminga, there was regression. Moses Moody, off on, and, he did play here this last series against the Lakers. And I'll say the regression of Jordan Poole. Who does that fall on? Because not one of those players drafted themselves. The Warriors knew where they were. They knew what they had. They knew what they are. That was the big 3. Why is this not gelling like maybe they thought when they drafted these guys?
I really don't think it's super complicated. I just don't think young players can impact winning in the NBA playoffs consistently. I think it's kind of a miracle that you got what you got out of a 22-year-old guard. This is not the first time we've seen this sort of thing take place. Young players just struggle with dealing with things that don't go their way, dealing with physicality, dealing with the confidence gap that exists when you're playing in a big playoff game and there's a 32-year-old who's been there 6 times across from him. It's just young basketball players struggle to fit into NBA playoff rotations. All you have to do is go look at all the dudes playing big minutes for all these rosters around the league. And so, again, this is why it worked 2 years ago. So I want to be clear. It's not like it's a big "I told you so" moment, because I'm sure Joe Lacob is like, "Hey, dude, I have a trophy. It worked." But in my opinion, the multiple timelines thing was flawed from the start. You're always going to have guys that struggle to buy in or to struggle to navigate the ups and downs of playoff series and all these different things when they're 23 and younger. And it's, to me, it's just the reality. And so, I'm a big believer, and you've got one of the all-time greats, in my opinion, the 4th or 5th best perimeter player of all time, and Steph Curry, who's still very much at the top of his powers. You absolutely have to go all in on him.
Jason Timpf joining us here on 95.7 The Game, host of the Hoops Tonight podcast on the Volume Sports. We've had him on a lot this year. He provides great content, both on, of course, his podcast and here on this radio station. Jason, I'm curious off of that, doing your off-season preview, I guess, where do you sort of start? Because the conversation here in the Bay pretty much revolves around Bob Myers. I know some people have tossed around, and Steve Kerr deflated the fact that if they lose Draymond Green, they're not a championship team. Do you think that also applies to the current general manager, at least until June 30th, Bob Myers?
I mean, I like Bob Myers, and at the end of the day, if the dude has lost his spark, if he doesn't want to do it anymore, there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, he's a grown man and he can make up his mind there. From there, it's just about making the right hire. There are a lot of people around the league that know the game well. I'm a big believer in finding a guy with a basketball philosophy rather than more of a figurehead. I think that's one of the mistakes that the Lakers made, going with a guy like Rob Pelinka. Like, you need a guy who's a grinder, a guy who understands the game, who has a basketball philosophy, a guy who's watching 30 to 40 regular season games a week and doing all the appropriate work. I don't necessarily view Bob as a indispensable piece, but obviously if you can convince him to come back, you need to, because I don't think anybody's going to do significantly better than him. But I don't necessarily view that as a pivot point for the future of the Warriors necessarily.
Jason, I told Evan, and I'm kind of piggybacking off of your Looney to the bench. I feel like in the Sacramento series, the two big lineup for the Warriors has ran its course. No shame in that. They got 4 titles, and I believe just like you, Curry still has a lot left. Wiggins and hopefully Klay is back to his old self. But I feel like they need everybody needs Anthony Davis, Jason, or Jokic, but some infusion of just some dog down low that can put the ball in the hoop. What do you say to that?
100% agree. I mean, it run its course is the perfect way to put it. When Steph and Klay were at the peak of their powers, and I'm more referencing Klay, they had so much shooting on the floor that it worked. But, I mean, we've seen too many examples around the league. Philly's been a great example of this, just with the way that they have such good spacing concepts. The Clippers have been great with these spacing concepts. But when you set up real 5-out spacing or 4-out one in spacing with a ton of offensive skill, you give these ball handlers so much space to work in pick and roll and in an ISO. And so, in my opinion, it's time to see what Steph Curry can do in that type of offense. Doesn't mean you can't still run your motion. Doesn't mean you can't have that type of versatility in there. But to me, it's like for way too long you've been gimmicky in your approach by playing all these defensive-minded players and just asking Steph to be heroic to overcome it. And in my opinion, it's like if you get a guy like OG Anunoby shot 41% on catch-and-shoot jump shots this year, like a 60% effective field goal percentage. If you get a guy out there to where you can consistently surround Steph with 3 shooters in Draymond, but still have the athleticism with guys like Wiggins and another wing on the roster, and you could put Klay in a defensive matchup he can actually handle. I think they could do a lot of damage still. It's time to move into this era a little bit, at least with their spacing concepts, I think.
No, that's a really interesting idea. And Jason, thank you so much for coming on today. We appreciate all the insight that you bring, and continue to keep it up, man. Thanks for joining us.
Until next time, guys.
All right, that's Jason Timpf, host of Hoops Tonight podcast on the Volume Sports Network. A lot of stuff to chew on there, Goo, especially that last sentiment, which is essentially the Warriors need to evolve a little bit.
Yeah, but do they have the resources to do it? Or, again, could the package of Kaminga and Poole get you an OG Anunoby? Or somebody like that?
Well, I think why Jason identifies the Raptors as potential trade partners is they are not in a rebuild, but
they got some nice pieces.
They're trying to figure out who they're going to be. And Pascal Siakam is going into his 7th year in the league. OG Anunoby is going into his 6th year in the league. And right now, I mean, maybe Jordan Poole, age 23, Kaminga 21, pairing him with, Scotty Barnes and trying to kind of start over, not from the bottom. They got some good pieces, but it might be a mutually beneficial type of decision.
Yeah, I
wouldn't be mad about it.
Yeah, Jason got me thinking. Now, we've never seen Curry play with a, no shaded Bogut, JaVale McGee, Zaza, our own Zaza, but that dominant big, that athletic big. But he did get to play with Kevin Durant, and they got 2 championships out of it. But
yeah,
God, Evan, I know it's you can't just go buy what I want for Steph, but he's at a point to where if he had his version of an Anthony Davis or somebody that could just let me throw it down to him on the block and let you just rock out. Gosh, I mean.
Well, it's interesting because I don't know if Jason is thinking necessarily like the traditional post player, but he was talking about a 4 that can fit with Wiggins and Draymond. And Draymond is not really a shooter, so he can't space the floor.
Shocker.
So if we're trying to find a kind of a forward that can step out, that could draw Anthony Davis out, and that means Looney's got to go to the bench. Draymond Green is playing kind of the de facto 5, but it is you're never going to get Kevin Durant. But I think that's what made them so successful. In addition, of course, the talent around him was the fact that KD can play the 4 and can also step out and make threes.
No doubt. And I'm not asking for, I'm not asking for Anthony Davis, but, something more than what they got with Dre and Looney offensively.
Well, somebody like OG Anunoby, I feel like that would probably push Wiggins more towards the 4,
no doubt.
Or maybe Klay.
He'd be too small.
But not necessarily. But they would be more versatile, right? Because that's what Steve Kerr. He's asking Jonathan Kaminga to be that, but I think he's also going to ask the rest of his guys. And that's what made them so good. Is they were versatile. They could switch everything. They could play different styles. They could play if they needed to pick and roll, but they play that motion offense that they like. But before we get to the top of the hour here, we're taking up until 2 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I want to go out to Pleasanton, where Ollie's been waiting on. Appreciate you, Ollie. And, the Pleasanton wants to talk about, of course, the Warriors in their offseason. Ollie, what's going on, man? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey.
Yep. What's up?
Oh, yeah, okay. First of all, thanks a lot for taking my call. One is, it was done, of course, as was said by the previous speaker. The one is, in the Kobe and Shaq era, like the three-peat, at the time, we have never seen a dominance, inside out center and outside, right?
Yep.
Even though, David Robinson, Duncan was actually, Raptor 99, all the stuff, right? So that felt like that was the answer. There's nothing else in basketball after that. But then slowly Tim Duncan came in, and then Parker was like the Kobe, or like they were trying to Ginobili and all, right? So everybody is catching up. It's a copycat cat lead. Dirk Nowitzki is the 4, is the the leading guy, and then there's Nash and all the stuff. In this case, we have run the course. You can only chuck in 51 threes. You can make 20 threes and you still get away, meaning 60 points, that is. But over time, in the next coming years, shooters will also gradually decline. So this is coming. So Mitch Kupchak, the general manager of the Lakers, had the guts to trade Shaq. I was there. I used to live there. That day, we never could even believe it was even possible, right? So he got Chucky Atkins, he got Lamar Odom, and then he got this Caron Butler, right? And then eventually things happened, and then fell in place. Shaq got his ring. Kobe also, after Paul Gasol, got his ring, right? So again, everybody has caught up. We have 5 shooters from Denver. Just like what the Splashers are doing Magic.
Yeah. Hey, Oli. I appreciate it, man. Sorry, it sounds like you're breaking up a little bit, but the point is taken as far as trying to trade for more shooting to get to like essentially what you're talking about, Goo. You can't have 2 non-shooters on the court at the same time.
Right. That's all. And I want my thing, Evan, is a low post option.
Yeah.
It don't got to be from the outside, but if you can step out and hit it like Vucevic, okay, I'll take that. But I'm talking about a low post option. Like, give me something down low.
Do you think that's feasible, though, with Draymond Green there? Because he's naturally going to allow help. I mean, because you don't have to guard him as much, unless he's being the aggressive Draymond that he was in Game 5, but we've seen him not be able to put together those games consecutively.
And maybe if you have this guy that I'm talking about, it would make it easier for Draymond to go to the bucket because you have to guard the guy, this new guy, this invisible guy. But, man, Evan, I just feel like the Looney, and he said Looney to the bench. I don't agree with that, but I understand it's happened before, and Loon Dog wouldn't be tripping. But I just feel like they're not a one-trick pony, but the body shots, as I call it, when I talk about basketball, the Warriors need that, and they haven't had it in a while.
Yeah, no, I think that the Looney to the bench
thing, and that's what Wiseman was supposed to represent too.
He was, and that's where we agree. That's where I'm not.
I know
with Steiny.
People get mad when I bring it up, but that's why I'm almost not mad, because you tried it. You identified, you got the chef. What if you could get a guy that could get a rebound or a putback, the easy buckets, throw a lob. Remember Steph used to throw the lob to McGee and everybody else? Like, they swung and missed, but I sleep better at night just knowing they identified that was something they need, man.
No, and look, that Lakers series, and I think a lot of people are talking about, like, that's why you tried to draft a guy that big, is because you would hope that he'd be ready for that situation, and he wasn't. Now, of course, the consequence of that is you swung and you missed, and that could potentially set you back for a long time because you missed out on a guy that's supposed to be on your team for 10 years and he couldn't make it 3.
And you got rid of him for a guy that you already had for this playoff run. And I love GP too, but Evan, you couldn't have held, and I know he was due some monies this offseason, but man.
No, I mean,
get over it, Goo.
No, I don't think fans are going to get over it. I don't think fans are going to get over that for a long time, especially if he turns into something. And especially if the guy who got picked behind him, LaMelo Ball, or the guy that got picked further behind him, Tyrese Halliburton, if they turn into great all-star perennial type players, people are not going to forget about that. But the guy that we do have to discuss, of course, is Jonathan Kaminga, because I just feel like, unfortunately, he's going to be not in the same place, but stuck in between Steve Kerr's want to play the veterans, to win games the way he did this year, but also I can't see as much of a, like, I hope that Jonathan Kaminga's leash is longer than it was this year. And unfortunately, it seems like that's going to depend on what he does off the court more so than on.
Okay, speaking of which, you went Ben Franklin. He wrote that letter. Do you think that helps, or his people? I don't think that helped, Evan.
I don't think it does, but also when I hear him speak, he doesn't sound like the guy that wrote the letter. If you know what I mean.
Right.
Like that sounds like more so
but there
something
was a
from his
message
camp.
in it. Yeah, there was no doubt, but there was a message. Almost like, you better tell me I'm getting something that obviously behind closed doors he hadn't earned. And I heard Kerr with Willard and Dibbs, and remember I was fighting Steiny. Like, they don't practice in the NBA during the regular season, but Kerr talked about when Moody was having bad practices, and then when, that's how he got on the court, is he fixed that. I'm like, man, Evan, whose job is it to help JK get to where he can be counted on? Or this will be another wasted pick.
I wouldn't. I still can't use the word wasted on JK.
I'm looking at it through the prism of the Curry.
Of Wiseman? Or?
No, through the big three. They need it immediately. We'll give you 1-2 years, but it's been that.
It has. And I wonder who they're going to pick up this year, because even though I like Patrick Baldwin Jr., he's more of the Kaminga-Wiseman mold.
And I like him too, but you're right.
He's a later pick. I get that, but didn't play a whole lot of college ball. Is more of perhaps a project. Like, they're going to have a lot of questions to dig into this offseason, but the first thing is what Bob Myers plans to do. CJ Holmes earlier kind of debunked the theory of the fact that he's not representing the Warriors in Chicago doesn't mean anything. That Mike Dunleavy Jr. is there in his stead doesn't mean much. But we got full lines coming up on the other side. We want to get to your calls. We're taking them up until 2 o'clock before the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. We appreciate you tuning in, and we want to know, if Steve Kerr doesn't expect change much this summer, well, then what's going to change as far as the results for the Warriors? Are they going to run to this wall again? Will they be able to hurdle the obstacle that was a second-round exit this year for the Warriors? Evan Giddings filling in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I want to remind you that it's prime whale watching season at Bodega Head. It's a great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides by enjoying delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views, and free breakfast. So book your escape today, inatthethides.com. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind. Check. The power of the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. That's a triple box.
coming back into the fold.
I don't want to sound like a simpleton, but it won't be my first time, so I'm going to lay this on you.
More,
I know
more of a Terry Pendleton.
That's what I'm going to give you 3. Steiny talks about doing their own, they're young, they're babies, you can't do that. But, they're professionals. How much do you think Wiggins' return affected Dante? And there's some people I know in my life that are going to say, tough, whatever. You got to deal with it. Go out and be the Dante you were. Do you think he would tell us he was affected by Wiggins' return and maybe not starting? Because I saw a drop-off kind of like a week or two before Draymond had Wiggins had returned.
Had come back. Yeah, I mean, look,
it's interesting,
DiVincenzo shot it well at home the whole year. And I know he got better throughout the season, but, look, numbers don't lie. And he did not shoot it as well when Andrew Wiggins came back. Shout out to Jamil Hill.
Yeah.
But that was the domino effect really throughout the entire season. Now, that didn't apply to the championship team from a year ago when Draymond was out and then came back in, when Stephen Curry missed some time and Klay Thompson came back into the fold. There was less drop-off when guys had to go back to the kind of the original roles. And maybe that's where the disconnect between the old and the young, whether it's the punch, whether it's contract situations, maybe that's where it showed up, because when the Warriors were winning, when you're off to an 18 and
good Lord
2 start,
then
you got nothing to question because everything's working. But when you're 3-7 and you're fighting to get above 500, you're not 4 games up, you're not 4 games below for the majority of the year, then you might be looking around like, why do I have the role that I have?
You know what?
I could be helping.
Dude, no, you're great. I'm all over now. You got to deal with it. We got 55 minutes left, Evan, before we get Dibbs and Willard on the changeover. I got to tell you this. What do you think Steph Curry was thinking the day that Dre called him and told him he was going to give a speech? Like, was that Curry? And
that's a great question.
No material, but I'm wondering if Steph is so calculated and so smart.
Before Game 7?
Yeah, that he knew what they had lived this whole season. And because nobody will say the punch connected him. We know that. Okay, that's out of there. But Evan, was Steph pretty much just saying, even though he wanted to talk, Dre, you can't give it right. Like, this ain't the time.
I would like to think it was more about Steph wanting to speak than not wanting Draymond to speak, because he had something to say, and when the chef talks, you listen.
No doubt.
But maybe there's a little bit of also Steph sensing, hey, I know you're the rah-rah guy, Dre, but this ain't
Take
the
this
time.
playoff,
or this ain't the year.
Okay, no doubt. I think that's it. This ain't the year.
I know you have your voice back, quote-unquote, January 27th or whenever you got it back, but I'm not feeling that. Or I'm not seeing the guys respond to you the way that you were hoping, even if you felt like you captured some of that confidence throughout the year.
I like how you phrased that. This ain't the year. But to that point, so which one is it? And I'm just asking. Draymond said to Stephen A. last night, had I not hit Jordan Poole, we would still be playing. But then in January, you said you had your voice back.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game, going up until 2 o'clock, crossover with Willard and Dibbs. Goo, I'm just going to go ahead and play that sound.
Okay.
And then we can see what the people feel about it.
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. Well, while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
So there's a lot to unpack there. That was from Stephen A's World on the ESPN broadcast of last night's game between the Lakers and the Nuggets. But I'm with him up until a point, and it continues to just confound me, Goo. This team, yes, was clearly affected the entire year by the punch. And maybe he feels like 5 months of bad habits because he didn't have his voice is the reason why they stuttered the last 3 months. But It ain't about you, Draymond.
And
it ain't about you. Now
I'm giving
I know
you a fist bump from here.
that it is his world, and he's got his voice, and he's the heartbeat of the team, and that's all well and good. But it's about Jordan Poole. It's about Jonathan Kaminga. It's about Moses Moody. It's about all the rest of the guys that felt the ripple effect from what you did in your actions, to the point where there was a disconnect that we discussed the entire year between the old guard and the new guard. And whether that had festered and been there prior to, you won a championship, you put it behind you. This year, you lit a flame under that kind of disconnect. And me hearing you at the end of the season saying it would have been completely different, number one, I don't care because it didn't happen. Number two, I think he's fooling himself a little bit.
That, Evan, that's 100. And also on top of that, I'm just going to hit the DVR. I'm going to rewind you back to what made him say in January that he got his voice back. So maybe he's conflicted, but my thing is the only barometer, Draymond, on if you got your voice back, you name some other guys, I'm stopping at JP. Jordan Poole would be the gauge for me. If you had to go on the Boys to Men on a bended knee, Evan, and tell him how sorry you are for what you did to him, that's when you come out and say, I got my voice back. But you did it in January, and now you tell us when you lost in 6 games to L.A., you tell Stephen A. on Stephen A.'s World that you never got it back. So which one is it? So it's almost like Kerr. Kerr was telling his truth, but I still feel like it was coach talk, a little bit of double talk. And I know you can't say everything that you want to, but that last night from Draymond didn't make me feel any better about the Warriors season that was.
And it makes me wonder if there was a lesson learned in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like he still has the mentality of, I should have this voice, and that's essential. But let me ask you the question, Draymond. What if you don't get your voice back? Like, what if it never comes back? Because Draymond Green doesn't get to decide that. And this is why I felt like earlier in the show we were talking about Poole, Draymond. It's upon Jordan Poole, if he wants to, if he so chooses.
And it looks right now, hell no.
To go to his partner and say, you know what, we're good. Because, I mean, you read the quotes. Jordan Poole looked at it like a business relationship.
And I saw the video after Game 6 against the Kings, or during the game. That was telling.
That's a great word.
That was 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, Evan.
Exactly. And actions speak louder than words.
So let me put you on the spot real quick. Do you think they can coexist right now? I don't.
I think they can. I don't know.
What makes you think that?
Because I believe that Jordan Poole can be the bigger man. And I believe that they'll need him. I also don't know how they get better if those two guys aren't here. I mean, maybe if Jason Timpf is saying you're going to get OG Anunoby for a package includes Jordan Poole, probably also Kaminga. I feel like Poole is a part of the foundational 6, and it's going to be on them to reconcile their differences if they can at all.
So you just feel like Jordan needs time then?
I think he does.
Okay, and I feel like he's had enough time. I've never took one like that, from a teammate, Evan. So some could be like, what are you talking about, Goo? But I feel like the road trips, the 41 days on the road, the stuff that Draymond talked about, that's where they felt the most apart, that they couldn't connect, and that's where you usually do in an NBA season. But I'm not saying you're wrong, Evan. I just feel like 6 months have passed, and almost 6 months, and I don't see Jordan Poole, putting it in reverse to be like, you know what, I had enough time, we're good now.
Yeah, and maybe, look, I absolutely could be wrong, but my hope is that not having to see the guy who cold-cocked you before the season every single day for 6 straight months and being asked to put that away is going to help him, whether it's, kind of in a therapeutic manner, going on a reach, like just a meditative stepping away from Jordan Poole can help reset him and his psyche, because unless they're able to turn him into some diamond, I don't see any way this Warriors team doesn't need him next year. David in Livermore wants to talk about Draymond Green. Has been waiting on the lines. Appreciate you, Dave. You're on 95.7 The Game with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's going on?
I got a bone to pick with Guru there. And
I'm right here.
What's
up, baby?
How First off, I'd never let you control my pocketbook because you were about to pay Draymond Green $30 million a year when he's the main cause of all this drama.
Hold on, I'm going to let you finish. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to let you finish, but you got to read the tea leaves. They created Frankenstein. They created and told us that Draymond Green is allowed to do what he wants. So now the coach told us yesterday they can't win a chip without him. That's why I'm saying I give him $30 million for $90 million.
Okay, so for me to finish, I have to say we can go down the list. How many times has he got double technical when we needed him the most?
100.
You got Jordan Poole. You got Steve Kerr. We could go down the list of all the drama he's caused. But my thing is, how do we win with him? We're not getting rid of Klay because we can't, right? We're already paying Steph a lot of money, which he deserves every single penny that he's getting, and he will for the next 3 to 4 years. He'll deserve it. With Draymond, you talk about paying him $30. We're not going to be able to retool. We won't be able to compete with our big three. Our big three has to become a big two somehow, and none of those guys are included except for Steph or Wiggins. But I just can't fathom the idea of giving somebody $30 million that is probably going to separate our entire team moving forward.
Well, that's valid, Evan.
No, it is, but
get ready to get the news that he's going to get that chicken.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Because I think the Warriors want him here because, as Steve Kerr has said, and I think all of us know deep down our core, if you want to admit it or not, he gives them the best chance to win a championship.
Man.
If he's not here, yes, ideally you'd love to upgrade him. You'd love to go out and turn him into Giannis Antetokounmpo. But Giannis ain't walking through that door if Draymond Green's gone. You're going to lose him. And
Eric.
Exactly. Yeah. But the question is, does Joe Lacob want to pay the exorbitant amount of money to keep their championship hopes alive? Because I believe Draymond Green is a part of that vision. Does he want to pay upwards of $400 to $450 million? If he doesn't, then Draymond Green's, well, I guess he could opt in, but he's not going to opt in for just 1 year. He's going to opt out, want a contract, and I think it's going to be on the Warriors to say whether they want to sign him for 3 years or if they don't want him on the team at all.
And it's like, this is crazy, a beauty pageant with just one contestant. And right now, that's how I feel. Draymond's the one contestant. The coach just told you, if you let him walk, we can't win. Obviously, they would have some control over that. But if you let him walk, Jonathan Kaminga is nowhere near ready to take up and be his version of Draymond Green or put his imprints on this team at the power forward position. That's why, to me, it was a failure, the fact that he's not ready. So, how do you not pay Draymond? How do you not, like, the caller? I wasn't mad at the caller. Mm-hmm. You made some valid points, but read the tea leaves. He's about to get that chicken, I believe.
No, I'm with you. And to the caller's point, yes, he is and was the problem. But he's also been a part of the solution for a decade. And I think that you cannot ignore that when weighing the equation of whether to sign him or not. The hope is that, again, and it really applies to all of the big three, to Klay and Steph. Less so Steph, because I still believe he's a top 5 player. But the hope is that Klay Thompson can be enough of his former self
I'm scared
to help
of
you win a title. That Draymond can be enough of his former self to help you win a championship. And the Warriors are looking around and saying, no help's coming through that door. We got to make do with what we've got. Corey in North Carolina wants to talk about Jordan Poole, has been waiting on the line. Appreciate you. 888-957-9570. You want to chime in up until 2 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Corey, you're on with Goo and Evan. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you why Jordan Poole should be thankful. And all honesty, he could have been playing on Orlando. You got to learn winning tangibles for winning players in a league where maybe 2 or 3 teams consistently win. So you could have been lost in the sauce looking like the boys in Houston. And you running around with your face in Ice Spice booty cheeks, mad and fussing and throwing tantrums, but you was almost out of the league. You were in the G League. There was a dude that taught you the 2-3 years that Steph and Klay weren't there when they was hurt. That was Draymond. And I understand people saying Draymond is a problem, but Draymond is the proven one here. And I don't mean no harm. Like, there's no reason Steph Curry just throwing his mouthpiece for no reason. Klay Thompson throwing his hands up. Draymond walking off out of the play. Like, I mean, I like my boy Jordan Poole. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, bro, you got to understand, you're not the experienced one here. Like, you're good. You're catching on.
I'm sorry about Corey. Yeah, my bad. This time we were actually losing somebody.
Yeah.
we were talking about that during the break. Like
our guy with the Laker knowledge.
To take people behind the scenes. Yeah. Like, yes, I am young. I have not had as much experience, obviously, as the guy sitting across from me in this chair.
That's too funny.
You know, occasionally you run into that situation of, do you keep a collar-goo? Do you let him go? He's breaking up. And I apologize. It was open.
But you care about the ears for others, the listeners. And that was rough. But we got the majority of where he was going. And he's saying Jordan Poole should be thankful. But, Evan, I got so many. If you allow me to talk to myself, I'm going to do it right here. So many days I come in here and I tell Steiny, it's a big boy league, man up, da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
And then I'm sitting here, I won't call it crying, but I'm basketball crying about how the organization from the Warriors won't stand up to Draymond. But they're letting a man be a man in the sense that, okay, that happened. We didn't put him on restriction talking about Draymond. Get past it. So I'm torn now on what do I want? What am I going to be happy with? They allow Dre, who is testy, a Wolverine, a junkyard dog, they allow him to be that. And then on many days, I'm up here complaining to you and Steiny about they don't drop the hammer or use him as an example to the other teammates, because I believe, I don't care how valuable you are, you owe it to the least valuable person of the team and the valuable person of the most. You got to treat them the same. That's when you got good cohesiveness and a good environment. But, Evan, I don't know, but I'll tell you this. I'm looking at Dre's contract. If there's nobody walking this earth right now that thinks Dre is not going to try to get extended, because if he were to play on this 1 year, he would be making less than Jordan Poole.
Well, and that was actually, I'm glad you brought that up, Goo, because that was going to be my next question. Well, but do you think he would resign for less annually than Jordan Poole? Let's say Jordan Poole's been making 27.
Evan, I do not.
27 plus. You don't think Draymond's signing for 3 for 75?
Oh, Evan, it would have to be 3 for 80.
It would
just because. Now, I could be selling Draymond short, but Evan, who's to say that punch didn't have something to do with him getting the bag? Or the bag was in the air, the talk? I don't know.
No, and like I told you earlier, I think that decision to extend Poole was part of the overall compromise the Warriors made with themselves of, we're not going to suspend Draymond Green,
but this is
we're going to pay Jordan Poole perhaps earlier than we would like to. Now, they also gave the bag to Andrew Wiggins. Poole, Wiggins of the same agent.
He deserved that, though.
He absolutely did, even though he took a pay cut. And this is where I'm going to go next. I'm not Draymond Green. I don't know how he thinks. But if I wanted to prove to my teammate that I actually believe in him, that I actually need him, and that I want to compete with him for a championship, the way that you could show him that he is as valuable to this team as anybody else, and that a way that you can really, truly reclaim your voice in the locker room as it pertains to Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, take a pay cut.
Well, I'm going to say this
25 a year, 3 years. Take
you see his son? I love his son at the podium game. Remember when Dre said I was at the gym?
Yeah,
DJ,
he's cute kid.
No, I wasn't. That was great.
Kid.
But he's got his kids to think about. I don't think Draymond's made as much as Curry to where he could do that. Evan, I don't think it's that serious financially for Draymond to take a cut to prove something to Jordan Poole. Now, I could be totally wrong. It could happen. But now I think you're going down a slope of he would have to be, as the kids say in the street, hella sorry to do that. And I don't think Draymond, to me, feels like, hey, man, I didn't apologize. I didn't say it. I didn't went in front of the team. I don't know how many. I'm just saying, I'm getting that from Draymond. Like, dude, when is this over? And maybe it never will be. And that's where management steps in and finds a new spot for Jordan Poole.
I do think, though, Draymond taking a pay cut isn't as ridiculous as it sounds. So if he's making, $25-ish, $26 million, because right now, if he opts in, he's going to be making less annually than Jordan Poole is.
I think that bothers him.
But that's different than asking Klay Thompson to take a significant pay cut because Klay's making 42,
no
43.
No doubt about
and
it.
I think that Klay also needs to take a step back if he wants to not only be compensated, but more importantly, compete for a championship.
You are on fire, and I was going to tell you earlier.
So if Draymond does that first, that also sends a message to Klay that you're not more important than you think you are either.
Interesting.
Now, again,
I like
that's
that.
optimistic.
I just don't think it's going to happen. And another rat on the table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. Let's be real. This is your starting two guard, Evan. What is Klay Thompson going to be?
Klay?
Is he going to get better? Like that? No, it's uncomfortable, but it's real.
I think
is he going to snap out of this, or is this what it's going to be? And we could just watch it get worse.
Well, my hope is that physically he's the same because less than a year and a half away from potential career-ending injury, he was playing the majority of the season. He got to the point where he's playing back-to-backs by the end of this year.
Played the most minutes in the playoffs for the Warriors last
year. In the championship, yeah. Absolutely. This year he played a full season outside of some back-to-backs. He was healthy the whole year. So physically, I hope he's still the same. But mentally, I think he needs either some self-evaluation to the point where, again, he can't be shooting against his former self. He's got to be. I know that
you think the contract's on his mind? I know it's a year. I'm just asking.
Maybe. I don't know if it's at the forefront. I think the forefront is proving that he's still that dude, and I think he can be. But it's got to be a different version. It can't be the same. I'm taking 25 shots just because I got to shoot myself out of a slump.
To defend Klay, when Steph was gone, I remember that 5-game winning streak. I hate that it ended up with 3 straight losses at home. Evan, he was spectacular. And there was no Klay hunting. They needed him to shoot the ball and hoist up those shots. And that's why he put together 2 of the best months of his career. Can he get back to that?
But I think that's also why he maintained that mentality of, I got to shoot us out of this situation when Stephen Curry was back, when Andrew Wiggins was back.
And my bigger point, Evan, I don't think that's going to change.
And if that's the case, and if Klay Thompson is still the same volatile guy that in the playoffs, Goose shot 38% from the floor, 36 from 3.
That is wow.
They're going to have
a 2% difference from the floor, and you were bad, Michael Jackson bad.
And career, he's 41 from 3 in the playoffs. Man. So that is slippage. We still got a little bit of time left coming up on the other side. Evan Giddings filling in for Matt Steinmetz here on 95.7 The Game with, of course, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiner will be back the next 2 days. We appreciate you tuning in. 888-957-957. You get your last calls in this upcoming segment for the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. A reminder that this Monday we'll be bringing you the Warriors Summit with Bonte and Shasky, Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibbs, and John Dickinson live from 4 to 6 p.m. at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. The address is 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. That's 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public. Pull up, grab some drinks, have some fun. We're going to have an open discussion about the questions, concerns the Warriors have this offseason. That's Monday, May 22nd, next Monday, 4 to 6 at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. And that's all sponsored by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with
from Denver. Just like, what the Splashers are doing Magic.
Yeah, hey, Oli. No, I appreciate it, man. Sorry, it sounds like you're breaking up a little bit, but
now, back to Study and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Do you feel bad, Evan?
I really do.
A little radio regret.
But I know Matt Steinmetz wouldn't, so I don't feel as
look
bad.
At you.
Filling
Hell
in
with the kids.
Filling in for Steiny. Daryl the Guru Johnson here as always. I got a couple of minutes left here, Guru. Look, we've tossed around a lot of things, of course, concerning the Golden State Warriors, what they're going to be doing, and of course we'll find out. But one thing that was going on yesterday was the draft lottery, essentially the Victor Wembanyama lottery. And I kind of hate that the Spurs got the pick. Seems like Popovich has always had a hand dealt to him with David Robinson, Tim Duncan. But the quote of the night was from Adrian Wojnarowski, surprisingly, that Victor Wembanyama is the greatest prospect in the history of team sports. Now, Woj doesn't drop a whole lot of hot takes, but do you agree?
Well, Evan, I heard Woj's comments about, now we're doing my stuff. Come on, LeBron James had cameras, television crews at his high school game. He was the chosen one. And look what he's delivered. I was late to the party. I hated on the king. Wembanyama, I love you, but LeBron James, to me, is the prophet. He was the one, and he delivered times 100, Evan. At 38 years old, he's still balling. 8 straight trips to the finals. Never got in trouble off the court. I don't know what went into Woj's metrics on that, but come on. I can almost make a case for Zion being the social media phenom and delivering. It's just, his body is failing him. So I feel like he lived up to it. I'm talking about Zion, but the sustainability was not there. LeBron James, come on, Evan. Come on, Woj. This is not even close.
Woj, can you just let me be excited about a guy before you crown him? I mean,
does that turn you against him a little bit?
No, I want him to succeed, but I feel like by setting him up as being the greatest athlete in the history of pro sports before he's played a single minute in the NBA, if he's anything less than that, we're going to be like, well, he kind of underachieved.
And Woj is not the type. He don't strike me as the type for, come on, man.
I believe that Wembanyama might be the most freakish athlete that we've seen come out, even more so maybe than LeBron, just because he's 7'4" and appears to have the same skill set as a guard. And we've all seen the highlights. Are you holding it against him that he like we haven't seen him at a high school in Oakland or a high school in the States? You know what I mean? Like, LeBron was here, and I think that had a lot to do. Herschel Walker, I heard Bonte this morning, Bo Jackson. Yeah.
I mean, those guys, man, like you can't, O.J. Simpson, I'm just trying to think, what is Shasky? John Elway, like, I know that was Spadoni, but man, those are, I mean, come on, man.
I'm willing to give him maybe the best international prospect we've seen in team sports. I
have no problem with that one.
But even then, there's still some hockey players that might be Sidney Crosby, Mario Lemieux. Like, there are some guys out there that would have a seat at the table. Team sports, and I'm glad he did clarify that because I'd say, all right, Serena Williams on line 1, Tiger Woods on line 2. But
hey, this is Tiger.
Hey, that's Tiger.
I'll give you
but I think thank you. But team sports, hey, what about Magic Johnson? That guy was the number 1 overall pick and had his career cut short, but he still won 5 MVPs and 5 championships. Like, you got Magic Johnson, you got LeBron James.
But Magic had to split it with Bird.
Alex Rodriguez.
No, but what were they? They didn't. Their high school games, Evan. I keep going here. That nobody was on LeBron's level. LeBron had his high school games. And he could have fell flat on his face year 1, and he didn't. And he's still hooping now. Like, to me, this is not even close. It's Bron.
Peyton Manning. Sorry about that.
But to Victor's credit, he is playing professional basketball right now, opposed to LeBron playing high school basketball.
So
I mean, so was LaMelo Ball, but we're not talking about him like he's the greatest player of all time.
And John, do I sound like I'm discrediting Wemby because he didn't do it in the States? You know what I mean?
No.
Because I don't want to be that. LeBron James was a senior in high school. They were doing his games. He was set up to fail. And look what he's done, Bron.
About everything.
About everything.
The only other guy I can remember that and I hate to go here because
he didn't go to college. I just got to add that, Bron.
No, straight from the NBA.
That's incredible.
He had 20 points his first game against the Kings. I think
it was 24.
24.
Yeah.
I think Whitey Gleason still has a ticket for that game.
You know what? You might be right.
But I remember Steinbrenner saying Derek Jeter's got single digits. Now that's hallowed ground for the Yankees.
Okay,
he's giving him number 2 because he's going to be that guy, and he was for his entire career.
Yeah.
But he's not
Jeter.
He's not on that individual level as LeBron James.
Nor were we watching Jeter high school baseball games.
No, nobody's going to Kalamazoo, Michigan, to watch Derek Jeter. But
great knowledge.
But LeBron is. He was crowned as the chosen one, the greatest player since Jordan.
Oh, my goodness.
And he was better.
Well,
he's the greatest. He's better than being crowned as the chosen. Right. I mean, I don't know about you. You obviously a little bit older than me.
He was better than the hype. I don't know how many.
I've never seen a player better than LeBron James.
Okay.
Sorry, I know that might hurt some Steph Curry fans, but.
And Kobe. And Jordan. But Lou Alcindor.
I wasn't around for Jordan.
But what do you give me for LeBron actually exceeded the hype? That never happens.
No, it doesn't.
Deion Sanders, I love you because I heard the guys more. That's great, but you went to Florida. You played college. You got ready for being a Hall of Famer. Bo Jackson, Herschel, the same. And I know football's different, but Evan.
No, you got to go back to like the Yankees from the golden era of baseball, like the DiMaggios, the Gehrigs, the Mantles, like those were the guys that were supposed to be the next and lived up to expectations. Like that doesn't happen, and there
wasn't even social media then.
I think Wembanyama is going to be incredible, and I can't wait to see him on the court. Even though I hate it for the San Antonio Spurs, but to say he's the greatest athlete in the history of team sports already,
or prospect,
Sorry, prospect. That to me is just putting the cart before the horse.
So you think he's going to be better than Porzingis because he's got the?
Oh hell yeah!
But
you also know I don't think a whole lot of Kristaps Porzingis.
He's a unicorn though. He's a freak of nature. That size and the stuff he can do and shoot. It didn't pan out, but he's got a job in the league.
He's got a handle.
But what if Wembanyama was
what about
Sam Bowie? What if he doesn't pan out and he would love to have had a career like Porzingis?
No,
because right now you're like Porzingis, hell nah.
Well,
but there's a chance if he don't answer the bell.
Like I don't think Liz Frank is a French word, but I think that's what Chet Holmgren had. I hope that he stays away from the Liz Frank because yes, tall guys generally have foot problems. That's how it goes. But
please get off LeBron. I'm not Cristiano Ronaldo. Okay, I don't know. You know where he was at high school, but. Dude, I hated on the King.
Lionel Messi made his La Liga debut at age 16, and he's perhaps the greatest soccer player in the history.
Okay, I got one for you. Yeah. Bryce Harper?
No.
But there was some buzz.
Oh, there was. No, he was the chosen one on the cover of Sports Illustrated at age 16.
For baseball, I'm just saying.
How many championships?
Well, damn.
How many World Series he's got? He does have 2 MVPs.
Yeah,
he's got 2 of them. All right.
And Tommy John.
Yes, he does. Coming up next, we're going to go over to Willard and Diz. They're going to join us for the crossover segment. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging around. And, we got some more coming up on 95.7 The Game. Evan getting sending in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after these messages.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. The crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Willer and Dibbs,
our guys.
in for the crossover. What's up, boys?
Oh, my gosh. Look at this Super Bowl party reunion that's happening right now.
That's right.
All the fields.
Won the squares, though,
All
right?
the
Yeah,
fields.
we're all on the same team this time.
Yeah, we're all on the same gang. Yeah.
I'm coming next year, too, Willard.
Oh, you
I'm
better.
Tell Chris
Go to the right house this time. Stop scaring everybody.
Yeah.
Knocking on people's doors.
Snoop Dogg and what's my girl's name? The one that went to prison.
He's bringing the Romo jersey next time.
What's her name?
Martha Stewart.
Yeah,
Martha Stewart.
She was so nice. I have one of those beers, and then I hear some cackling. I go there. They saw me.
Yeah, wrong house. Yeah,
Taking that left turn.
I like that area, though.
Nice, nice little neighborhood.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
So I'm not whining because you guys did another phenomenal job with Kerr yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man.
I left here thinking it was today, but we all go to
Well, it was.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was. They did the okey doke on us. They're like, it's today.
Yeah.
And no, it's tomorrow.
We heard him on the station so much, it might have been today.
I was listening to y'all before I went to bed, but I just got more questions than answers and Dibs. I'm not mad at anybody, but I'm watching Stephen A's World and Draymond's on there telling his truth. But he says they would still be playing had he not hit Jordan Poole. But then I'm from afar.
Sure.
You're not playing because of basketball. I get maybe you guys didn't come together with that cohesiveness you wanted, and that's why you lost 30 on the road. But Dibs, can Dre really say? He can say what he wants to.
Right,
We're
right.
not playing. We lost to the Lakers because of the punch in October.
Does it feel like a cop-out a little bit?
Oh, help me.
Yes and no, but he did say all respect to the Lakers.
Yeah.
You know, they played great, and I don't know if he said they deserved to win, but my question, which would have been the follow-up if I was Stephen A. Smith, was why did it take until February for you to get your voice back? Did you apologize? Did you try to make it right in October? Because, you know, Guru, we've all been through stuff with our partners, our loved ones, our boss,
Parents.
our coworkers or whatever. And what you do is you make a mistake and you make it right as quickly as you can. And, you know, you and I have had a couple of back and forths, and, you know, I've come to you within 24 to 48.
I love that about you. I
You know what I
come to you,
mean?
too.
And Mark, same thing. You and I have had a couple of minor this and that's, and Evan, yours is coming because I run hot, and apologies in advance. But
You haven't had one? You give any of us a call. We'll tell you what to do.
I
More
came
so
in
the guy who's usually
yesterday.
sitting in this chair, but that's okay.
Yesterday, I came in and I had a little bit of a qualm with one of his calls on the Panthers broadcast.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I came with respect and deference.
With all
and
due respect, Mark
I did it the
Jackson.
right way.
I got to ask what it is. I'll do that later.
Yeah, I'll tell you off air. It was a minor thing, but you know, when you make a mistake like Draymond did, and his mistake was bigger than any of the mistakes I've made with you or with Mark or with anybody here, you make it right ASAP. You don't wait until February to get your voice back.
But are we under the impression that he didn't at least
And
try?
that-
Like
there you go.
I walked out many months ago with the impression that there was a press conference where he said, I've tried, I've reached out. And in fact, I do remember having the impression at one point where it felt like Draymond tried some things and Jordan wasn't ready to hear it yet.
There you go.
Like, do you guys remember those press conferences? And then beyond that, who knows how many different times they've talked or tried. What's fascinating is we've spent the whole year going, is it the punch? I think it might be the punch. Is it the punch? And everyone's like, come on, it can't be the punch anymore. And literally we get to the end of the year, and here's the team in multiple formats and
The
platforms.
puncher.
Multiple.
going, it was the punch. And so
even the puncher himself saying it was the punch.
Well, I think this is the answer to one question, though, that I bet a lot of people have from the last week. So Friday night, the Warriors all run to microphones and go, we're not a championship team. And then Steve Kerr yesterday, multiple times, right? Dib's like, do you like this roster that you have, can you win a championship? And he's like, well, no question. So people are like, wait a minute. On Friday, you're not a championship team. And on Tuesday, you are a championship team. And I don't fault them for this. I just think there's further explanation needed, and maybe that's what they're trying to do. I think it's not, if anyone thought this, and I did on Friday, when they said we're not a championship team, they were not talking personnel. They were talking situation. They were talking
vibe.
They were talking culture.
Yeah.
Yes, because that roster did win a championship 11 months ago. So I think that's going to be hard for them to sell. I don't think a lot of people are necessarily going to buy this, but it's definitely what they're trying to do. They're saying it's not the personnel, it's what happened with the personnel and its circumstances this year.
Yeah, but
and we hope that won't happen next year.
Isn't that an easier reality to face, though, that it wasn't about basketball? Because it's much easier to say, well,
of course.
if we didn't get punched, this would have been different, that would have been different. When in reality, you might have just gotten beat.
Every great athlete or group of athletes does this. It doesn't always land well, but when Serena Williams loses a match, does she go into the press conference afterward and be like, that other lady just beat me to a pulp?
Towards the end of her career, that was
maybe,
especially like with Osaka. But yeah,
I'm not even going to blame the Warriors for this. They're 4-time champs. Those people don't ever think that the other team was better than them. They always think that if they lost, it was something that they did wrong.
But that's where it feels like there's beginning to.
No, that's what they think. I'm not saying they're right.
No, 100%. But and then that's our job, I guess, to decide what we believe and what we don't. But it was interesting to hear Draymond say that, because do you still feel like, do you think, I believe he believes he has his voice back, but that's not really on him to decide when the guy that he punched is the guy that mentally took himself out of a series that if he was at his best, you saw could help you win a championship. Like, that's the only area where I see Draymond, like, I'm not with you 100%, because just because you feel like you got something back, you got your respect, you got your cachet, buddy, I hate to blame you, but you weren't the one who got punched.
And how many times, Dibs, going off your examples, Willard, in life, have you been the apologizer and you did not the big thing, you did the right thing because you wanted to sleep well at night and you knew you messed up and you said some things and you try to apologize 6 or 7 times, and after that 7th one, you're like, you know what? That's it. There's not going to be an 8th or 9th. I've done everything. Right. Why do I feel like that's where they're at? And Jordan Poole, after 6 months, guys, he is finished, and that's why. And I don't want to be right. I just feel like he's going to be in another uniform.
That's an interesting notion, and Mark actually threw this out in our pre-show meeting. Look. Yeah. And Mark had a great point, and I don't want to steal it. I want to set Mark up to really elaborate, as he's so good at doing.
Elaboration sensation.
That's a
we got to get it to the odds for Monday. Jordan
Poole being able to come out and speak to exactly how he's feeling. That way he can own the narrative. Because right now, Evan thinks, you think, I think, Mark thinks, the audience thinks, we all think, and you don't know Jordan Poole.
Right.
We don't know how Jordan Poole is really feeling. But if Jordan was to come out and say, this is the way I felt when he hit me, this is the way I felt a month later, this is how I feel now, this is why I played the way I played, that would give him the opportunity, Mark, to own the narrative, because right now he does not own the narrative.
So here's the problem for Jordan and for people like Andrew Wiggins, who spent 2 months away from the team, and we will never know why. We will never know why, because Andrew doesn't like to talk, and neither does Jordan. And this is why people like Draymond Green sometimes in certain situations are at such an advantage in life, because they will always talk. Take it from someone who knows a thing or two about that. They will always talk. And so the problem for Jordan here, because I can't tell you, Jordan, to go talk.
Right.
I can't even tell you if that's going to be good for you because I don't know what you're going to say. But the problem for Jordan Poole is, right now, other people are telling your story. And if you're silent,
that's a buck.
Then Draymond tells your story, and Steve Kerr tells your story, and then even worse, if you're silent, we tell your story by guessing.
Oh, it's even better.
It's what we did to Andrew Wiggins for 2 months.
Yeah.
And if there's a fall off from your performance, you're creating the story. Like, is it because of the
the proof is in the pudding? Then,
if he was averaging 25, we probably wouldn't even care about that.
How many times since the season ended have we heard Jordan doesn't want to be here? Jordan can't come back from this. Jordan needs this. Jordan needs that. And I have no idea if Jordan Poole wants to be here. It'd be great to know. Wouldn't you love it? I feel like the whole offseason changes in a complete different direction if Jordan Poole held a 7-second press conference.
Man, that's short.
Jordan Poole, I want to be here, and we can get over this.
Now,
that's
I have a question.
Yes.
Dan Daly from the Times-Picayune.
No question.
Are you shocked that our media hasn't asked him that point-blank range question?
I think they have.
Sure they have.
I mean, Raymond Ritter had to, remember after Game 4, Raymond Ritter had to force him to talk in the locker room. And when he does, I heard Dumas this morning with Bonte and Joe talking about this. Like, when Jordan talks to the media, he usually kind of makes a joke out of it.
But remember that night with Bonte, which was regular season. I hear the slander. Y'all know. Remember that?
But it's all
He's a chatty person.
It's all defense mechanisms.
Defense mechanisms.
Because he doesn't like to talk. And that's
and
the way
he's very young, too. He's very young.
To the media.
Right.
Yeah. He likes to talk.
He doesn't, but he doesn't like attention.
No.
He purposely goes away from attention. And people who don't like attention, especially when they are in a fishbowl and they are celebrities, that becomes very difficult because we're all just going to tell your story for you. We don't want to, I don't think, but what do we do? If Jordan won't be authentic and speak, and that is his right, well, we're left to guess.
Do you think there's something to Jordan Poole seeing the player at the top of this organization, Stephen Curry, not necessarily being a talker? Now, I know he's good with the media, but at the beginning of his career, there were a lot of questions around, was he the right guy? Should you have traded Monte? The injury concerns. And I don't remember a whole lot of Stephen Curry addressing each and everything when it happened. Now, this is completely different. He wasn't punched by a teammate.
Right.
But maybe he sees someone like that who has, especially relative to Draymond Green, been kind of a somber, quieter voice and saying, that's actually who I'd rather be as opposed to the person that is trying to direct my own narrative.
I mean, it's interesting because I go back to the Logan Murdoch article, which states that a year ago, Draymond was his big brother. Of the big three, Draymond was the one who he talked to, who took Jordan under his wing, not Steph. So if he was going to pattern his career and behavior after someone, it was Draymond who was showing him the way. I don't know. Steph's an interesting one, and he's always separate from everything else.
But he's been having Jordan's back. I don't want to say subliminal.
Klay Thompson's also pretty quiet, too. He doesn't like to talk to the media.
Different. Yeah, he doesn't like it. You're right. He does not like it. And Steph's very comfortable with it. I don't think he reaches out for it, but he's very, very comfortable in that space.
I asked Evan earlier, Dib, you tell me what you think. Do you think there was more to Steph saying before the Game 7 speech that Dre called Bob and Dre was going to do it? Was there more to Steph saying, nah, your voice ain't nowhere back? Did Steph want to do it, or did he want to do it because Dre wasn't the one?
Because Dre lost his voice.
No doubt.
I think it's because Steph wanted to do it. Okay, I think Steph was disgusted after Game 6. They all were, but Draymond had been suspended in that series, and I don't think Draymond ever really got his voice back. I know he said to Stephen A. that it took until February for him to get his voice back, but he never got his voice back to the point. And Andre Iguodala is supposed to be this mentor to the young players, and the young players never really developed with Andre Iguodala's mentorship. And Draymond lost his voice, and that I think was a big reason why there was such a disconnect this year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and an HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Gosh, you're so much better than Steiny at that. That's so well. Man. Yeah, did Draymond not have his voice back? Did he, as he suggested, feel like it was almost too late? Or is that just what everyone's used to? It was almost like the team showing up being like, Draymond's going to have a speech. We're kind of tired of the voice, right? It just doesn't resonate in the same way. You know what I mean?
And some will probably sign if Jordan for sure.
I knew in my house when I was a kid, if Dad came to talk to me, hold up.
Shout out Tom Willard.
Now that is the greatest.
Now we're
because Ellen was toting the rock most of the time.
Ellen had the rock. Ellen got all the carries. Tom was in the den grading papers. But if Dad had to come out and say something. Time to shut your mouth. Time to listen.
Closing time.
Yeah.
That's kind of was in our family, too. Although, when Dwayne, because Dwayne would work, rest in peace, Dwayne. Sue was usually there with the quick, the Daniel and the Douglas and the Michael. And, gosh darn it, Gale, although they gave up on Gale early. Gale and Hurst bounced back late. Kaner. Gale used to run away from home, and by like the 11th time, it became hilarious. It's like, I'm running away from home. It's like, see you at dinner. Dude, dinner's at 6:45.
Pops used to get home like 4:30.
It's a long walk.
So I'd get home from school like at 3. So I thought I was a comedian. So your name would go on the board, and if you got 2 checks, they're calling home. So I would, I'd play with it. I know I got to check
you
it
like
to
Draymond.
work with it. Yeah. Then that second one,
Dude.
why is Daryl staying after class? I'm crocodile tear. You can't call the house. So I get home. Pops ain't home. I tell Mom, you gonna tell Dad? She's like, baby, I got you. I ain't telling your daddy nothing. As soon as he gets home, Archie Bunker, George Jefferson, hey, son, come here. It's like,
no.
You're walking down the hall like, she told me she wasn't going to dime me out. Teacher called the house again. Yep. You know what time it was. Whipping. But
she
anyway,
dimed you out?
Yeah. So as we got
Daisy
older,
Johnson
we would
dimed
have
you out?
wine
Gotta be on
and
the
just
same
laugh
page.
at the time.
Man.
I said, you're a good wife, but you dime me out, Mom. Come on now.
Can't do it anymore. All the parents and their guardians and everybody's getting emails. The second happens
They're on the
now.
same page.
Well, this was
Somebody comes to
pre-email,
you like, hey, don't tell the other parents. Like, there's nothing I can do.
And back then, if
Ain't
you could
nothing
get to
they
the
can
answering
do.
machine and if you could erase that one message, but if it was in between 2 or 3 messages, you were caught. But
especially if you're in a small school, like everything kind of gets around. Parents talk, kids talk. Hey, why were you out today? Why are you doing this? Well, actually,
what you want these, baby? And I'm looking at it with webs on my leg. Like, what you want? Denzel and Glory.
Dude.
But that's my dude. Like, you told on me.
Daisy would say, I got you. And then,
Dayla,
man.
Normie, come here, boy. Close the door. I was like, what? We going camping? Oh, dude.
No, I think it's wild, though. It's wild to me where we're at.
Man.
Today's Wednesday. So what's it been, 5 days? 5
Friday.
days since the
Man.
season
like
ended.
50, but yeah.
good.
If you had told
Man.
me Friday night that we would be sitting here Wednesday, A, talking about the punch again, and B, talking about keeping the roster the exact same, I'd have been like, no, that's the way this is going to go.
Yeah.
But that's the way it feels like it's going to go.
That seemed like the immediate solution.
Well, I'm sorry, Evan, but like the news that Mark Spears had today about Bob Myers not being at the GM meetings.
What did you think of that? We talked about it.
Yeah, and Mike
CJ Holmes
Dunleavy
was
Jr.
like, no big deal. He working,
Right.
but
It's either
Shout
no
out
big
CJ.
deal or it's the beginning of the end.
Yeah,
or, I mean, I don't know how to feel about it.
I think he said there was a couple other GMs that didn't go, but it was. I mean, it's always worth a note. Like, where is Bob Myers?
he was in Chicago.
This is
Go
one
ahead.
thing I hate about Twitter. Mark Spears was fantastic.
I hate it all.
He sends a tweet about Bob Myers, and it names Mike Dunleavy Jr. like Mike Dunleavy Jr. was at the GM meetings. Bob Myers is not at the GM meetings. That gets 423,000 impressions.
Oh, man.
Then he replies
These
to
are
his
my
own
impressions.
tweet
and says,
now Myers, however, is in Chicago. He's just attending other meetings.
It's a big city.
well, there you
That got 29,000
Amazing.
impressions.
Yeah.
So 424,000 people and eyeballs are like, oh my gosh, Myers is not there. Dunleavy's there. It's going to be Dunleavy. Myers is leaving. Right underneath it, he's like, no, he is in Chicago going to other meetings, and that only gets to 29,000 people.
Episode of Three's Company. You know, you didn't get
Totally.
the whole.
Come and knock on my door.
Then you find out.
Totally.
Regal Beagle.
I will say, the idea of Myers leaving is starting to build a resume.
Oh, man.
It's feeling like it's on the
starting to build a
other
resume.
side of 50 than below. But
Starting to build a resume.
What other meetings was he at? Like GM's Anonymous?
I thought it was a scouting where the
it was
young,
an NBA scouting combine.
young guys were hooping.
But I also don't think Bob Myers is the kind of guy that if he is unsure, whether he's leaning one way or another, if he's unsure about whether he's going to be a part of the organization in the future, I don't know if he'd even want to be at those meetings because there might be, I don't know, something taken in from that, and other teams are assuming he's going to lean one way or another. Probably just wants to keep his options open.
Yeah, maybe he's at those meetings for another team.
We were out there.
Right.
Last
He was
time
just
we
in
were all
LA
out
for
there,
a little bit.
Dunleavy was right in front of us. I know you guys talked to him, and I asked him, did he have desires to like go the GM route? He's the one that brought in coaching. So to me, I was like, man, it ain't just if he were to do something different, he could do the GM, but the coaching came out of his mouth. And then Steiner goes, I can't see you as a coach. So they had some fun with
I heard
that.
that.
I don't
Yeah.
see
But
it, Bob.
I don't know why I just feel like this is Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones to where Kirk Lakeup, if Bob were to leave, would take over the reins.
I don't feel that, and I don't think you're wrong in terms of the long play, but I don't think that now is the time. And maybe you were saying it, Evan, earlier, like in terms of what he's done to be ready for that job. Yeah. I don't know if he's quite ready for the job yet. I think that down the road, that is a likelihood, but I do think that if Bob left, that Mike Dunleavy Jr. would get that first crack at it. Somebody with a little bit more NBA experience.
Do you think the fact that Stoney brought this up, that he wasn't as successful as the fans wanted him to be as a player, would he, as crazy as it sounds, get a fair shake from the fan base?
I think he would. I mean, I think that most of the fans, if you want to talk about the fan base, 92% of them don't know that he even was a Warrior. Wow. And of the 8% who remember, the majority of the 8% don't remember that he was a bust with the Warriors. And those people who think he's a bust, go ahead and look at his basketball reference, because he played 15 years in the association. Right. He was not a bust. Well, so he didn't work out here as a number 3 pick, but he had a nice, good, long, serviceable career.
Haven't we also seen enough to know that being so what if he was a great player?
Okay,
does that make him a good GM?
Yeah. I mean,
doesn't make him a good
Sam
GM.
Bowie also played 15 years, but people, no matter what, will look at him as being a bust. So
he played 15 years.
You get picked.
Sam Bowie?
You get picked in front of Michael Jordan. I don't. It doesn't matter if you
or behind
he could have
Olajuwon.
been. You know, that's not going to go.
No,
well.
but I wonder also too. You know, like we're talking about, me and Gu tossed this around. If you're following Steph, that's not a position you want to be in. Does that also apply a little bit to Bob Myers, especially with the way that this thing is?
I can't wait to hear you, because I told him, no, people they want a job. They ain't worried about all that stuff.
It's too to Dib's point. Like we live in this, and Bob Myers is a big deal. If you walked through Chase Center and said, who's the GM of the Warriors, a lot of people would get it right, and a lot of people don't even know. Like, I just don't. Executives that doesn't connect with the fans at that emotional level to the point where people would be like, you know, who's following Bob Myers. I think that's different.
Sure, but you also grab the baton of expectation because Bob Myers got 4 chips. He's got Executive of the Year under his belt. I just feel like, maybe not to the fans. I mean, they don't care. In fact, Mike Dunleavy Jr. might not even be on their radar as far as vice president. But if you're the person taking that job, you are well aware of the shoes you're stepping into.
I think, to me, the shoes that he's stepping into, it's more important what Steph, Klay, and Draymond think. If all 3 are coming back, who do they feel more comfortable reporting to, quote unquote? Is it Mike Dunleavy Jr. or is it Kirk Lakeup? And if it's one over the other, that, to me, is going to be what fuels your decision in the front office.
And I'm way older than Evan, but, you know, this is like a life lesson. And I'm not saying it's the right lesson, but Evan and Stoney bring this up all the time about, let's just say, when Curry retires, there's going to be some players, this is Stoney, I'm paraphrasing, that are going to be so in awe of what Curry did that maybe Golden State's not a destination. And the way I live my life is people want to get in the game, whether it be a coach coming after us, another successful coach. You can't turn down the opportunity. Like, you know, you can't tell me when Steph is gone and there's a free agent that they would, and I could be wrong, I ain't coming to Golden State because of Curry and what he did. I mean, it would be an honor to me to try to do it.
Right, but they probably, most of them are going to look at that differently than we do. I mean, the only reason I sort of think that there's something there is that guys do look at that. That's Kevin Durant. Now, it's different. He was already an established player, but like, people don't want to be, if you think you're an NBA 1, you don't want to be on somebody else's coattails. Oh, there's right. And
but Curry's gone though.
I know, but that's it.
The shadow though, huh?
I mean, ask LeBron what it was like when he arrived in LA.
Well, what about Derrick Rose?
I was just going to say Derrick Rose.
Yeah, it was working until he got hurt, and I know it wasn't right after.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's space. Wembanyama's not like, oh, damn, that's Tim Duncan's place. There's space.
Well, if you're the greatest prospect in the history of
Can we talk about that?
What about it?
He's not the greatest prospect in the history of team sports.
Tongue in cheek.
Can we stop? Can we stop with that? Because you whippersnappers.
No, he didn't agree. Evan didn't agree.
You little punks. And now this is going to prompt an apology later this week, but I'm ready for it. You don't remember Hakeem Olajuwon and what he did back when he was Akeem, when the H was silent. You don't remember Patrick Ewing and the frozen envelope. you whippersnappers don't remember Michael Olowokandi.
But can I up you one with LeBron?
Might have gone too far.
UOP.
Yeah,
those
back when it
guys
was
were in
UOP.
college established, and they were great.
Sure.
But LeBron had the high school cameras at his high school
Yeah, but when
game.
but the
high school, he surpassed what we thought he could do.
I'm not disagreeing.
On and
I don't
off
want.
the court.
I don't want to
getting to
sound.
LeBron, yeah.
I don't want to sound.
We're working our way up the top.
I don't want to sound like I'm saying
Yeah,
that
because I was a
Wembanyama.
hater of LeBron for a
But
long time.
he's in a different country. And that's an aspect.
But
of
isn't
this.
he the
And
standard
he's
though?
7'5".
Yeah.
That's the other
He
thing.
keeps growing. Like at first he was 7'2", and then he's 7'3". Now at the combine he's 7'4".
Well, that's what happens
It's,
with international prospects.
Or when you're 19.
Yeah,
the Spurs win?
the legend grows. Well, somebody had to.
And I want to see what goes on behind the closed doors. I don't like them
but why-
coming out and already is what?
But hold on. Why would anyone think there's funny business going on and it leads to San Antonio, Texas? What is
Now
the
that
league? Who cares?
Greg Popovich.
Why does that feel? I had a lot.
I'm gonna go filthy rich Oakland
buddies
rapper,
texted
political
me.
ties,
King.
maybe.
I had friends text me. They're like, "It's rigged." The Spurs, for the
I had
Spurs.
Dallas guy.
What, yeah, I mean, what? Why
It's a
would it
major
be-
market.
Yeah, San
Detroit's
Antonio.
pissed. I think they fell all the way to the 5th. Maybe the same odds.
Yeah.
That's more of a rigging.
They
They already got the
Wiseman,
number 2
though.
pick in
Exactly.
Wiseman, yeah.
Two of them, Bagley.
And you realize that there are no ping pong balls. Every possible outcome is sequenced, and then
That's amazing.
shout out AI. A computer randomly draws a sequence, and that determines the draft order.
Is the
And
password
where-
for the computer Popovich?
Yeah, and where's
Exactly.
the computer from? I'd like to know that.
It's a Texas computer,
Okay.
Texas Instruments.
I mean,
Thank you.
we would have hated
Shout out
it.
Cameo.
We would have hated it if it was Houston. That's actually the one that would have bugged me.
Why?
Because Fertitta running around,
all right,
Mardi
okay.
Gras, all
right,
wasted,
all right,
screaming about Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Listen, I know all of them tank,
Yeah.
and why wouldn't you? He was just the one that was A, most brash about it, and B, it's not like he had a good resume before now. So
I think Cuban was most brash about
and
it.
that's who I
Yeah.
thought
Well,
was going to
yes.
get some
I
type
saw
of
your
award.
tweet.
But people acting like I told you to bet on. I picked the Chiefs over the Eagles.
But Cuban and the Mavs were not in a position to actually get numbers on this thing. Like
3%. They
Their
had
chances
3%.
were next to nothing.
But if it were rigged, it wasn't about
Oh
the
God!
numbers.
If they had gotten it,
Hey, I got to give you this before we go. So I was passionate about Ja Morant the first episode. Did you see JJ Redick talk about and he was on fire with where we are with gun control in the United States, but that video that I condemned Ja for the second time, and I'm thinking I said season or whatnot, and I'm mad at him. But there's a delay on the consequences, if there are any, because did he break any laws? Is that's what is because JJ Redick was that was his point. Aside from the gun violence in America, and you got all these people with guns,
Right,
hunting.
right.
But did Ja break a law? Technically, do we know?
I don't know what state he was in, and I don't know
what
if
I'm
the,
saying. If
if
he's
the
smart, whether
weapon
he's
was
got
licensed.
the people saying this is where I was at
In Florida.
You know, Texas.
Right, but
don't know.
I mean, there are state laws and there are league laws, and in terms of the league, that's where he's going to face a
Okay.
possible
Well, you
punishment.
got
Now,
me
is he
there.
going to jail for this? I doubt it.
okay.
I mean, he got away with it in Denver, even though they have
They
a
tried
law
to find some stuff. Yeah,
against being drunk with a gun in public, and they couldn't prove that he was drunk, and so they didn't pursue charges and all the rest of it. The league is a separate thing because he's an employee of the association.
That's right.
So if I come into my job here with a licensed weapon that I'm allowed to legally carry, and I wave it around during the changeover,
Man, Goo, how did I get that?
then
wrong?
I mean, if I can do that legally, that's one thing. But I'm still going to get fired because Odyssey doesn't want me to wave my glizzy up in the changeover.
that's the exact answer. It's irrelevant. I
It's
mean,
irrelevant.
we've got free speech. Okay, go ahead and say whatever you want into that microphone. Go.
Please,
Right?
Yeah, I got
Right?
you.
Here's my mic.
So we don't have
EDD
free
on line
speech,
one, yeah.
right? So I to me that's a cop out.
Wow.
That's hiding behind something, especially when you think of the NBA, what it stands for, what its players have tried to stand for over
No
the
doubt.
last
No,
5 to
you
10
go ahead,
years.
man.
You are going to bring guns to the party and try to excuse it? It's a no. It's
you think
a no.
it's a season, Evan? You
I
guys
only wave
think
it at Steiny.
Well, that's
man.
What do you
guys got coming up today?
Yeah.
Our show. Our show.
Oh, yeah, he pulling the stuff.
Our show.
Yeah, tea time, Evan? Where you going?
I don't know, 2:45.
Oh,
show.
They got a date. Yeah, they got a date.
Yeah.
More likely.
Yeah.
I mean, no. Obviously, we got a lot to say about this Draymond thing,
man.
and I think
It's a Draymond show, right?
It's a
I
Draymond
love
show,
it.
but Jordan, I'm not telling him what to do, but
okay.
I wish he would speak.
Yeah.
I wish he
The
would speak.
Shasky, you odds on and the Bonte with the talking at the mic. But it's your guys' show, so all right.
Well, but again,
4
we
to
got,
6 one day.
but we also have
talked the
odds.
most,
Who's most likely to come off as incredibly arrogant to the fans? Those are separate.
That is the best stuff going.
I'll tell you.
And who is likely to be 3 wine glasses deep at Buonvino?
Oh, that's you.
Well, there's no doubt.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to convince my better half to go pick me up. Come on, Supper. Drive Daddy home if you wouldn't mind.
Willard and Dibbs coming up from 2 to 6 on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh man, it's one of those things. I think it's hard for all of us. I'll just speak for me, Dibbs. Like
you can speak for me too.
I do all the time.
I got things to do.
I don't know what it's like to be intimidated about speaking. I don't know what it's like to, in a public forum, be like,
you putting the rat on the table?
Wow, I don't know. I don't know what that's like. I don't. Right? We all have that. Oh, they're wired a certain way. I don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's like to not want to talk. I don't know what it's like to, be intimidated by the public, to be intimidated by attention. Or to actively be like, I just really, I want to just fade into the corner and hide. I don't know what that's like. I have nothing against the way anybody is wired. But I just wonder the way that this whole team is being affected right now by the presence of these dynamics, which is Draymond Green is the offender. And Draymond Green is the one now speaking for the offended. I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but that's not ideal.
Well, there's nothing we can do about that.
When I say we, just society,
it's them. He. It's really he. And there is something that he can do about it, but to your point about Jordan Poole, I don't know if he wants to be the one to step out and do anything about it, because you remember the first time he spoke and he talked about it, and he talked about moving on and, being able to go forward and be professional, and it's a season, and I'm a Warrior, and I want to focus on an NBA season. That was all fine and good. But now here we are, 7 months after the incident, and the year ended the way it ended, and Draymond Green comes out with Stephen A. Smith last night during the Western Conference Finals in the Stephen A. cast and says, yeah, what I did, and I'll paraphrase, and I know you'll play the full comments, but basically the paraphrasing is, we never got over it, and that's why we lost to the Lakers? What?
This from Stephen A.'s World on ESPN last night.
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. Well, while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, It's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
Okay, so his basic point is, yeah, got the voice back, but it was too late. It was too late. But, boy, yeah, he's got the voice back because, look, here he is. And, yes, he is like, here's one thing that I know a lot of people will say and feel when you hear this, which is, gosh, Draymond, don't talk. Well, he going to talk. I mean, that's really what we're talking about today. What we're talking about is the way people are wired, because that's what the Warriors have now told us is the only thing that they need to fix. No, they don't need a big man. Sorry. They don't need a big man. Boy, I really lost it there.
Oh,
they don't need.
I thought that was part of the bit.
No, yeah, maybe I should try not talking. They don't need a big man. They don't need Klay Thompson to shoot less or come off the bench. They need rewiring. It's essentially what they said yesterday. They just need rewiring. Well, I don't know if they're capable of doing that. Draymond Green is going to say it. He is incredibly comfortable, in fact, uncomfortable by not speaking. Jordan Poole is the opposite. But that's what I think right now. I think we're in a spot. I'm not going to tell him what to do. I don't know what he's comfortable doing. But Jordan Poole has arrived at a very difficult spot because he doesn't want to talk. But if he doesn't talk, other people will do the talking for him.
Well, there doesn't even have to be talk because we all think what we think based on what we saw. And without Jordan Poole saying how he feels, we all are naturally going to guess how he feels based on the way he plays, the way he walks into a tunnel after he gets taken out of the game, the way he walks by Draymond Green when Draymond tries to stop him and coach him up and he basically pulls away from Draymond, the way Steph threw his mouthpiece, the way Klay was frustrated, the way Dre walked off a possession, the way Jordan Poole had a bad year. All those things lead us to think that we know exactly how Jordan Poole feels. But I'll just say this about what Draymond said yesterday. The fact that it took you until February to get your voice back tells me you didn't do enough to make it right from the time that you punched him in the face until the time you got your voice back. So whatever it is that you did, you didn't do it enough. You didn't do it well enough. Whatever you tried to do was not good enough. And I don't know what he did. I don't pretend to know what he did. Nobody has said what steps Draymond took. I do know this. He punches Jordan Poole in the face, and the team doesn't suspend Draymond Green. They say, make sure you're on time for ring night, Draymond, because you're getting your ring, and we couldn't imagine you missing that. Draymond spent 2 days away from the team, maybe 3 during the preseason, and then come the opener, you're all back, and everything's all hunky-dory. So whatever happened between the punch and the loss to the Lakers, Draymond Green, in my opinion, did not do enough to make it right.
So I guess my only question would be, he didn't do enough to make it right. How do we know that it can be made right?
We don't.
Okay, so
don't.
maybe he did everything he could, and it just can't be done.
I don't believe that.
Now, Steve Kerr I asked Steve that yesterday. Is this recoverable? What confidence do you have that it's recoverable? He says very high, very high. But maybe that's because there's an off season. Maybe that's because time away is what these two guys need. I don't know. That's what's hard to answer right now.
Yeah, it's impossible to answer, and we won't know because we're not Jordan Poole and we're not Draymond Green and we're not Steve Kerr. But what I see from the outside, Mark, is a situation that was really, really bad. Punching a teammate in the face and having the video be leaked and having this become a real divide in what you're trying to do as a team, that's super bad. And I referenced earlier, Guru and I have had disagreements. You and I have had disagreements. This is not me hitting you in the face and anything of that ilk. So the comparison falls well short of the bar. I understand that. But when you have a dispute with another person and you want to make it right, you do everything you can to make it right. And if you get to that point where that person will not allow you to make it right, well, then you've got to do something else and you've got to go your separate ways.
All right, so does Jordan need to speak publicly or not? 888-957-9570. Twitch, YouTube, hello. We'll get your calls on that. We're sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Stephanie.
Thanks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You're welcome, Dibs. The way I'm going right now, I'm going to be good for a few of those today.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Let me clear my throat. All right.
You've had a nice little run.
Thank you. But it's over now. Shout out Allison Chains.
And shout out Never Go Full Jeff on the YouTube feed. Just, can you dial it back? I've asked, because he had a super chat that didn't get read, and so now he wants his money back.
Which we never saw. I never saw it, and I don't even know what to do about it. But yeah, if it's $2, I tell you what, you take $1 and I'll take $1. And
you know what that would be, right? A compensation.
Compensation. I was like, it would be $2. I think it'd be $2.
Cash me out one time.
Yeah,
All right, Never Go Full Jeff. That's what you get.
Others saw it and responded to it. Guess what? We didn't. I don't know what you want to, we love our YouTubers.
The best.
We love our Twitch audience. We love our callers. We love our texters. I don't ever want anyone on this show to not feel seen and heard, except for Dibs. Okay? Like, honestly.
That's why I get buzzed all the time.
I want everyone to feel heard between 2 and 6, except
Shout
for
out
Dibs.
Jalen.
You want to hear what Jeff Porter had to say?
What did he have to say?
He paid $2 for this. This was yesterday, and
We missed it. Do you literally think we're doing a radio show and I'm just staring at the YouTube chat the whole time? I'm looking at Dibs at least once an hour, and there's games on and there's stuff going on.
I'm over here waving.
Jeff, we're working. What did he say, Lucas?
$2. Trade Poole for someone like a proven vet like Lowry. Money matches, although probably need a third team to fill in other pieces of the trade to make everyone whole, but gives Curry a trusted vet behind him to make one more push, and Lowry is still a solid vet backup point guard, in parentheses, who's also on an expiring contract.
Okay. There it is.
Thanks, Jeff.
I think that was worth $3, to be honest with you.
But you didn't read it during drive time.
Well, I'll tell you what. Grandy, will you play Lucas saying that on the best of at 6:02?
Thank you.
Or do we have roundtable today? What's going on today at 6 o'clock? What's happening? Yeah, what's happening at 6 o'clock today? Okay, so what are we doing?
Why are you
It's best of.
It's best of. All right, so run that back at 6:03, which could.
It's Jeff of, is what it is.
It's.
That's a 1. You're welcome.
All right.
Anyway.
I tell you what, Jeff, we will make your comment topic 1, the Warriors Summit. I'm just kidding. That's not actually going to happen. But Warriors Summit.
I can't wait.
Is coming up on Monday. And actually, can I just bring everybody behind the curtain for a second? This is one of my favorite pieces of copy I've ever seen at 95.7 The Game. Like, I could go so Anchorman right now. This is fantastic. Because I know people think that, like, we have a script. Listen to our show for 2 seconds. We've got no script. But yes, every now and again, we've got what's called a read. And this one's just got bullet points. We want to tell you about the Warriors Summit, okay? It's going to be at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. We say the address twice because we would like to make it nice, and we do that by you being there. Come see us. All the hosts are going to be out there at once, and we're going to be talking Warriors offseason and go through a bunch of topics. Our show, like regular, 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 6, we welcome in all the guys and at JD and all the hosts on this station, and we're going to go crazy on all things Warriors. The fun thing on the copy here is, bullet point 2, all the hosts, parentheses, rattle them off, and pre- and post-game host John Dickinson. So apparently I'm supposed to say, you, Dibs, me, Steiny, Guru, Bonte, and Shasky.
How dare you name him last?
John Dickinson.
Oh, boy. Well, he's actually, and also John Dickinson, he's outside of the rattle them off, rattle and hum.
Well, that's true. He's the only one whose name got written down on this piece of paper.
I love a good rattle them off.
Rattle and hum was a good reference.
Yep.
Anyway, it's all brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Let's see you there. Let's talk some dubs. Let's shake some hands. Let's kiss some babies. And let's drink some vino, for crying out loud.
I can't wait. Coming off a weekend. And hopefully by then, a lot of the hot takes will have died down. And the 6 of us, may make that the 7 of us, can all sit down and rationally discuss where we go next with this Warrior thing. No, you don't think so?
Did you say that the 7 of us are going to get together
Rationally
and
discuss
have a
it.
rational conversation?
It's going to be a very mellow round table.
Oh, my God.
Turns will be taken. There'll be no talking over one another.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be very docile.
Dude, I need you know what I want for this thing?
Tell me.
Because I do have the the honor of being the moderator for this. I would like someone from Sacramento to drive down with the beam, because I would like to light the beam when someone needs to shut up.
The beam?
Yeah, the beam.
We got a beam.
Yeah, we do. Lucas, can we have the beam? Remember the blue beam? I want the blue beam on Monday so that,
I want the gym beam on Monday. Am I right?
Vino, okay? Keep it
Oh,
Vino.
okay, sorry.
Shout out
I
to
was
the
day
Noir.
drinking.
They're good job.
I will be.
Oh, we will be. But yeah, I'd like, kind of like when you see one of them presidential debates and there's like a little light that goes on when someone's supposed to stop talking even though they won't. I want that beam when Shasky needs to shut it, or Bonte has made his point, or if Steiny's getting too negative, or if Guru's getting too loud, or if you're getting too drunk. I want the beam. Just boom, light that beam.
Beam it.
And then that's like, you better shut up.
Okay.
Or wrap it up.
How about
Wrap
a
it up.
gavel for you? That way you can just pop, pop, pop. You can
That's
just,
fine.
you know.
Any power you want to give me, I'll take it.
Well,
That's kind of the way I am.
any power that would possibly be offered, you will take it. I don't need to give it.
I already think I have it. That's the weird thing
I
about
mean, you already lobbied in the back office to be the moderator.
I did not lobby. That was bestowed upon me without request.
It's our show, and I'm in the big boy chair, so by proxy,
That is not the way it went down.
It's my show.
That is not the way it went down.
Yeah, that's what we need.
I said that between 2 to 6, I drive this bus. And I do.
If I don't drive it, I'm not showing up.
That's right. 333-161 if you want to be a bus driver. Okay?
For another host, you are going to have to look. If I don't drive it, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun.
It's going to be a great time. So come out and see us. That's number one. Number two, this one's a hard one for me to answer, and we're going to get to your calls here just momentarily. 888-957-9570. Does Jordan Poole need to talk? This is one of those things I think is tough to answer because I don't think he owes it to anybody to talk. This is that repetitive thing we get. Does he owe it to? No. Jordan Poole gets to be Jordan, and if Jordan's quiet or if he's an introvert, whatever. Just like Andrew Wiggins. It'd be awesome if Andrew was Draymond and he just showed up for the Sacramento series. It's like, so here's what happened. You guys will never believe this. And then he just told everybody that'd be great. That's not Andrew. Andrew just showed up and he's like, a little smile, and he's like, I'm back.
Right.
Okay.
It was a family thing, and I'd rather not talk about it.
And Jordan is maybe somewhere in between those, but he's not someone who likes attention. He's a good talker, but he usually gets sort of abstract and playful with the media, which I take maybe as a defense mechanism. It's a way of not having to get vulnerable and get deep. And if you don't want to do that, don't do that. But if I were Jordan's PR rep, I'd be grinding right now. I'd be grinding because here's what's at play for Jordan Poole. You could effectively get yourself traded, or you could effectively ensure that you're not traded, and you can direct where public opinion on this matter goes based on your words, because in effect, we're now done with the season, and this happened before the season even started. And we're sitting here 8 months later.
Still talking about it, yeah.
And still wondering what you think about it. And Steve Kerr thinks that there's no problem, they can get over it. And Draymond Green wants to sit on a sword and say, my fault, my fault.
Right.
But we can fix this.
Would you have a straight right hand?
But can we? There's only one person who has the answer.
Right. And he
There's
can
only
do
one
this.
person
He
who
can
has
do
the
this
answer.
3 different ways. He can release a statement and say, A, B, C, D, and E. This is how I feel. He can do a press conference where he meets the horde of media, which I don't think he wants to do. Or he can do what LeBron famously did, Mark, in The Decision, where he handpicked the one reporter who he knew would ask the questions that he wanted to answer, Jim Gray, and talking to LeBron about where he was going to go, and they spent an hour. Jordan doesn't have to do that, but Jordan Poole could pick any one reporter that he feels closest to and give that one reporter a one-on-one interview. and say, I want to get my side of the story out. I want you to ask me all these questions about how I feel, why I played, what Draymond's done, where I'm at, do I want to stay, all that. That would be the best way for Jordan Poole to do this.
I don't even actually know if I agree with you. That's also dangerous. And my PR rep, who goes by the name of the lovely Christy, is texting me right now, and I didn't even need to open the phone to know exactly what she's saying. She's going to say, you're wrong. Absolutely. Keep the mouth shut. And she actually is very, very good in the PR world. I get it. I'm not saying it would be the best thing for Jordan. What I'm saying is Jordan's got a problem because here's the difference between Poole and Wiggins. Wiggins didn't want to talk, and everybody else went with him. Jordan doesn't want to talk, and everybody else is talking for him.
And it's two different things, really.
That's the problem.
Wiggins didn't want to talk because it was a private family matter,
totally
and all
different.
of us,
Yes.
for the most part, respected it outside of a couple of rappers and in Braylon Edwards and a couple other athletes who threw out their wild theories. And ultimately, Andrew came back, and Andrew Wiggins is that guy. Jordan Poole, we have so many questions, and the number one question is, do you want to be here? So the only way that he can dispel the narrative that's out there, that's building, that's growing, I think, is by addressing it. And so, with all deference to the lovely Christy and her tasty lasagna, I do think that his best route would be to handpick a favorite reporter and do a one-on-one. It doesn't even have to be on video or audio. It could just be a one-on-one interview where the interviewer asks the questions that he wants to answer.
I just think, look, this is in the big adult world of attention. This is the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Now, you can listen. Watch if you want to do this. I don't know how many of you did this yesterday. Listen to Steve Kerr's exit interview to the assembled media, and then listen to the direct conversation he had with us. How many times did you hear him use the exact same sentence? Let's not act like this stuff isn't practiced. This is the Warriors. They don't just show up to the press conference and they're like, all right, does everybody want to ask? Yeah, woo, let's fire from the hip, man. They're ready.
Measured.
They know what's going to be asked for the most part. They know what they want to say in certain situations. So that's the issue here for Jordan. The issue is that there is a narrative that Draymond Green would like to get out to the public. There is a narrative that the Warriors and Steve Kerr want to get out to the public. And they have. And Jordan, what's yours? Now, you can keep it, but to me, that's the issue. I'm not even saying I got the answer as to you should or you shouldn't. I'm saying this has not gone well for him because other people are speaking for him. If he doesn't agree with Draymond, that's bad for him because Draymond's going to talk. And we're going to, Draymond, but we don't like that he talked. But, that was nice that at least he took the blame, and we're going to have this conversation, and then that's going to be it. We're going to move on into the world at some point here in the next few weeks with Draymond took the blame. Warriors would have won if he hadn't punched him. Steve thinks they can rally back and be better next year, and break. And that's what we're going to do. And I have no idea if that's what Jordan thinks. I have no idea if that's what Jordan wants. And as Steph Curry said, he's the key. So it doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter if Steve Kerr and Draymond Green think it's water under the bridge. Because it's not water under the bridge until Jordan thinks it's water under the bridge.
Right. And what he said at the start of the year was, not fully that it's water under the bridge. It was, I'm going to move forward and be professional and all the rest of it. And we talked about the Logan Murdoch piece in The Ringer yesterday, which came out, and the comments, I think, were about a month old in terms of what Jordan said, but he talked about it being business, and it used to be a brotherhood, and now it's business. So to me, that doesn't sound like water under the bridge because, each of us has had relationships that have gone from intimate to being less than intimate and maybe friendly or even less than friendly. And, based on the fact that these two people have to still work together and rely on each other. It's more than just working with somebody in the cubicle next to you. You need to trust this person. They need to trust you at the highest possible level in terms of offense, defense, locker room, plane flights, and all the rest of it. So If it's not water under the bridge and Draymond is making it seem like, yeah, in February I got my voice back, which tells me that by February Jordan was like, we're good now. Is that true? Because I don't believe that it is.
Well,
and until Jordan says that.
It might be, but Draymond's point was it's too late. Here's one thing that I do believe in is that Draymond is very, very good at seeing when something's wrong. I think he sees things quicker than other people on the basketball court and probably within a team structure. That's where he's incredibly intelligent. So if he sees things and he's like, that needs to be addressed, and I'm the one who needs to address it, and I can't. That's his point. His point is that the Warriors are not playing anymore because the things that needed to be addressed early in the season that would have gotten this team on the right track, he couldn't do it. And there was nobody there to do it, and therefore it didn't get addressed. You build bad habits. Now you're a worse team than what you would have been, and by February it's too late. He might have a point. He might. The big question is are you ready in October to address those things? And it appears that Draymond thinks yes, and Steve thinks yes. Doesn't matter unless Jordan thinks yes.
Completely, Mark, 100%. And my bigger question to that is, why did it take until February for you to be able to address the team? What changed between October and February other than time? Did you do anything for Jordan? Did you work to make it right with Jordan? Did you go talk to Jordan's parents? Did you talk to everyone close to Jordan and apologize? Genuinely apologize for the embarrassment that Jordan Poole had to suffer? It's one thing to punch a person in the face and nobody knows about it outside of the team construct. That's bad. But to have it get released to the world, and I do mean the world, that becomes a punch followed by another punch, followed by a punch that does not go away unless you really make it right.
I think, and we'd have to go back to get what the comments were at the time. I'm under the impression that Draymond gave every apology that he could at the time. I don't think it mattered. It didn't sound like it. You know what I mean?
Well, he doesn't give every apology that mattered until it matters to Jordan Poole.
But sometimes apologies, shout out Steiny, are not accepted.
I get that.
Right? So,
that came from my brother, but he stole
not
that.
accepted.
Steiny stole that from my brother.
That's
Doug.
fine. I'm sorry about that. But
That's all right.
That's not the end all be all. You can't just say you're sorry and then it's like, okay, now it's over. There's residue.
Right.
And how long does it take for that to go away? Or is it still there?
Or can it ever go away?
Don't know.
That's where I think, and back to the lovely Christy and her PR sensibility, this is where I disagree with her, because if Jordan Poole doesn't come clean with at least it can never be made right, or, we're working through it, then we fans are going to continue to stoke this fire. We on radio, we fans, the Twitter sphere, and all the Stephen A. Smith, everyone's going to keep stoking the fire until the fire gets put out.
Here's the unfair part, because I actually tend to agree with her. Because
it makes good business for you.
Thank you.
Business sense. You're no dummy.
Agree with you, hon. Anyway, we don't know what Jordan really thinks at his core. Obviously, if he thinks it can't be repaired, or if he doesn't want to be a Warrior, good God, he can't come out and say that.
True.
So here's what's unfair. Since you can't say that, if you say nothing, some of us will assume that is what's true. Because you could come out and say, I really want to be a Warrior, and we're going to work on this offseason, and we can salvage this, and we will come back and be a better team. You could say that publicly. Nobody would be mad if you said that. But he hasn't done that. So we're going to assume that you feel what you can't say if you say nothing. And the reason that's unfair is that's an assumption that's based on his feelings, and he might just not be talking because he just doesn't like to talk.
Well, and it's also based on his play. If he would have balled out and played as well as he did last year, this would not be as strong of a narrative as it is, because he played poorly. He sulked. His teammates got mad at him, openly frustrated. Steph Curry threw a mouthpiece over the decision-making that Jordan Poole exercised on the court. So all those things have led us to where we question whether or not he wants to be here. If Jordan Poole would have averaged 20 points a game in the playoffs and been a real factor and been the same Jordan Poole he was last year, the narrative would not be as ferocious.
I mean, Draymond Green comes out Friday night and is like, I want to retire a Warrior. I am ride or die with this group. I came in with them. I want to go out with them. I didn't hear Jordan Poole say that. And why would he?
And I didn't hear Draymond say, I want to be here with Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
He talked about wanting to be here with Steph and Klay.
Yeah.
So there's that as well. That to me, and it all stokes the flame a little bit more of the what if. And I still don't believe that Jordan and Draymond can coexist.
You still don't?
I don't. Despite what Steve said, despite Draymond's mea culpa last night with Stephen A. Smith, until I hear Jordan say, yeah, Draymond's going to be my big bro again, we're working through it, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, but I get that. I get that.
Call me a skeptic.
Well, no.
Call me a cynic.
No, I really get torn between what would be good for someone to say, do they even feel comfortable saying anything, or do they just feel something that you can't say? It's one of those three things, and there's no way to know which one it is. But I know how the world and media works, and if he doesn't talk, other people are just going to do it for him. And I feel like that's what's happening right now. So let's dive into this. Those of you who have been very patient, straight to the calls coming up next, all of the perspective on what Draymond said on ESPN, and could Jordan Poole say something that would change this offseason? I'm not saying he should talk, but I do think he has the power, if he wants it, to change the entire offseason. 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the top professionals by attending the West Coast Buildings and Facilities Management Conference this May 23rd and 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Sponsored by BOMA, IFMA, ABC, and NECA. This event is your one-stop shop for all things buildings and facilities throughout the Bay Area. Register to attend today and receive free lunch and parking. This event is free for all qualified professionals. Register online at proexpos.com. That's PROEX.
All right, 888-957-9570. We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. And if anyone swears, you get to hear it, even though nobody else will, except for I don't think anyone in here is going to swear because no. That's not going to happen. But sometimes other people call in and swear.
Occasionally.
And then Grandy's all over it, but then you're on YouTube, which is the internet, and like it's still there, and you get to hear it, and so that's fun.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're all adults here.
And the FCC does not police the internet. It's the Federal Communications Commission, which only polices the over-the-air.
Exactly.
So those of you listening over the air, and we love you for that, and thank you, the OGs, the triple OGs, they don't have to worry about the internet.
No, we know this. There are no police on the internet. Good
Seriously,
God,
right?
You dirty people. Like and subscribe for all the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. YouTube.com/957 The Game. How about JV in San Jose? You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, JV, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? I've just been listening to the show. Long-time listener of you guys, the Rose, Steiny, and Guru, and everybody.
Appreciate it.
I don't call very often, but that Draymond clip kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It's such a lack of awareness from Draymond showing on that clip with him and Stephen A. that he doesn't even realize that it's not really on him to decide when he gets his voice back and if he's done enough. Not only that, but if Draymond's not recognizing himself and what role he played in the series in the Lakers and how he didn't have that impact that he normally has on the floor versus AD and LeBron that were his friends. And to not even expand on that or address that, like, hey, I should have played better. Hey, I could have done this better. Just is such a lack of awareness. And moving forward, I have a question. With the salaries and the new NBA and NBA PA agreement that they had and that everybody was saying was aimed towards the Warriors and the Clippers, how will that affect their moves moving forward and the salaries and exactly how the taxes work?
Yeah, so a few things. I'm not going to jump into something and give you a vague answer and act like I'm a salary cap expert in the NBA. I know that it becomes more punitive for the luxury tax offenders. We'll try to get Bobby Marks or someone like that on soon so that they can explain it. However, I would also add explaining those kinds of things on the radio, usually no bueno. They're very, it's convoluted, it's difficult, and quite frankly, for conversations like today, it's kind of irrelevant. I'm more interested in the first thing you said, JV, which is that you think Draymond is lacking awareness for saying this, and you think that you didn't like what he said. He should have said a bunch of other stuff. Here's where I'm going to defend Draymond. You don't get to tell him what his opinion is on why they lost.
Sure. But what he said, JV said, is it was tone deaf. That was what he said. His opinion of Draymond was that it was tone deaf to come out and say what he said.
That's one thing. The second thing, though, is he wanted Draymond to address his own poor play, which is, I think, a little bit of a head scratcher to me, because when I get on my list of people who didn't play well in the Lakers series, I got to go for a little bit until I get to Draymond.
But you get to Draymond.
Well, I mean, there's not that many players on the team.
Right.
You're going to get there.
And if you look at Draymond's podcast that he released after the ouster to the Lakers, the headline is Steph and Klay missed a bunch of shots and we lost to L.A., and boy, was LeBron better than we were. There was no mention in the headline about his poor play, which rubbed many people the wrong way in terms of accountability.
Do you think Draymond played poorly in the Lakers series?
I don't think that he didn't play worse than Jordan Poole. He didn't play worse than Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
He played worse than Kevon Looney. He played worse than Steph Curry.
I mean, Looney's role shrunk.
Well, that wasn't Kevon's fault. That was Steve Kerr diminished his role.
Yeah, well, based on matchups.
Draymond Green in Game 6 was largely ineffective.
Oh, everybody was terrible in that game.
Until it came time for a post-game hug.
Everybody, but...
And a post-game podcast.
Yeah, I'm not going to,
No, these are my words.
That's fine.
These are my words.
That didn't bother me one bit.
It bothered me. Okay. I'm saying that it bothered me, and I've said that it bothered me on 3 different occasions now. It bothered me.
Did it bother you when Steph had a long hug with LeBron?
No, because it was not nearly as long, and it wasn't
long.
There was no ear-to-ear grin. So, again, you're asking me if it bothered me, and I'm telling you that it bothered me. And it bothered more than just me. It bothered many
I know,
Warriors
because
fans.
it actually said the second the game ended, I looked at it and I go, oh boy, here we go. That's going to bother people.
I said the same thing to my wife. I said, I got to make sure I watch this to get a full sense for that.
Yeah.
And then his podcast, he takes no accountability. And then with Stephen A. Smith last night, it's basically, I didn't get my voice till February, and by then it was too late.
Okay, actually,
how come?
I got a good question here, because does this not count? Let's all listen to this again. This doesn't count as accountability? Is that what we're saying?
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. Well, while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
Tone deaf is what I'm being told. Lack of accountability. He's on ESPN saying we're still playing if I don't punch Jordan Poole. That's not accountability?
No, I mean, that's the elephant in the room. That's not accountability to me. And it's why did it take till February?
Well, no, it took till now. Why did it take till February? Because those things are hard to get over, and maybe they didn't even get over it at all.
Yeah.
But if you're on ESPN saying we're still playing if I don't do that, that's not accountability. He's taking blame for the entire season. That's what I hear. That's not accountability.
It's accountability after the fact. Where's the accountability in the moment? That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, where's the accountability in the moment? This is on October 8th, right after it happened.
The embarrassment that Jordan has to deal with, that this team has to deal with, that this organization has to deal with, but also Jordan's family. You know, his family saw that video. His mother, his father saw that video. And quite frankly, if my mother saw that video, I know how my mother would feel. I know what her I know what her reaction would be, and I know what her next step would be. And so for that, I apologize to his mother and his father and, you know, his family, his friends that care for him, because that is a sense of, or a level of embarrassment that they have to deal with too.
I just, listen, you can be mad at Draymond. You don't have to like what he's done. You don't have to like what he's said. I want to make sure we're being accurate here on what this, I feel like something is being built here. Like Draymond never said sorry. Draymond never took accountability.
Let me ask you this.
Draymond has done all of those things.
Let me just ask you this.
Yeah.
Is an apology at a podium in a press conference setting the same as an in-person, face-to-face apology?
Of course not. Are you under the impression that he didn't talk to him?
I'm not under the impression that he went to his parent. He says, I want to apologize to his parents and his friends. Did he go to Jordan Poole's parents? Did he go to Jordan Poole's friends and apologize? Or was this podium blanket, I'm sorry apology?
I mean,
what was issued?
I don't know how any of us could answer that other than him, but I certainly...
That's what I wonder.
But if we're going to make an assumption based on everything he said and the fact that they're teammates and around each other every single day, and his feeling that they didn't get to a good spot until February, I'm going to make what I don't think is a very wild assumption that, yes, he spoke to him and apologized.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure he spoke to him and apologized.
I don't know. I just don't know where we're getting this idea that Draymond is not being accountable.
Well, I wonder, and this is my own. This is my own imagination, wondering what happens between October 8th, which is when that press conference was, which was, I think, 2 or so days after the incident. And then you get all the way to February when he finally is able to feel like he gets his voice back. What happened in the 4 months in between? Was it an apology one time and, he's going to get over it and we're going to move forward, or is it a continual work to rehabilitate the relationship? Because what I saw from Jordan Poole all year was an inconsistency, and I saw a disconnect between Draymond and Jordan, Klay and Jordan, Steph and Jordan. Something wasn't right with Jordan Poole, and it's not to excuse Jordan from his responsibility to be a professional basketball player through thick and thin, but I wonder what took place between October 8th and when he got his voice back.
That's fair. Yeah, and who knows? Although I will tell you this, we're going to keep bringing you things that were said back in October that are newly relevant because none of us really remember exactly what was said. Can Jordan Poole be a brother with Draymond Green again? Do you want to know what Jordan Poole said on October 17th? We'll have that for you next on Willard and Debs.
Why do we knock on doors like this? Why do we make pets look like...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's back up, shall we? Beep, 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 beep. Boy, you look good. You get to back that thing up.
I love it when you go hip-hop.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so funny.
That's my guru on the Friday when the Warriors were going to clinch against the Kings, but then they didn't. Guru, every time Phil Collins played, he's just like, yeah, Dub Nation, yeah,
the chef.
And I'm like just driving to Chase Center, and I'm like, inject this into my veins.
Totally.
This is amazing.
And they lost by 50. Whoops, sorry about that, everybody.
So bad. They were terrible.
Yeah.
They were terrible, which was wild because for my money, Game 5 against Sacramento, that was the most impressive performance of their entire playoff run.
Yeah, you said it the next day.
Yeah, that game, it's one thing. When you come back, you're like, boom, boom, you took 2 punches, and then you deliver them back, 2-2. I always think the normal thing then is to relax. You're like, okay, we did it. We're back even. It's kind of like if you're down 3 touchdowns in the NFL, and then you score 3 times in the fourth quarter. We're even. And the other team goes right down the field and wins the game.
Yeah.
Damn it. Like, that's what should have happened in Game 5. The Kings go back home. They should have been like, all right, that's enough of that. And, man, the Warriors were restaurant quality. Whoo, they were good that game.
Draymond Green off the bench with 21.
Yeah.
Off the bench,
that
dog.
Was a great. Looney was amazing.
He only had 22 rebounds.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Is that all? What'd you have?
He had 4 points and 22 boards.
22 rebounds. So good.
Klay Thompson with 25.
Yeah.
Remember those days?
I remember when he could. No, I'm not going to do that to him. Stop.
No, but
anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was a great performance in that game. All right, we'll go back to the phones in a second, but we thought everybody would maybe like a little history lesson, selves included, because I don't remember exactly what everybody said in October.
Right.
We just played you a little Draymond. We'll do it again in a second, but let's go back to the start. The team has made this, in my mind, a new issue again. They're the ones who have brought this back up in the last 48 hours, very much saying that this was a major part, in different ways, but a major part of the reason as to why the Warriors fell short. And Draymond Green goes so far last night with Stephen A. Smith to say, yes, we would still be playing if I hadn't punched Jordan Poole. All right. If that's the thing, if that's the reason, then let's go back and remember how it all started. So you know the incident, but do you remember what Jordan Poole said when he was asked if he thinks that he can get back to a brotherhood with Draymond Green? This was stated on October 17th.
Yeah, if I said it, I meant it. Like I said, we're here to play basketball. And our teammates and the coaching staff and the organization, everybody knows what it takes to win championship, and when we get out there on that court, we got one common goal, for 48 plus minutes. Get the job done, win as many games as we can, and try to repeat.
Yeah, I remember that answer now. I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now.
Right.
When you start saying things like, we play basketball, we're going to do this for 48 minutes, it made it feel at the time where it's like, okay, so you're going to be brothers for the 48 minutes when the game clock is rolling. But then that's it. Then you want to go your separate ways. Now, it didn't bother me then. It was October 17th, and it was very fresh. But if that remained the vibe all year, and the Warriors say that it didn't, but again, Jordan has never spoken on this again. So if that is what reigned throughout the year, well, then that's a problem.
Especially knowing that this team has thrived on the vibes, Mark. And, Kevin Durant talked about whatever happened to joy. I thought we were doing joy because this team has always been about joy. It's been about the shimmy shake, the Splash Brothers, and even Draymond at his angriest and as ornery as he plays with that singular passion. And when his engine is firing on all 8 cylinders, he's an unstoppable force. And yes, he crosses the line and all that, but Draymond Green, offensively, defensively, he can be a completely electrifying force for this team. And so when that ethos, that vibe was different, and how could it not be? And you heard Jordan Poole, he sounded pretty downtrodden there in saying, yeah, it's business and it's about 48 minutes or 48 plus minutes a game, and we're going to do our best to bring back the championship vibe and all that. He was not very convincing.
Yeah, well, and very fresh. And now when now we know Draymond says it took all the way until January or February till things were right. Yeah, he probably was forcing answers that he wasn't even really comfortable giving. Now here's Draymond on his relationship with Jordan Poole.
We've had a very good personal relationship. He's a guy who I've tried to take under my wing since he got here, a guy who I've advocated for, and a guy who I have encouraged to have a voice and keep your voice and be true to you and stay true to you. And so that is on me to do the work to rebuild, but on his time if he ever wants to do that. I think that is a personal choice for Jordan, and I have to accept whatever comes with that.
I asked Steve Kerr yesterday, where is your confidence that Draymond and Poole can still get back to what they were before?
Very high, because I know the character and the quality of all the people on this roster. I know the tone that Steph Curry sets in our locker room. I know that Draymond and Jordan were very close. From the minute Jordan arrived, with the Warriors out of Michigan, and they had that Michigan connection and Michigan State rivalry, and Draymond really took him under his wing. They built a relationship that was important to both of them, and so I know all of the parties involved really want us to play well. They really want each other's careers to go well, and but it does require work, and that's going to be part of it.
Everybody's referencing what it used to be between Draymond and Poole.
The past tense struck me in that answer, what it was, and Draymond took Jordan Poole under his wing. Not that Jordan Poole is still under his wing, because I don't think that he is under his wing. So what happened from early October into late May is much ado about nothing, in my opinion. I don't know how much things actually did get better. Yes, Draymond apologized, and Jordan spoke 10 days after the incident and said, we're going to move forward and try to regain this championship caliber that we had last year. But between then and the way the year ended, it didn't feel like there was much progress in that relationship.
We're having this conversation because Draymond Green went on with Stephen A. Smith on ESPN, Stephen A's World, last night, and the conversation very much went back to this incident.
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. Well, while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
I got to tell you, man, I kind of buy a lot of what he's saying. I know that every time Draymond speaks on controversial topics, there's an immediate response for many, and it's fair, that, dude, don't talk. Lack of self-awareness. You shouldn't be doing this. But tucked into what he's saying for me is, A, accountability. He's taking the blame for the entire season, and B, I think the timing of what he's saying, it makes sense. If he didn't feel like himself until February, yeah, they kind of cooked by then.
What did he do in November, December, and January?
It takes time.
I don't know if he tried, and this is where is where accountability after the fact to me is not real accountability, because you let the whole season play out and it ended the way it ended. And now you're going to come out and say, well, yeah, it's of course because what happened. And in February, we finally became who we should have been. They were 29-29 at the All-Star break, and they went 15-9 after that. So they were a little bit better, not markedly better, from February on, and I don't believe you lost to the Lakers.
No Wiggins
for that reason. Yeah, and you didn't have Steph before then. So Steph missed about 24 games in the year, so you could look at a number of different factors as to why they won then, why they didn't win now. I don't really believe that the season went as badly as it did because he and Jordan Poole weren't on the same page and that his voice was not one that was heard. I think the season went the way that it went because they weren't as good as last year. And whether or not that was Jordan Poole, it was Draymond Green, it was all of them as a collective. Their bench wasn't as good. Their young players didn't contribute early like they wanted them to. They just weren't as good. So, yes, he's taking accountability after the fact. But to me, what I hear him say is, well, I mean, what good is it? Yes, you're taking accountability now. Where was the accountability in mid-October when you could have made it right?
We played that
but
for you.
But he didn't make it right. So
because
what he's saying is that they went through November, December, and January, and he didn't have his voice. Why couldn't you make it right?
Have you ever messed up with your spouse?
So many times.
Okay, and do you go home and say you're sorry?
Immediately.
Is it over right then?
No, but I don't wait until February.
He didn't. That's not what he said. He said he didn't feel like himself. It didn't get to start to.
Right.
It didn't start to get better.
No, I
until
heard what
February.
he said. Yeah.
I think we've heard Draymond say that he's apologized 100 different ways, and apologies don't resonate until the person who's receiving them is ready.
Yeah.
What I don't know yet. I don't think any of us can. I don't know if what Steve Kerr said yesterday is going to be the reality come October. In other words, does a little bit more time, and this time you get to get away from each other. Does 4 months away from one another, does that do the trick? And just a fresh start, a new season, some clarity will be involved. Like, is Draymond going to be on the team or not?
Yeah. Sounds like he's going to be.
Sounds like it, but
according to his words.
Well, he wants to be. And the Warriors are working on an extension. Whether they agree or not, we'll see. That's, to me, the question that remains. I don't personally have any questions about whether or not Draymond was apologetic and took responsibility. I just know that apologies and taking responsibility aren't always enough.
I get that.
Yeah, they're not always enough.
I don't get the sense that enough was done to where you make that right. And, Jordan Poole may never forgive him. And that's up to Jordan Poole to either say or not say. And if he doesn't say whether or not he can accept the apology, then all of us out here are going to be left to speculate on how we think Jordan Poole received the apology and whatever the apology was. And, you mentioned a spousal dispute. If you have a spousal dispute of this order, I'm not saying anything physical because that goes beyond an apology. That's into the realm of criminality.
Go to jail, yeah.
I'm not saying that, but if you have a fight with your spouse and you are in the wrong and you apologize, it's incumbent upon you to make the relationship better as aggressively and as soon as you possibly can. And if you have to wait, and I hear him say it wasn't until February where I was able to get my voice back, I wonder what happened between the initial apology and when you got to February and you finally felt like you could have your voice be heard again.
Yeah. I mean, he has said a number of times that he had to lay back because he didn't have the credibility. All the players who said you need to regain trust. My perception is that it had to take time.
I get that.
Right? You don't
I
get to do
wonder
it
how
overnight.
much the organization not punishing Draymond Green affected the way Jordan Poole was either able to or not able to get over the incident. Because I'm just watching the TMZ video again, Mark, to watch it back, to refresh in my mind the severity and the violence with which that punch was delivered. It was a straight up, like, out of my shoes. There was a lot of history behind that punch. I don't think that punch came from, and again, I can't speak for Draymond's motivation in punching Jordan Poole in the face, but I see a guy come out of his shoes with authority. Shout out Larry Beal. And so a punch of that heft, I don't know if Jordan can ever get over it.
No, he assaulted him.
Well, the SFPD declined to press charges.
Correct.
So it was not an assault.
Well,
according to the law,
the legal realm. But
correct.
By the definition of assault, he assaulted him.
At least battery. Yeah. I mean, it's
Look, this is definitely going to be one of the things that's on the table at the Warriors Summit. Okay, all of us, Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Goo, me, Dibs, JD as well, are all going to be with you from 4 to 6 at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Okay, let's have some drinks. Let's talk out some Warrior off-season. 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. Come see us. Our show will be there all the way, 2 to 6, but the regular Willard and Dibs action from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 6, it really ramps up because everybody will there. And yes, it's open to the public. So an open forum, open discussion about all of the Warrior issues that are out there. And take a listen, there are plenty. So that's coming up next Monday, Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Come join us. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. How about Kevin in Fremont? Hey, Kevin, you're on with Willie and Debbie. What are you doing, Kevin?
Well, I was waiting to express my thoughts.
Yeah.
And but before I get into that, you guys are my favorite show, and I really appreciate from the moment that you took the air together how you interact back and forth, and you just came across as friends sharing their thoughts about sports, and it's great.
Kevin, thank you. You're our favorite caller. I don't know if you know that.
Well, thanks. I have a different perspective about whether Poole can get over it. First of all, if I had gotten punched by a coworker, I'm not sure I would get over it. I might find a way to coexist. And on a team, on a basketball team, you can't just coexist. You have to work as one string on a string on offense and defense. And my point about Poole specifically is he's never met anybody he wants to guard full out. He doesn't want contact, and I'm not talking about punches now. I'm just talking about on the court contact. He's afraid of contact. He doesn't want to stand in there. He doesn't want to get in front of people. He doesn't mind people driving past him and reaching in and fouling. That's constant. That's a constant mode, and he hopes to get ball, but he gets called for fouls. And I made a call many months ago, and it had to do with the Wiseman thing. Well, Wiseman wasn't a fit for whatever reasons, and we're not going to go back on those. But Poole, being the fact that you're supposed to play defense on this team, Poole is no better a fit on this team. He gives up as many, if not more, points. So my whole point to this is whether it's a punch, whether it's whatever, it doesn't matter. He doesn't belong here.
Well, Kevin, okay, now let's answer that.
Kev, you're still our favorite.
Yeah, you're still our favorite.
Even though you're getting run.
I don't, well, you're not getting run. I mean, there's a clock. Yeah, so, Kevin, this is a very good call.
Thank you, Kevin.
However, I respectfully, I don't agree.
With the fit?
Well, I don't agree that that's a hard line stance. Jordan doesn't fit, and the reason being he doesn't play defense. Here's what I'd say about that. There's a lot of young, offensively minded players in the NBA who don't play defense.
More and more now, I think, than ever, Mark.
It's true,
yeah,
but
you're right.
especially early in their career. You know who used to be one of these? His name's Steph Curry. I
Don't
wonder.
you defame Steph Curry. That's slander.
When he was 23, this was him. He was him.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to, especially someone like Jordan, who has the story he has, okay? G-Leaguer, turned $128 million. This is someone who has shown he will put in the work, okay? So what I'm not going to do is tell Jordan that he'll never be a good defender.
Right.
I will agree right now that he's a bad one. He's a bad one, and if I were him this offseason, that's what I'd be working on. I would be like, okay, it is time to figure out how I can better myself as a defensive player in this league, because I think that would up his value tenfold if he becomes a two-side of the court player.
I'd work on his balance if I were him.
Well, and yes, go
work
ahead
on
and
staying on his feet.
keep your feet.
Yeah.
Right? It's almost like little kids at the pool. No running.
Totally.
Slow down.
Keep your feet.
That's right. Keep your feet.
I wonder how you work on defense like that in the offseason, other than getting stronger and looking at film and figuring out how you can be a better defender, because he was bad in all the phases of defense, on ball, off ball, in the interior, rebounding and all the rest of it. I wonder if the coaches have a blueprint for improving your defense. Like offense, you can improve. Like work on your handle, work on your jumper, your as Guru would talk about it, or your skirt, other guruisms. But those things you can work on individually. I wonder about defense.
If only the Warriors had a player who you could go to,
like a big brother,
and ask about defense,
like a mentor.
Gosh, hang on, let me think.
Take him under your wing. Interesting.
No, sorry, I can't think of it.
I can't think of
blank. Drawing a total blank.
Andre Iguodala was a good defensive player.
He got good sweaters. He really knows how to wrap people up like that. But anyway,
the Jordan Poole fit idea is interesting.
I think the answer is yes, though. Yes, you can work on defense.
Yeah,
Steph did it,
but
he's not great.
I don't know if Jordan does fit, and I agree with Kevin on that. Based on the fact that you already have two guards and a third guard who is a score first kind of guard, you'd be better off with a Malcolm Brogdon type of guard, a guy who is more of a defense first guard.
Maybe in this moment, I'll agree with you in this moment, but Jordan Poole is not a fully formed basketball player yet. So I don't know. I don't know if he can get better on the defensive end. That would definitely be the goal. I do think this though. I think it's hard to say players that have Jordan's ability just flat out, quote, don't fit. If Jordan Poole doesn't fit, like if you can't play him on your roster, well, I might have questions about you as a coach because you can find a spot for that player. And they have, okay? Like, here would be my other response. If Jordan doesn't fit, then how'd they win a title with him? How'd they win a title with him?
Well, I mean, he was on the team, but he was not.
Played a very key role.
He played a role.
Huge role.
He played a role.
I mean, look.
We can debate this.
He didn't have a great postseason top to bottom.
He was probably the fifth most important player in the postseason.
I mean, look, but take the whole season. Getting the 3 seed is a part of winning the championship.
Agreed.
And even in the playoffs, he had some very good games. He was better than he was this year. Jordan Poole, they're not winning that without him.
He's more of a regular season player, in my opinion, right now than he is a postseason player, and maybe it's because of the team that he's on, and you don't need him to be the scorer that he could be for other teams, but right now for this team, I don't know how much he fits, and if he and Draymond can't really coexist, and that's yet to be determined. We haven't heard from Jordan Poole on that. We know that Draymond has taken the blame for this season, big of him, but we haven't really heard that he and Jordan are all good to go for next year.
No, and maybe they're not.
Right?
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your calls continuing next, 888-957-9570. Draymond has spoken. Steve Kerr has spoken. What's the right thing for Jordan Poole to do next? And speaking of Steve Kerr, let's go back in time to October for an answer that he gave about what was important coming up next after the incident had taken place. We'll have that for you in a moment on Willard and Dibs.
Wine, NASCAR. Not exactly the first pairing that comes to mind, but in Sonoma, it's a classic duo. You've got 12 challenging turns for drivers, beautiful wine country, and high-energy campgrounds.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
That's right.
Yeah, it is.
Any minute now, somebody could punch somebody. That's possible.
I'm in a good mood.
I know you are. Yeah. Why
About
not?
a month in a row now.
Why wouldn't you be in a good
Turn
mood?
over a new leaf over here, kid.
It's Wednesday. It's hump day.
Baby slept. And that's really, my whole world is dictated by an 8-month-old.
We all have that. There's all that, right? We have this global view, but all of us, like your good mood or your bad mood is based on the email that you just did or didn't get. Or for you, how many hours did you get last night?
I got about 8.
8.
Pretty good.
8?
And I'll
Dude,
say
I don't even get 8.
I'll say this.
You got an 8 burger?
I'll say this about your boy over here, and I'll go third person. Dibber Claus shook off some adversity before I even got to the job today. Somebody's in my parking spot, and you know what? Didn't lose my cool.
Yep.
Handled it like an adult. Didn't key his car. Didn't slash his tires.
Yeah.
Wanted to. Didn't.
It's interesting because I actually was walking. I don't even know if you saw me. I was walking through the parking lot when you arrived.
Oh.
And I heard you muttering to yourself as you came in to do what I've done every day for the last 3 weeks.
Well.
Without issue.
Yeah. Well.
So good for you. GFY, Dibs.
Good for you. It's because you took my spot, and then the guy who normally takes my spot
That's
took
what
your
he does.
spot.
We have spots, and whoever gets here first gets one, and then Lucas takes the other. You can use his name. He's Lucas. He's sitting right there.
Who?
Lucas takes the other one. There are circumstantial reasons for it, and then the other one has to somehow rig his way into Lucas's spot, which is a challenge. Although the person with the twice as big car has the bigger challenge than the person in the is it a Honda Fit?
It is, and it fits anywhere. And
That's
I'll
right.
Just before we get back to Draymond
And
here,
we don't have to deal with this anymore in about 6 weeks.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms. But I say to Lucas, so Lucas, what the blank am I supposed to do? You're in my spot.
That's the conversation that I heard when I was walking by. Yeah,
And he
that
says,
one.
you can take my spot. And I said, well, I feel bad for whoever's parked next to you. And he said, it's Stacy. And I said,
Oh, yeah.
You mean Stacy, the big boss? And he goes, yep, that's the Stacy.
Go ahead and scrape that car.
I said, it's going to take me a minute to park. 9 turns later,
Seriously?
I wedge my way in there.
Dude, sometimes it's just on faith. I did a 27-point turn yesterday to get into that spot. And then sometimes, now I've just decided it's a game. I get into the spot and I'm like, huh.
Look at me.
I'm blowing the back of my fingernails.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm in here without bumping anything. I also don't terribly care about my car, so if I do bump something, I got 3 kids and a dog. You should see
And a
what
bunch of problems.
You should see what my couch looks like.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of
My
problems.
man, my toilet seat snapped yesterday while I was sitting on it. Everything's broken.
Jesus.
You got a big butt.
Right? I mean, seriously. Look at me. I'm 6'2". I'm not even 200 pounds. And my daughter last night was like, "You're fat." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like,
big
"You
gray
sat down
pumpkin."
on the toilet seat and the thing snapped in half." How do you feel about your life? I'm like, "Not good. Not good." Good night, honey. Oh gosh. So what do I care if I scrape the Kia? What do I care?
Yeah.
We could do about it.
Just don't scrape Stacy's car.
No joke. Don't do that. All right, we promised you Steve Kerr. Listen to this now, okay? This is from October 8th of last year, after the incident.
Thank you.
We got it, by the way. I think we collectively need to figure out if this is going to be called the incident or the punch.
Well, I called it the punch yesterday,
know.
and I got dead air.
Well, and we still, to this day, we don't know. I mean, it's only one day later, but I still don't know if Steve just maybe had a frog in his throat.
I don't think so.
Or maybe he hates you.
I don't think he hates me because he laughed at one of my later quips about Steph Curry maybe being over the hill and not ready for the Olympic team.
Yeah, I mean, boy, do you know anybody who knows how to pull off a fake laugh?
A couple people. Wait, was that a fake laugh?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Man. Second guessing everything now.
Second one was real. Anyway.
Thanks. I couldn't tell.
Okay, so here's...
That one's real, I know, because you can't contain yourself.
Oh,
when the
God.
head goes down, I know you're really laughing.
All right, so here's Steve Kerr, who's asked about the locker room after the incident.
I think it's really important for our fans to know what's going on with the team. And then there are times it's really important for things that only concern the team to stay quiet and stay within the sanctity of the locker room, which, given where we are in 2022, that's almost becoming an oxymoron. We have cameras in our locker room during halftime of the finals. So the sanctity of the locker room has been under assault for a long time. But I think given the state of the world right now and how we live and social media, constant criticism, judgment that comes with all that, we understand that's a big part of what drives the NBA. So that means what we have to do is try to find the balance. And this is a big test for us, finding that balance, giving our fans information on one side and handling our business internally so that we can be the best version of ourselves all season long. And that's what we're trying to do.
I can see why that rubbed some people the wrong way.
Oh, he was pissed.
Except
you can hear it in the answer.
But what was he pissed about?
He was pissed about the fact that the news got out. He was more angry about that getting out than he was about Shams finding out about the starting lineup. But he was mad about Shams finding out about the starting lineup. Steve is mad about the sanctity of the locker room and the sanctity of what is private becoming public.
But here's the question that I think a lot of people ask. Are you more upset about the sanctity of the locker room than you are that Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole? That's the question. And I think that's why you said this earlier. I don't know if it's still the case. I do firmly believe it was the case then. We talk about trust. Jordan lost trust. Forget Draymond. Jordan lost trust in the Warriors. Jordan lost trust in the Warriors. Jordan had a problem with the way that the Warriors handled the aftermath. Now, I don't know if he still does, but at that time, A, they didn't suspend him, and B, they're giving answers like that. Draymond punches Jordan Poole, and people show up to be angry that not that it happened, but that you found out. That, I'm sure, rubbed Jordan and others the wrong way. I have no question about that.
Agreed, and I will add one log to the fire, and this is just based on fact, and I'm not trying to inflame anybody down there at Chase Center, but Draymond Green was suspended in 2018 for one game for an altercation with Kevin Durant. And I don't believe in that altercation. It involved the punching of another person in the face. It was a verbal altercation, and you remember it stemmed from an incident where Draymond Green got a rebound and Kevin Durant was clapping, and Draymond down the court.
Against the Clippers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
In a game that I believe they went on to lose.
Sure did.
There was an altercation, and Draymond Green was suspended for that verbal altercation, yet when he punches Jordan Poole in the face in the incident, as I guess we're calling it.
The incident.
Right. The incident that was leaked to TMZ. He was not suspended for that incident, but he was suspended for this incident.
Well,
not that Jordan Poole was on the team in 2018, but I'm sure he's aware of, of what happened.
Absolutely. And I do think this, which is that sometimes we ask for everybody to be treated the same, and they're not. So why was that one different? It's Kevin Durant. It's Kevin Durant. The Warriors felt like Draymond was jeopardizing their chances to keep Kevin Durant. They didn't have to worry about jeopardizing keeping Jordan Poole. He's already got a new 4-year deal. And he's 20. At the time, was he even 23 yet? 22, 23 years old. He didn't have the cachet yet. So does that rub you the wrong way? I can see why it does some. But I also understand that there are always different rules for different people. You telling me that the rules are same for Steph Curry and Dante DiVincenzo?
No.
The rules are not the same.
And they're not the same for Draymond Green and Draymond Green. And
that's an interesting point.
Well, because, Draymond is suspended for a verbal altercation with Kevin Durant. Draymond Green is not suspended for a verbal altercation with Steve Kerr that happened a couple of years earlier in a locker room that was not leaked. And then Draymond Green is for the Kevin Durant, but he's not for the Jordan Poole. So dealing with Draymond Green, as we've seen, I can't imagine. Maybe Bob Myers someday will write a book entitled Dealing with Draymond because Bob Myers has been the absolute best at it. Steve Kerr has been right there as well. Tom Izzo, we've had him on the show many times, has spoken to the passion with which Draymond Green plays. I don't know if Tom ever had to deal with this level of an incident, as we're now calling it, with Draymond Green. But when you have a player like Draymond, it is an all-day sucker because you know you have to have Draymond. But at the same time, I don't know if it's you can't stand having Draymond, but there is a part of coaching Draymond that is exhausting.
Izzo just said last week to Bonte and Shasky, he's crazy. Draymond's crazy.
Like a fox.
But like a fox, yes.
Right?
So it feels like everybody who's close to him, we can't act like we understand that, but it feels like everyone who's close with him loves him and hates him. It's one of those love-hate things, and maybe those aren't the right words. But there's a yin-yang where Draymond will come back and he's self-aware and he's such a good talker. He says the right things. He's super, super smart, both on and off the court. There are all kinds of good things that make him a person you want to be around. And then he makes you rub your temples. Then he makes you rub your temples and gives you a migraine once a week.
And just when you are ready to move off of Draymond, he comes out
with
and
brilliance.
Goes 14, 11, and 10 and shuts down the best player on the other team, leads you to a victory, leads you to a championship, leads you to a playoff win. Whatever it is he does on the court makes you think, we can't get rid of Draymond. And then hours later, it's we have got to get rid of Draymond. I mean, all in the same breath.
And that's power. That's power. Like if it ever feels like the Warriors are afraid of Draymond, I mean, I don't know if that's the right word, but they kind of are because he knows they are up a creek without him.
I think they're afraid of life without Draymond, but at the same time, they're probably afraid of what Draymond might do next. And we've seen him get ejected from games for no reason, and the Warriors inexplicably lose that game. We've seen him get suspended from NBA Finals games, and the team blows a 3-1 lead, not solely because of it, but largely because of it. We've seen him run off Kevin Durant because, Kevin Durant, I'm sure, would have loved to have been a Warrior longer than that, but the Draymond-KD relationship was untenable in many ways, yet the guy's won 4 championships, so what are you going to do?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Steve Kerr yesterday. What about if Draymond is not back? What about life without Draymond?
If Draymond's not back, we're not a championship contender. We know that. I mean, he's that important to winning and to who we are. So I absolutely want him back. He's a competitor. He's an incredible defensive player. We can check all those boxes. And he and I have built a really special relationship that has run the gamut. Over the years, we've had our share of run-ins, but we've been through so much. We really care about each other and work together well. He knows that he had a great season this year from a basketball perspective, but he knows that he also compromised things by what happened back in October. And so part of him coming back next year has to be about, rebuilding some of that trust and respect that he's earned here for a long period of time. And one thing I love about Draymond is he's always brutally honest, and he can take that sort of critique because he knows it's the truth. So I want him back. I think we all want him back. And hopefully that's exactly what happens. And we get ready to make another run next year.
That's a whole lot of power. That's a whole lot of power. Just that first sentence. If Draymond's not back, we can't win. That's a lot of power, and he knows he has it.
And you can debate the other side of that all you want, but I don't think that you're going to win that argument with any reasonable NBA person in terms of what he brings to this team. And you can look at all the negative and all the downside, the technicals, the flagrants, the NBA Finals where he gets suspended and all the rest of it. Yet you look at 4 championships, and you think that Steph and Klay would have 4 titles if Draymond Green was never a Golden State Warrior?
0.
Probably. I was just going to ask you how many, Mark.
0.
How many do you think that
0.
Even
0.
But what?
0. Zero.
Geez, you
I mean, I can put it this way. I can.
are working the concert late, Grandy, but I
feel
get it.
I feel so strongly about Steph, and I guess by extension Klay. He has truly achieved greatness as well. But when you talk about players who have that ability to simply walk on the court and change the whole structure of what's going on just because they're there, that's Steph. I can see scenarios if he was on, he had a different set of teammates where that was part of a championship. But if you're asking me, do these Warriors currently, as they've been constructed the last 10 years and did not have Draymond, would they have won? No. I mean, I guess if Kevin Durant, Steph, and Klay were just without Draymond there, they would have been a contender. Yeah, and they might have won. They might have. But, I don't ever, there's never been a time where they've won those 4 rings where I felt like they could have done it without the presence of Draymond Green.
I don't think Kevin Durant comes without Draymond Green being here.
And the defensive end, even with Kevin here, the defensive end doesn't work.
Right.
And that's what wins it for you.
And what we forget about the Kevin Durant era was Draymond Green was a big reason why Kevin Durant started playing defense. In the second year of the title run, Kevin Durant was an elite defender. There was talk about him being all defense because he exerted on the defensive end, because Draymond cajoled him into being, fulfilling his defensive promise, and he was a great defensive player when he played alongside Draymond. So it just speaks to the ongoing conundrum of Draymond Green, the old adage of can't live with him, can't live without him, and that is Draymond in a nutshell.
I don't want to give Draymond all the credit for this, but when you see people play better defense than they ever have before, give better effort than they ever have before in their career, and players who have played on other teams in the NBA, what do you think that is? Why did Kevin Durant play so much better on defense when he was here? Why do you think Andrew Wiggins suddenly works? Why do you think that is? Why do you think Gary Payton II couldn't even get a gig, and then the next thing you know, they're like, this guy's one of the greatest defensive players in the whole league? I'm not giving all of that credit to Draymond, but I'm giving some.
Yeah, it's contagious.
I'm giving some.
Well, when you play with Draymond Green, there are certain things that you can't help but do. One of them is exert effort. And that's why 2 things stand out about what you just said, Mark. One, it took him until February to get his voice back. I don't think that he's lying. I don't think that he's wrong. To me, it's disappointing that is the reality, because you're right, Mark. What Draymond brings to a team when he's at his best is contagious. Juan Toscano-Anderson, GP2, you can't help but play your hardest basketball when he's around. The other piece of that is the Jonathan Kaminga angle, because Jonathan Kaminga, if Draymond wouldn't have punched Jordan Poole, how would his arc have been? If Draymond had his voice, if Kaminga was able to lean on Draymond Green, because Draymond himself said it wasn't until February where I could really be myself. How much did that affect Jonathan Kaminga?
It's a great question.
Boy, that's a great question.
Great question. It does, of course, does not have an answer. It's one of those questions.
Right.
But it's a subject matter that I find very curious and interesting, because the young core all kind of went together. And Draymond lost the voice, and that changes the arc of those players. Let's get to a bunch of calls here on Willie and Dibby here on 95.7 The Game. How about Hatim in Vallejo? Hey, Hatim, what are you doing?
Man, I just had me a coffee. I'm just relaxing, can't complain. What about you guys?
Man, I'd like one. You got like an iced vanilla latte or something hanging around right about there?
Okay, this is what I want to say.
Okay.
I'm a Celtics fan, but I see the way the Warriors could rebuild their team is I feel like they really got to move on from Jordan Poole and Wiggins and send them to Toronto and get Siakam and OG Anunoby, because they'll fit perfectly with the way that the Warriors play, with Siakam being a great player and he could be an all-star. He is an all-star. And OG Anunoby is a two-way player. He's a great player. He give you 16 to 20 points. Because Steph, Klay, and Draymond, I think they still got some juice left in the tank. And I think they're going to re-up and come off the books in 2026, which would be perfect. And that's the way I see it happen.
So Hatim, let me ask you, because those are two
AJ Anunoby.
These are really good players. Can you tell me the deal? What's the deal where Toronto sends Siakam and
don't laugh.
And Anunoby.
The man's got dreams.
No. I love them. I love both those players. But how the Warriors getting them?
Okay, I'm not a Warrior fan, but this is how I see it could be in depth.
Yeah.
I could see it being Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, and you throw in Kaminga, and you might have to throw a first-round pick. And the reason why Toronto would do it is because they would love to take Kaminga and have him develop with Scotty Barnes and, be that two-way player, be like a wing. Toronto's not in a win-now situation. And I believe that Jordan Poole is very talented, and Toronto would value him. He could be a 25 to 23-point game scorer. So that's not an unrealistic deal.
No, that's not crazy. You add in Wiggins and future picks.
Former Canadian.
That's.
I guess he's Canadian for life, but current American, former Canadian.
Please say former Canadian. That's tremendous.
Andrew Wiggins, former Canadian.
Thanks.
Oh
my gosh.
Thanks.
Oh, that was funny. Yeah, that's not listen, now that's a blockbuster.
Yeah.
That's a blockbuster. But
bye-bye 2 timelines.
Yeah.
Moses Moody.
And
PVJ, Ryan Rollins.
Those are just, those are young players.
So 3 players in a pick for AJ Anunoby.
Here's the thing that's hard
and
about
Siakam.
About deals like that is they're heartbreaking. They're heartbreaking. I'm not even saying it's a bad deal, and maybe the Warriors are so much better, but if you watch sports like I think most Bay Area sports fans do, and you do get attached, and there is something emotional about your fandom, not just the standings. If you watch sports that way at all, it'd be heartbreaking for James Wiseman, Jonathan Kaminga, and Jordan Poole all to be gone in one season. Like all of your homegrown future.
Yeah.
Listen, I get it.
If they go 58-24, your heart mends.
You get the 1 seed, everything's fine. I get it. Like Laker fans right now, I don't think many of them are sitting there going, where's all of the people we drafted?
In New Orleans is the answer.
Yeah, exactly. Although I do think there's something that's a little bit less fun about that.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this at nauseum because of what's going on with the Giants. Like, how excited are some of you about Casey Schmidt? And they just swept the Phils. And he's batting .450, and his OPS is over 1,200, and holy hell, the glove.
The arm.
But it's not just that, because there are players. There's always, whoever your favorite team is, there are players who you're like, that's a good player. But this one, he came through the system.
Yeah.
He's ours. That's all I'm saying.
It gives you a little bit more of the feels.
If Kaminga goes and does become a star, it's going to hurt like hell.
It is, but at the same time, if you can get Siakam and Anunoby, both of whom would be entering their last year. I know that Anunoby's got a player option the year after, but it feels like you give it one last good go next year, because to me, it doesn't feel like if you run it back with this roster that you are a championship team. Apologies to Steve Kerr.
What are you doing then, by the way, when suddenly those 2 players are up in
Klay's
only a year?
Up, and who knows about Draymond and
rebooting everything.
Ryan Rollins.
Yeah. All right. We continue with more of your phone calls. And if you are just joining and you're wondering why this has become such a central conversational piece today, if you missed what Draymond Green said to Stephen A. Smith last night on ESPN, it is a must-hear. And we will have that for you next and continue with your calls on Willard and Dibs.
Former Canadian.
Growing a business brings pressure. It's not easy to maintain momentum and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They're scalable.
at the Chase Center in San Francisco on December 1st and then at SAP Center in San Jose on December 4th. 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Go to the contest page at 957thegame.com to enter for a chance at a pair of tickets to either show.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Steve? Steve? Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Similar to the Andrew Wiggins situation, I don't think we're ever going to get to the bottom of that one. I don't know. I've reviewed the tape, Dibs, and tell you what, it's inconclusive.
Okay.
It's inconclusive.
Just for those of you just joining us, we had Steve Kerr on yesterday, and about the must have been the fourth question in, I was playing off of one of his answers and talking about the slow start, and I asked about whether or not the punch, and I might have punched up the word punch a little bit stronger than he anticipated, and maybe I intended, but I mentioned whether or not the championship hangover or the punch affected the slow start. Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
And the Steve, did we lose you was preceded by about 3 seconds of what we call
dead
air in the business. And so I looked at Mark, and Mark looked at me, and I was looking at Mark, and Mark was looking at me, and I felt like the ice had to be broken because I thought we lost him. So I had to ask, Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Like, he doesn't sound mad.
No, but he doesn't sound like we lost him.
No, we didn't lose him.
Nor does he sound like he dropped his phone and, oh, sorry, I dropped my phone.
Maybe.
I didn't hear the, like, because you've been known to drop a thing or two.
Maybe a cat ran through the backyard and distracted him.
Meow.
Boy, the possibilities are endless.
Yes. And I felt bad going home. And I was listening to Mark Grandy.
You should.
Well, before I didn't feel super bad because my phone did not ring with a maybe you should come see me at post show. So I didn't feel that bad, but I thought, you know what, maybe I was out of line. And then come to find out, Draymond Green makes an appearance on Stephen A. Smith and talks about the very thing that I had asked his head coach about.
Are you telling me that you'd still be playing if you hadn't punched Jordan Poole?
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. Well, while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
Okay, so this was kind of my takeaway after hearing that, which is that Jordan Poole is now even further into a tough spot. And the reason is not because, our conversation day started out with just like, does Jordan Poole need to say something, and what do you think? And I think we do that a lot. We do that a lot in the media, and I get why some people think it's self-serving. The media always thinks people need to say something. Why? Because our business is people saying something.
And when people say something, like Draymond Green's podcast is manna from heaven, because he says something, and then we say something about the fact that he said something, and then he usually says something about the fact that we said something about what he had said, which was something, and then we say something about what he said, which is something, and then on and on and on it goes, and then eventually they play a game.
Right, yeah, like I which right now going to be a while.
Yeah,
but we do that. I think it's funny sometimes when you hear on radio or TV, they need to hold a press conference. So in other words, you're saying they need to talk to you. That's what we're saying. They need to talk to us. I think they need to talk to us. That'll fix everything. Because aren't we good at fixing everything? So, yes, admittedly, it's very, very self-serving. I'm not telling Jordan he needs to talk. I'm not even saying it's necessarily the right thing, but here's the inconvenient truth for Jordan Poole, which is that there's a story here, and he's the only one not telling it. And he is a very big player in this story, and he's not sharing his position. Draymond is sharing his position. Steve Kerr is sharing his and the team's position. Steph Curry, even to a degree the other day. That guy's the key. And he points to Jordan Poole. And Jordan has had relatively nothing to say about this. He does not really enjoy attention. He does not really take media conversations at face value, has been my experience. He's a fine interview. I've done that. We've done that. But I don't think it's his comfort zone. And especially when you get to a personal situation like this, and what that leads to is everybody else can tell your story for you. And that's a tough spot for him right now because he wants something, but we don't know what it is. I don't know if he wants to be on the Warriors. I don't know if he wants to be teammates with Draymond Green. I don't know if he wants to be a Raptor. I have no idea. And we maybe don't get to know that, but the way the world works is if we don't know that, we'll just start putting the puzzle together ourselves.
Exactly, because that's what we do in this day and age where it's social media and it's sports talk radio, and we're all fans of the Golden State Warriors, and there are, of all the Golden State Warrior fans, Mark, you fall in one of two camps. Either Jordan Poole is the sauce, and we want Jordan, and he's, could be the next Steph, or you think that Jordan Poole is clumsy, he's reckless, he's careless, and he's not the answer for the Golden State Warriors. They shouldn't have signed him, and he's got to go. I don't know how many people are in the middle. Well, I'm not sure about Jordan Poole. So most fans feel one way or the other. And the majority of people who are in the Jordan's got to stay camp would then look at Draymond Green and say something to the effect of, Draymond, you need to make this right because we love Jordan and we want Jordan here for a long time, and what you did to Jordan wasn't right. Now, there are some people who think, well, Jordan pushed him, so Jordan, he had that coming to him. That's a very small minority, but that notion was out there, Mark. If you remember back to October, and the people who want Jordan Poole to be elsewhere, the majority of those people are saying, well, it doesn't matter what happened in October. You could have played through it. You're not good enough. This team can win without you. Let's get something now while we can, because Jordan Poole, he's not going to be good enough to be a part of a championship team.
I do think this. I do think he's more tradable than a lot of you think.
No, I'm with you there.
I hear a lot of people say, boy, his value is as low as it's ever been. Well, first of all, that's not true, because 2.5 years ago, his value was nothing. He hanging out back and forth from the G League. Okay? I don't think his value is nothing. And I think that there are teams out there who are always addicted to young prospects. They think, get him in our system. We can shape him. If you've got a team out there, it's funny. Seems to me people out there think that teams are really excited about Jonathan Kaminga. Boy, teams would love to have Jonathan. Okay, if you'd love to have Jonathan Kaminga, why would you not love even more to have Jordan Poole? Jordan's the one who's proven himself. One of these players has proven himself to be a 20-point-per-game scorer over 2 years. The other one is still an exciting idea. So Jordan is, now granted, Jordan is way more expensive. I understand that, but he's proven. He's proven. And I don't think too many NBA teams get that tripped up over a bad 2 weeks.
Agreed.
I don't think they do.
And I think that they look at a 23-year-old player who was tied for second in the association in games played this year. Only Mikal Bridges played more games. He played 83. Jordan Poole only played 82. Sorry about that.
That's it.
He was one of 10 players to play 82 games or more.
I did not know. I knew Looney did.
He played
Poole
all 82.
Gosh, good
all
for him.
82.
Yeah, for as much time as he acts injured, he does not get injured.
No, didn't miss a game. And he led the Golden State Warriors in scoring in terms of total points. He scored more points than Steph Curry.
That's wild.
So go ahead, and I know that we can look at that as a nuanced stat, and I'm not a man of nuance. That's Matt Steinmetz, who you can catch live at Buon Vino next Monday from 4 to 6 as we have a Warriors Summit. But Scoreboard, Curry. The final score was Poole 1675, Curry 1648. Put that in your little number 30 jersey and sit on it. Jordan Poole led the Warriors in scoring.
Sort of, yes.
Oh, no.
You're right.
I know he did.
Total points. Yeah.
If you want to, points per game, big deal. How many games did Steph missed?
Big deal.
He missed 26 games.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole shows up with his lunch pail and his hard hat every single day and his banana shoes.
Dibs, you're right, and I don't say that often, but we are having a Warrior Summit on Monday. Our show 2 to 6, and then we will welcome everybody in here from 95.7 The Game 4 to, I said 2 to 6. 2 to 4 will be our show, and then from 4 to 6, the second half of our show, we welcome everybody in for the Warriors Summit. So Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Goo, and JD will all be there with us, and we'll talk it out. All of the Warriors offseason, and you are invited. Juan Vino, Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138, Juan Vino, 4 to 6, open to the public, brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Really hope to see you there. How about Pat in Foster City? Hey, Pat, what are you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of things on the Green and Poole thing. It seems like you guys kind of want Poole to come out and basically say, I'm fine with everything and whatever. And that's the sense I'm getting. That's what you want to hear from him. And I think if he had that to say, honestly, he would have said it by now. I think silence means to me, I'm pissed off. I'm probably not going to get over it. And I don't want to go on media and lie about it. But I don't want to go on and say I'm pissed off because my value for the team and elsewhere is going to go down.
So Pat, can I interrupt you real quick? We'll go back to actually what you just did is exactly what I'm saying. I don't want Jordan to do anything. I don't want Jordan to do something that's inauthentic. So if he doesn't want to be a Warriors, I don't want him to come out and say, I want to be a Warriors. But my point today is the fact that he doesn't leads to people doing what you just did, which is if we don't hear from him, we're going to assume it's bad.
It's a speculation sensation,
It
Pat.
sure is. Pat, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, but I honestly, I think if he was over it and at all, I think we would have heard from him by now. I just don't think he would have come out already. I mean, Green is saying he's over it. Everyone seems to be over it except for the guy that got punched in the face.
Right, but Green says everything. So again, my point is, Jordan, maybe he's not saying anything because you're right and it's bad, or maybe he's not saying anything because he doesn't like to say anything, right? Do you think if Draymond Green disappeared for 2 months and had a family issue, do you think when he got back he would tell you what happened? I kind of do.
It'd be a 44-minute episode.
Right, but Andrew Wiggins won't. And it's not because it was bad, worse, good, better, otherwise. It's because Andrew Wiggins rolls that way. And I don't think Jordan and Andrew are the exact same, although they are very good friends. They do connect.
They don't do yoga together, though.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
But that's the way Andrew is. And Jordan also is not big on attention. He definitely doesn't want negative attention. Let's remember, this was a negative experience for him. So, Pat, I don't think anything you're saying is wrong, but you're kind of actually making my point, which is that if we don't hear from him, the assumption will be that's bad for the relationship between Jordan and the Warriors. And I don't actually know if that's true.
Well, I guess the other thing is, I think to me, I would trade Green and Poole. Green because his technical fouls have cost us games. His suspension during the playoffs has cost us. He's been injured. He's got a lot of mileage. He's, he's hit a teammate. I just don't think that. And then to make a big issue about, it shouldn't have gone public. That's not the problem. The problem is you hit the guy. He's a much smaller guy to boot. So I think Green, from just a team playing thing, I would trade him. And for Poole, I think he'd be better off getting a fresh start and a new team. And I think he's extremely talented. And the proposed trade I would make, if they can do it, would be I would trade Green to Memphis, and I'd get Steven Adams. And I would trade. You're going to get a much bigger guy. You're going to get a guy.
That's a bad deal, by the way. It's a bad deal. And by the way, we got to back up on the
Pat.
idea of trade.
Appreciate the call.
Just a quick understanding about the idea of trade Draymond Green. If you think you're going to trade Draymond Green, you're buying that Green is going to opt in and do nothing else. Other than that,
it could be a sign and trade, could it not? Much like you did with,
yes.
He would opt out. you would sign him to a deal, and then you would trade him.
Right, except for that has to be all in the immediate. You can't sign him and then start shopping him.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So Draymond, if he opts out, obviously not tradable. He's not under contract. If he signs a new extension, not tradable.
Until January.
It would all have to be part of a deal that you are discussing before any contractual thing happens. And if I'm Green, why would I do that?
And why would I agree to go to Memphis?
If I want to go to another team, I'll choose the team.
Correct.
I'm Draymond Green.
Unless you wanted to
Why am I going to let the Warriors
a solid? You know what I mean? If it was like a Kevin Duranty and I'm going to do you a solid. If he was like, look, I really want to go be a Laker, and you guys know I want to be a Lakers, and so let's make it so you get something back. I'm not going to be a Warriors. I'm going to be a Lakers. So sign and trade me to the Lakers. If that was the scenario,
right? But this is 5 days after he literally said, "I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life."
Agreed.
So why would he? I just don't. I don't
this
think
was Pat's idea from your hometown. Right. So your fingerprints are all over it.
Shout out to the mean streets of FC. How you all doing there? But anyway,
it's now called Foster Schmitty, by the way, based on Casey Schmidt.
It will be if this guy keeps doing this.
Tell you what, Mark.
You know what I'm talking about?
I like Steven Adams as a Warriors, but I don't like having Draymond. If you could just get Steven Adams, if he says, hey, you know what?
Sure, that'd be fun.
Hey, guys, I'd love to be in Golden State. He's the kind of player I would love to have as a big man.
Yeah. I agree with you there, although he's probably too high level of a big man because now who's going to the bench? Draymond or Kevon? Who's sent to the bench?
Yeah, Kevon.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Kevon will still get his 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay. No, that's fine.
And I don't think Kevon would care about going to the bench.
If you just throw a couple things into your blender, he's got an opt-out, and he wants to remain a Warrior for life. Those two things sort of mean
extension.
You're probably not trading him.
Correct.
Because you can't. He's not going to give you that power so that you can send him somewhere that he doesn't want to go.
No, if he wants to go elsewhere and he wants to throw you a bone, throw me a freaking bone here, babe. Then that's a case where
that's how it could happen.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I didn't hear the Jordan Poole portion of the trade from Pat. His phone cut out, or we dumped him, or both. But that to me is a more interesting notion. Is Jordan Poole, and I'm with you on Jordan Poole's trade value.
I do think he's tradable.
Led the Warriors in scoring, played all 82. So I think that his value is still high enough to where you won't have to get pennies on the dollar.
I believe that the NBA sees Jordan Poole better than we do right now because we mad.
And we saw it all year.
They're not mad. The NBA is not emotionally invested in the Warriors winning a championship. We are. So we're mad at Jordan. The rest of the NBA is like, yeah, you got a player there. Scott and Fremont next up here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Scott. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I want to touch on Draymond, but something you just said real quick, Willard. Going back to the Wiggins thing, I think you might be being a tad hypocritical here, where this is a personal matter for Jordan Poole as well. So he doesn't owe us anything. And he also, the same, people went on and on about Wiggins speculating what it could have been. So I think that those two are very similar. But
hold on, Scott. I very, very clearly a number of times today have said that Jordan Poole does not owe anybody this. So I want to make sure you're getting my words correct. I don't think Jordan Poole owes anybody anything. What I think, and the comparison I made, is that if Jordan Poole is in a spot where if you don't talk, people will just make assumptions the same way they did with Andrew. But that doesn't necessarily mean that those people are right. They might just not be talking because they don't like to talk. That's my comparison. You understand?
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah. All right. What else you got?
On Draymond, I agree with you. You said that he's taking accountability, and I agree with that. The problem is that doesn't absolve him from all the times he's had to take accountability. If you look at this Warriors run, the only real drama always involved Draymond. So at some point, yes, he's taking accountability, but it's the boy who cried wolf, and it goes on deaf ears. I mean, Dibs laid out every single time, the KD getting kicked out of games, missing finals games, getting kicked out for yelling at his own teammate. I mean, I'm the biggest Draymond guy going, and I'm very thankful for the run he helped create here. But at some point, it's just like you can't keep continuing to make these mistakes and putting all this pressure on the front office and your teammates. And just by taking accountability makes that okay. It's not okay.
I think that's a great point. Scott, thanks, man. I think that's a great point.
Thanks, Scott.
Like, if you take accountability every day for 21 days in a row, I think your coworkers or your family would be like, I'm pretty sick of you. That's great that you're taking the blame. Stop doing things that make you take blame. That's fair. That's fair. The thing about Draymond, and this is kind of what we're talking about, like, yeah, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, right? So if you're not a championship contender without him, well, then you need him.
Right.
But if you need him, isn't that going to be a stick in the eye because he's going to constantly frustrate you?
Yes.
I mean, that's been his whole career.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you've got 4 rings because of it. So you are exasperated. It's been an exasperation sensation.
That's a buck.
And you know that. I got away with my last buck because Grandy didn't want to play it on top of a caller.
You actually didn't. It's actually $2. And speaking of $2, Ernie Chavez on Twitter, on YouTube, rename McCovey Cove Schmitz Creek. Sorry, Dibs. I just wanted to say it out loud.
Ernie.
It's not only is it good, but I wanted to say it out loud because I wouldn't want the YouTube chat to turn into a massive debate about $2 that didn't get paid off. So sorry.
$2.
As you were saying.
No, I can't remember what I was saying because I'm stuck on Schmitz Creek now because that's a 5 for Ernie Chavez.
Gosh, if I just splitting hairs here, the only problem is that he's right-handed, and he will never hit a ball out there. It's never happened in the history of the park.
Of the Giants or any righty?
Nobody.
No righty's ever gone Oppo Taco into the water.
Nobody has gone drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, bounced him in, but nobody has gone drink.
And
no
the next one will be number 100.
Number 100,
and I wonder if there's odds on who will be the Giant to hit number 100
I got Lamont Wade.
Yeah, he's been hitting it great.
He's playing well.
He's been locked in.
He's been playing well. Anyway, you were talking about Draymond. You were talking about the you've got 4 rings because
you mentioned stick in the eye, and it is a stick in the eye, but you need that stick in the eye because you don't get 4 rings without him. Even though he got ejected for yelling at his own teammates and cost you a game, and he's cost how many? If you say that he's cost you 15 games because of his demeanor, his technicals, his ejections, or his suspensions, how many games has he won you with his passion, his engine, his fire? Exactly.
Countless.
So the balance sheet, even though we all remember the negative because the negative always is easier to recall because Steph Curry doesn't have that negative balance sheet. And, Klay Thompson has bad shooting games, but he doesn't have any game where you can go, oh my God, how could you lose your cool like he does? But without Draymond Green, you don't have the success. So if Draymond wants to be here and Steve Kerr says we don't win without him, then he's going to be here. And that's the end of that conversation.
Some people think Draymond's only got 3 rings, because getting suspended against the Cavaliers cost them 1.
Gotcha.
So, yeah,
gotcha.
He's won 4, but he's lost them 1.
So a net 3.
A net 3 rings.
Even though if they win that ring, you don't win the 2 with Kevin Durant, so you do win the 1 because Kevin doesn't come here.
That's a good point.
Kevin said as much. So
that's a good point.
You win 1 because Draymond doesn't get suspended. You beat the Cavs. KD doesn't come here. You don't win those 2, but you do win the 1 last year, so he still has 3. But in fact, he has 4. Maybe him being suspended was actual evil genius.
Maybe. I love it. And that is actually the way Warriors fans process Draymond Green. We've now reached the point where we're like, he is so genius. He purposefully tanked the NBA Finals so that they could get Kevin Durant and win 2 more. Man, he's brilliant at basketball.
Well, you said earlier that he sees things on the floor.
He does.
Ahead of.
He does.
And maybe he saw this ahead of it. And he's like, you know what? I'm getting kicked out. I'm getting suspended. We'll lose 3 in a row. I'll call KD from the parking lot, and he'll come.
He's the Greg Maddox of the NBA.
Totally.
With an attitude. Like Greg, the old stories about how Greg knew, like he told that teammate one time, you got to move over. He's like, why? Don't stand there. Why? Because this guy's about to hit a foul ball that's going to go right at you. Look at the angles of the way the pitcher and the batter are going. Next pitch. Line drive right by the guy. I mean, that was Greg Maddox. Absolutely brilliant.
Genius, yeah.
Yeah. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right. One of the exercises we did earlier, and many of you may have missed, we'll go back to coming up next, which because the Warriors have made this such a talking point in the last 24 hours, going back to the punch and admitting that it is what derailed their season. And Draymond yesterday, yes, we're still playing if I don't punch Jordan Poole. All right, so let's go back to the beginning. How many of you remember what was said then by the key characters? We've got it for you all set up. We'll let you hear Draymond's apology, Jordan's reaction, and then your calls at 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision.
This is Doc Rivers.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What's Guru going to do?
Oh, no.
I lost my job. I was going to see if maybe I could come to that Warriors Summit on Monday and talk some basketball with you guys. You got nothing to do.
You're welcome to, Doc. I hope we have a Doc off or a mock off, because his was always Mock Rivers.
James Harden is a jerk. I can't believe he got me fired.
Coach, did he want you out? Is that what happened to you in Philadelphia?
Apparently. I tried to hide in his beard, see if I could stick around for a little bit while longer. I didn't quite fit. I've gained a little weight. So, anyway.
I had more questions, but I'm laughing too hard to play the bit.
I'm out.
It's really good.
I wouldn't have any voice left if I did it too much longer, and we know how that goes.
Yeah.
And we don't want to do that in an hour when you Steiny your way to the car at 5:40.
It's an early dip for Dibs. I'll be dipping out early.
Put my hand up on your hip.
Yes. When I dip, you actually stay.
I must stay.
When I dip, you don't
right.
dip.
All right.
But it'll be Grandy time. It'll set your clock for Grandy and Lucas.
Absolutely.
Or
And
10
whoever
minutes
else.
of Mark, which would be new. I
tell you what. No, it's nerve-wracking. I've never really thought of the idea of doing solo radio before,
right?
Especially in the evening. I don't know. That's an intimidation sensation.
Cha-ching.
But we'll give it a shot. So yes, just I throw it out there so that I don't want it to catch everybody off guard, because when you do a segment and then suddenly we go to commercial and you come back and one of the hosts isn't there, everybody's like, holy hell, family emergency. No, family, but not emergency.
Right.
So
it's either that or gone.
Right.
It's the other one. So, yeah, I appreciate you putting that out there.
Yeah. So either I'll do a solo segment or you'll get divorced. Those were our two options.
Nice.
And so I'll do a solo segment. It's gonna be fine, everybody. We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. And if anybody swears, if anybody gets naked, all of these things are available to you on youtube.com/957 The Game. Like and subscribe for all the great content. All right, we're rocking and rolling here into our 5 o'clock hour, and we're going to get heavy into all of your calls. Thank you, so many of you being so patient. 888-957-9570 for your personal intrigue. We thought maybe you'd be interested in this, because you and I got into a little bit of a spirited conversation earlier about whether or not, and this word comes up a lot with Draymond, accountability. I feel like what he said to Stephen A. last night, one of the reasons it doesn't sound like accountability to people is he's just so matter of fact. Like, there's nothing in there where he's like, yeah, man, the season was totally my fault. Like, that wasn't the tone. He's just matter of fact. He's like, yeah, we're still playing if I don't punch Jordan Poole, and then here's why, and he's got his normal energy on ESPN.
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. Well, while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
I made the statement that is accountability to me. He's literally telling you that the season is his fault. But I also understand it sounds matter of fact. There's no like specific apology in there.
No contrition.
And that's a good word for it. And also then brought up the whole, like, has he ever done the work to apologize to Jordan Poole, which, of course, there's no way for us to know what's happened in private conversations. But our guys did go back and get the public conversations from back at the beginning. So, for example, this is on October 8th, right after the incident, Draymond Green.
The embarrassment that Jordan has to deal with, that this team has to deal with, that this organization has to deal with, but also Jordan's family. You know, his family saw that video. his father saw that video. And quite frankly, if my mother saw that video, I know how my mother would feel. I know what her reaction would be, and I know what her next step would be. And so for that, I apologize to his mother and his father and, his family, his friends that care for him, because that is a sense of, or a level of embarrassment that they have to deal with too.
It's funny. Draymond is so straightforward with his ability to speak to things.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's almost uncomfortable to people. You're like, are you apologizing? Because you just sound normal, right? It's not. Remember Kobe when he looked at Vanessa? I'm so sorry. You know what I mean? Like, there's none of that. There's no tone change. Draymond just walks in the room and is like, yeah, totally screw that up, and, bebops along. And so I don't know if it feels like your word, contrition.
Right. It feels like empty words to me. And, he says in that press conference on October 8th, I apologize to Jordan Poole's parents. Well, saying that you apologize to somebody's parents in a press conference is not the same as apologizing to somebody's parents. Now, I don't know if he knocked on the Poole's door, Mr. and Mrs. Poole, and spoke to them and apologized to them. That's what an apology is. When you say in a press conference, I apologize to Jordan Poole's parents for the embarrassment, that to me is not the same as apologizing to somebody. Those are words, and they're words that could have some meaning, but it's not the same to me as going to somebody face-to-face and apologizing. Now, I don't know what he did for Jordan Poole in terms of an apology, or Jordan Poole's parents, or what he referred to as Jordan Poole's friends and the people who care for Jordan Poole. I don't know how much of that he did. I don't know how much of that he has to do to make it right for Jordan Poole. Maybe Jordan will never be able to forgive Draymond Green in any way, shape, or form. Draymond could have apologized every day for 4 months, and Jordan Poole maybe still won't accept that apology. That's up to Jordan, and that's up to Draymond to figure out how they're going to make it right. But the one thing that Draymond said in the Stephen A clip is that it wasn't until February where he felt like he got his voice back. And so, yeah, it was a very honest reveal, and I don't necessarily agree that that's why they lost to the Lakers. I thought the Lakers were just better, but there was some slippage, and the slippage was allowed to happen from October to February, and I wonder why.
Well, I think those two things are connected, and I think that's what he's saying. We can say that the Lakers were just better, and in the series they factually were.
Right.
I think his point is they were better because of our slippage, because of
it's an opinion.
Yeah, of course.
And his opinion is more grounded than mine because he was actually on the court.
Well, yes, except for I think when especially people who achieve greatness, they'll never, ever, ever be able to process the idea that someone was better. They're always going to think it was something that they did wrong. And I don't blame them for that. That's just inherent. When you've achieved what they've achieved, you're always going to feel like if you didn't win, you did something wrong. When Tom Brady's Bucks, who'd they lose to in the playoffs this year? Right? They were not a good team, but they won that awful division. Who'd they lose to in the playoffs? Cowboys. Okay. And that game, remember, was not close. And Maher missed 47 extra points. And the Cowboys still won going away. Do you think Tom Brady walked out and he's like, Cowboys were just better? I don't. I think he probably had a list of things that were all wrong on the interior of the Tampa Bay Bucks, and probably none of them were his age. But that's how we all process it from the outside. All right, one more, and then we go to the phones. This is Jordan Poole 9 days later when asked if the brotherhood between Jordan and Draymond can ever be saved.
Yeah, if I said it, I meant it. Like I said, but we're here to play basketball. And our teammates and the coaching staff and the organization, everybody knows what it takes to win championship, and when we get out there on that court, we got one come and go, for 48 plus minutes, get the job done, win as many games as we can, and try to repeat.
It's a very formulaic answer, which again, that's in the wake of it having just happened. So that doesn't surprise me then. The question that after what Steve said yesterday, what Draymond said yesterday, the question we're all trying to get to is, okay, that was then. What about now, and even more importantly, into the future? Because if they all agree that that's what derailed their season, then how can they assure everybody that it won't derail the next one too.
How do you get it back on the rails? If it got derailed back in October, and I think that it did get derailed, and Steve Kerr said as much in his press conference and with us yesterday here on 95.7 The Game, and Draymond said that there was slippage, and Jordan Poole clearly was a different player. Can you get it back on the rails? And if the answer is, I don't know, then you've got between now and like June, they got the draft coming up in a month. And between now and June, and then you get into the, beyond the draft, because the draft is really when a trade, I think, would be made. If you were going to make a trade of Poole, Kaminga, and a pick to bring in a veteran or two veterans, of the same caliber, the same salary, I think that would happen between now and the draft. I don't think between the draft and the start of camp is when a trade would necessarily be made.
The trade may not include picks. So,
right.
But I agree with you from the standpoint that I think the Warriors behind closed doors right now have a better idea of what option A is than they're letting on.
Of course.
And what I don't know is they've stated now out loud, Steve did yesterday, that it's basically keeping the roster intact. I don't know if that's actually true because, of course, they're not going to say it if they are exploring Jordan Poole trades.
Right.
But you can do that soon.
And I wonder the Bob Myers part of this, and I hope Bob Myers joins Steiny and Guru. I don't know if it's this Wednesday or next Wednesday, the executive show. I can't remember where we are in the every other week with he and Zaza Pachulia, but that to me is a big piece of this in terms of them keeping this together. Is Bob the guy who is going to be at the forefront of this?
If it happens, it'll be next week because last week was Bob. So this week would be Zaza. If it happens, it would be next week. But is it going to happen? I mean, Bob is supposedly off in, right? He's ayahuasca in darkness so that he can figure out what he wants to do. So I don't know if he's going to want to come on Steiny and Goo.
Come on, Bob.
But I hope he does.
He's such a good interviewer.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Yeah.
Listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, Robert in San Jose, what are you doing?
Just, excuse me, trying to get my work done so I can go watch my daughter graduate from Cornell next week. So I'm very proud about that.
Oh, congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In regards to Jordan Poole, and it seems to me that once you sign your name to the contract, you are committing yourself. It's not about your feelings. You just played his comments coming in that it's about basketball. It's not about being buddies off the court or being close. When we're on the court, we walk in that building. It's about business. And when you sign that contract, that's what you're saying. And that's what the Warriors assumed that they were getting. And he did not live up to that. He sulked. And all I heard Kalina all year telling me was that he had F1 speed in going to the basket. Well, if you have F1 speed in going to the basket, you should have F1 speed and stay in front of your man.
So, Robert, let me ask you a question though. If when a player signs a contract, then they're signing up to be loyal, how come the team doesn't need to do that in reverse?
When you put your name to that deal, it's about business.
For both
sides. You
sides.
don't have to like each other off the court or have to hang out, but when we walk in that building, I don't have to trust you to have my back out off the court in order to trust you to make the right basketball play on the court.
I get that. But what I'm asking you, Robert, is are you advocating that teams are not allowed to make trades or cut players?
Teams are allowed to make trades and cut players. I'm just saying that Jordan Poole has not lived up to his end of the bargain. When you put your name to that contract,
right,
you're signing up to be a professional.
You realize that Jordan Poole thinks the Warriors didn't hold up their end of the bargain too, right? Like they didn't suspend Draymond Green.
What? They paid him his money.
Yeah, but they didn't suspend Draymond.
Isn't that what their end of the bargain is?
They let one of his teammates punch him in the face without a punishment. That's all I'm saying. Like, Robert, I'm totally playing devil's advocate with you here. I don't think your points are like all off, but
and the contract hasn't started yet.
Right.
By the way,
Well, there's that too. But I also think. I mean, he had a different contract that he had signed,
making 3.9.
I mean, but what we're essentially saying here, first of all, your point, in my opinion, is one-sided against players, and secondly, it sounds like you're advocating that if a player signs a contract, we need to affix a certain number of statistics to whatever that payment is, and if they don't meet that, then they are somehow maybe in breach of contract or something, which obviously is not something that we can do in sports. Like, yeah, if there's a contract, then both sides need to honor it, but there's an understanding within that and the NBA structure that a team is allowed to trade him, and a player is allowed to ask for a trade.
And a player is allowed to not play well. If he wants to go out there, right. If he got punched in the face and he decides, you know what, I'm going in third gear all year. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to try to score when I want. I'm going to dribble when I want. I'm going to play how I want this year. There's not a thing the team can do about it other than sit him down. They can't rip up his contract because they're not happy with what he did. Now, if he goes full-on John Morant mode and starts doing things that violate the league's conduct policy, then we're in a different conversation. Jordan Poole played every single game this year, and you can't tell me that Jordan Poole didn't try to play as hard as he could for the most part, for the most part in the game. Now, was he too reckless? Did he have too much of his own agenda? Did he fall down too much? Was he a flopper? Could he play defense? All the things that you want to say are detractions of how he played. That's fine, but the dude showed up, and by the way, he's a player who won a championship with you the year before. So I don't think you can look at Jordan Poole and say, well, he got punched by Draymond and then he shut it down.
But to your point, also, if you did want to affix stats to numbers on the contract, Jordan Poole only made $4 million this year. I think you got a pretty good return there on your $4 million investment. You got 20 points a game, even if they were a frustrating 20 points a game. The Warriors only paid Jordan Poole $4 million this year. That's it.
And
that's it.
He made a tenth of what Steph Curry made, and he outscored Steph Curry.
Yeah. So
total points. And that's my new favorite stat, by the way.
It's really good. ROI for Jordan is fine this year. I'm not saying he wasn't a frustrating player, but that's just. I mean, that's not. I don't know. That's not the way it works. That's not the way. Look, the Warriors just lost to a player in Anthony Davis who literally told his team, by the way, not only do you need to trade me, you have to trade me to that team. You have to trade me to that team right there. And now he's won a bubble chip, and who knows if he's going to win another championship here in a few weeks, and not a person who's going to say a damn word about it.
Right.
Player empowerment is real, and by the way, it should be, because owner empowerment has never been a problem.
And do you think that Toronto Raptors fans are guilty about their championship because Kawhi Leonard got his way out of San Antonio because Tony Parker dared to question his toughness? So Kawhi goes into a 73-game injury funk only to come back and lead Toronto to a championship. So there are many, many, many examples of players getting themselves out of situations. James Harden just had his own coach run because he wasn't happy with him.
And how many teams has he been on in the last 5 years?
Harden?
Yeah.
5?
Not 5.
It's hard to keep track, right?
It's a bummer end for him, just as an NBA fan, because this is my favorite James Harden season ever. I've never enjoyed watching that guy play until he got next to Embiid and changed. He morphed into a different player and led the NBA in assists, and then he was still hitting big shots at the end of playoff games. I'm like, yeah, man. And then right at the very end, all the way down to the last game, his two worst characteristics showed up again, which is choking in Game 7 and then getting people fired.
Oh, man.
I was just like, damn.
That escalated quickly.
Sure did. Rich in Fremont, you're on with Willie and Debbie. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm sitting here listening to you, and I have to admit, Willard, you cracked me up when you said that about Harden. That's amazing. That is a very astute observation of the player, in my opinion.
I was bummed, man, because I never liked the guy until now, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, man, you're still who you used to be.
Hey, man, I think it's amazing that we're at this juncture, and we're talking about the punch. I mean, I think that's amazing, and the reason why is because to me, I don't need you to come out and talk about the punch now. The punch to me doesn't mean anything anymore. The punch meant something months ago, okay? Not now. Talk about what's real. What's real is the Golden State Warriors got outplayed. And they got outplayed because you saw that Game 6, and when you saw it, what did you see? You saw the same thing we've been looking at all year round with the Warriors. They come down, they hit some scores, they don't get stops, they allow the other team to trade baskets with them until the very end. They might win the game, they might not because they didn't get enough stops. That's what this is really about, okay? You want to talk about the punch, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe, but that's not what's up. What's up is you guys did not play good defense. You look at that team last year, that team had astute, efficient defense. This year, not so much.
So, Rich, it sounds to me like you're not
Thank you
buying.
for keeping it real, Rich.
Well, but here's the thing.
He kept it real.
But the Warriors are trying to tell you that they're the same thing. If you say, don't talk about the punch, talk about their bad defense. What the Warriors, and you can buy this or not. I'm not telling you whether you want to buy it.
Okay.
You buy it or not. The Warriors are telling you they're the same thing. They're telling you that the defense was bad because of the punch.
Yeah. And
They're saying
Rich and I
that-
aren't buying it.
Yeah, and that's
on
fine.
behalf of Rich, and I don't want to
That's
speak
fine.
for you, Rich, because I'm not Mark, who you think is so astute. I'm just over here
mean-
trying to keep up. But Rich and I,
Station trusts me to do a whole segment by myself.
thank you, Rich. Rich and I, we don't agree.
Yeah,
And if Jordan Poole getting punched is the reason why you had so many turnovers and you played such bad defense,
Well, they always had a lot of turnovers. The reason the defense thing here's why I buy it to a degree. I don't buy it as like, look, there's never one reason for anything. There's always a lot of stuff going on. So I'm not going to whittle it down to Draymond. Like that statement last night.
So the guy who got punched, who we all agree is your worst defender, and we're going to say because he got punched, your defense got bad?
No, but he was on the team last year and they won a title and they were a way better defense. And at the end of the year, they received their best defenders back to mix in with new good defenders that they had, like Dante, and somehow their defense was still worse. Here's why I buy it to a degree. What Draymond does during the season with that voice that he talks about is get on people to fix all of the defensive holes. So when we did this year, when we watched basketball and went, how come the Warrior defense stinks so damn bad? Think of all the blame that went around. Oh, well, Wiseman doesn't know what he's doing. Okay. Jordan Poole's a bad defender. That was already the case. Klay's declining. Okay, that was also already the case last year. I never heard a reason that didn't also apply to the year before, and the year before they won it all. So I'm looking for a reason. This is the first reason I've gotten that makes sense because it's new, which is that Draymond's voice as the leader of the defense to tell people what to do was silenced. Therefore, they never fixed any of their problems, and it became a disease, and it infected them. That actually, I buy that to a degree.
I'm going to go ahead and sell that.
That's fine.
I'm not buying it. I mean, that might be a small piece of it, but to me, a bigger piece is that the players that you played weren't as good as the players you played the year before. GP2 was not a part of this team in the regular season, and he's a better defender than Dante DiVincenzo. He's a good defender, but Otto Porter Jr. is a better defender than the guys you played, whether it was Kaminga and or Wiseman. Neither one of them was a very good defender. And I do think that there was some slippage in terms of Klay Thompson's play early in the year. We've talked about Klay coming off a summer where he didn't scrimmage. He came in and he was out of shape. So you have a Klay Thompson who's out of shape, Draymond Green who lost his voice. I couldn't talk. And so your defense, the slippage there was more than just Draymond lost his voice.
I guess, but the previous year, the early season Klay Thompson didn't exist at all. So do you see what I'm saying?
And you started 18-2.
Right. That's kind of my point. Like, they were very good last year. They won it all. This year, they're lesser, but none of this year, they didn't have GP2. Well, you did in the end. Well, this year, Klay Thompson wasn't good at the beginning of the year. He wasn't good the year before. He didn't even play in the beginning of the year last year.
Right.
Well,
to me, it's less about the punch as it is the championship hangover.
Okay, and that's sure. I mean, repeating is hard.
Yeah.
Repeating is hard.
And they came out and they didn't show much interest in the regular season for the majority of the year, in my opinion. They didn't have that same fight on the defensive end, and they turned it over more this year than they did last year. I think 2 turnovers a game was about the number. So
always been a turnover-prone team, but sure.
But more turnovers lead to more easy buckets on the other end. And, the thing about it, Mark, that you're not going to like, other teams gave the Warriors their best punch this year. Pun intended. Thank you.
Seems like a good time to bring up a comment that Tammy McDaniel has just penned on our YouTube chat. I would like to see Willard punch Dibs, and then let's see how the chemistry changes.
Did she pay for that?
She did not.
Oh, but so you just read? You're inciting violence.
I just selected it. Thought, You said that the other teams are giving the Warriors their best punch,
right?
And I thought maybe we would discuss the punch.
Okay,
yeah.
I would say this, that I would respond in a way that is different than the way Jordan Poole responded.
You would be shocked because can you imagine me trying to punch someone?
You haven't thrown a punch in probably 40 years.
What? I told you.
Back to middle school.
One time.
Middle school, you cold cocked one of your classmates, and you felt bad about it. I think you still feel bad.
I still remember his name. How many names do you remember from 7th grade?
A lot of them.
Okay, that's
I'm
right.
That guy.
I forgot.
I'm
You're
that
Dibs.
guy.
You've shared all of them with us here on the show.
Stuart Eccles. It was a 4-square game gone awry.
Gosh.
I felt terrible.
Oh, my
Knocked the
God.
glasses right off that fat face of
I don't
his.
even want to bring it up. It was such a bad punch. I don't even remember how he reacted. I was more thrown off by the fact that I even just landed something. I'm like,
Can't
what the hell
believe
just
it.
happened?
I can't imagine it.
Neither can I. I was out of my body. It's BJ in Livermore. Hi, BJ. What are you doing?
What's up, guys? First time, long time. Hey, I got 3 points. First, I wanted to compare the Warriors dynasty to the Spurs dynasty, seeing as how each have 3 homegrown Hall of Famers. And then Steve Kerr was also part of both organizations. Second was, is Draymond continuing to be worth the squeeze? This year, they were 19-17 with him, or without him, 25-21 with him. So basically the same record. And then with Jordan Poole, is it time for him to go to greener pastures? Even now, with discussing, that seems like the only thing anybody can talk about right now.
Well,
He's always going to be evaluated pre-punch versus post-punch.
Why don't you tell us what you think, BJ? Should Jordan Poole go to greener pastures, even though I don't know if those exist?
Well, for him, I think, as a fan, I think it's always going to be brought up. The punch is something that's always going to be brought up. Can we let that go as a fan base? As an organization, it seems like that's going to continue to ruminate.
Yeah, no, I don't buy that.
Thank you, BJ. I do think Draymond is still worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
And the numbers that he cited in terms of record with and record without, you could play that game with just about every Warrior.
All of them.
Except for Kavan and Jordan Poole, they were 44-38 with and 0-0 without. So they're the only two.
It's a way worse record.
But even if you look at the Wiggins, the Curry, the Klay, all of them, the record is about the same with and without. The thing about Draymond is he's about the 16 wins in the postseason. You need him for those.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Because look, they never went on a long winning streak. They never went on a long losing streak. So how could they be anything but about 500 with just about everybody on or off the floor? Can the fan base ever let go of the punch? Look, I get it. There are some of you might be popping in and out of the radio, and you're like, wait a minute, they're talking about the punch. Understand
Can't
why
you guys let it go?
I mean, we're talking about the punch because they're talking about the punch. We are in the postmortem of the Warriors season. The key dignitaries were asked what happened. And the response was, we never got over it. Draymond Green last night put it as A to B as you possibly can. If I don't punch Jordan Poole, we're in the Western Conference Finals right now. He said that. So how can we not talk about it? My answer to whether or not the fan base and the media can get over it is absolutely. If the Warriors get over it. The Warriors told you they never got over it, at least not in time. They might think that they're over it now, but they didn't get over it until it was too late. But the question is, are you now over it? Can you be over it come this October? If they can and they start winning again, watch how quickly the fan base forgets it. It'll totally be. Why would anybody still be worried about it if the Warriors are winning? The only reason we're worried about it is because they didn't win, and they're telling us that that's why.
Right, and that is the reason why it has percolated back up. We're looking at the season. It's the postmortem, and for Draymond Green, and I appreciate him being so blunt in terms of what he said to Stephen A. Smith about the fact that, yeah, the punch derailed it, and it's his fault and all that. So I'm just a little curious as to what happened between October and when he got his voice back in February, and now what happens between the loss to the Lakers from last Friday and October, assuming that everybody is back, and it feels more and more like there'll be no big trades, there'll be no big moves. They're going to draft one player, maybe two, maybe they'll buy a pick like they've done in the past in June, and then we'll get to September and October, and we're going to ramp this thing back up again. At that point, can Jordan and Draymond put this thing behind them? Because if they can, then we can, Mark.
First thing we asked Steve Kerr yesterday, do you expect an offseason of big moves?
I don't think so. I think it's important for us to look at both what went wrong and also what went right. We really found ourselves in the playoffs, and obviously that comeback against Sacramento was really something. And you look at the Lakers series, and even though they were the better team and they beat us, we weren't that far off when you really look at it. So to me, it's more a case of, let's reassess where we are. Let's everybody get better. Obviously, every offseason you have to make some moves and adjust the roster, and you do some things. But I believe that this team, with this core, still has another run in it, and that means it doesn't mean an overhaul. It just means let's see what we got.
Run it back, and he expressed confidence that yes, this is not a problem between these two, and that's why some of us have sort of danced around the idea of Jordan saying something publicly. Not that he owes it to anybody, not that it would even be smart. That's my takeaway today. Draymond Green is speaking on this. Steve Kerr is speaking on this, and Jordan is not. So if they are not accurately expressing Jordan's thoughts, then that's unfortunate, because that means that somebody is doing his talking for him.
And even if they are accurately reflecting his thoughts, feelings, and emotions, I still think it serves him to have the words come from him, not only to quiet the narrative for the fans, but also to put everyone's mind at ease in terms of how does Jordan feel? Because the famous priest drop that we play on this station, that you don't know Jordan Poole, it was from like 4 or 5 months ago. Because we've all
know Jordan Poole.
It's such great audio, and I love Priest. He's one of the great all-time great callers in Bay Area history, and he's right. We don't know Jordan Poole, and Jordan Poole doesn't owe us anything in terms of us getting to know Jordan Poole. But if I was advising him, I would advise him to find a media member that you feel comfortable with, and it might be Logan Murdoch of The Ringer. It feels like Logan has a line to Jordan Poole. He got some great quotes in his article in The Ringer from the other day. Sit down with Logan, do a Q&A, and all the cues will be cues that you pretty much tell Logan you're going to answer. I don't think that Logan would be the guy to sabotage him. You don't have to do it on video. You could just sit down with him and give your side of it. And, you could either say, yeah, it's still an issue and we're going to work on it. It's an issue and I can't get over it. Or it's not an issue and Draymond and I are working through it.
888-957-9570. Robert in Fremont is next up. Hey, Robert, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Sitting in traffic.
Yeah.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, you remember the man that insulted Mac on the beach?
Say again?
Do you remember the man that insulted Mac on the beach? It might be before your time, because I'm probably older than you are.
Yeah, no, anyway, I'm not familiar.
Yeah. So the skinny guy was on the beach. He got picked on. Then he came back several months later. He worked out at the gym, this and that. Jordan Poole needs to go get in beast mode, get to the gym, and he needs to go up to Draymond and pound him one good time. Then it will be over. And anywhere he goes, he'll get the respect that he needs to get.
My
Even
man.
at the Warriors.
I love it, Robert. That's a traffic talking right there.
Of course you love it.
Took me an hour and 25 to get home yesterday, and I was ready to pay back somebody for Jordan Poole. Traffic will do that to you, Mark.
That just brought me back to all the people who said that at the time, and I just got over this. You want to know what I did in February? I just got over all of the people who had a take in October. You know what we need to do is just have Jordan punch Draymond, and then it's all over.
Problem solved.
Oh, no.
This goes back to the Tommy Pham, Jock Peterson thing.
Oh, my gosh.
Where Tommy slaps Jock Peterson, and Jock just took it. And I think Bonte and myself and others were like, you need to slap him back. Let's get it on.
Yeah. So
if we're not going to get along, we might as well get it on.
I'm just so functional about this thing.
Yeah, I know. You're not emotional.
Tommy Pham lost $600,000 that weekend.
In fantasy football.
No.
Oh.
In salary.
He got fined?
He got suspended.
For that long? He lost that much?
How
much does he make?
Plenty. He's a baseball player and he's a veteran.
Good point.
He lost over $600,000 that weekend. So I know everybody loves to.
Jock lost a lot more than that.
Fine.
He lost his manhood.
Lost his respect. Lost his dignity.
He got served. He got served.
Don't be disrespectful. I mean,
he got served in the outfield.
If he just right. So if Jock punches Tommy back, I'm sure Tommy would have been like, "All right, we're done here," and just walked away. But that's not how it works. Any of these videos that you see in the stands at Raiders games or anywhere else for that matter, when somebody punches one and the other person punches back, everybody just goes to get a snack. Is that what happens? No.
People come flying off the top rope.
Exactly. Now there's 8 people involved. They're all going to the clink, and none of them are welcome back in the stadium. And if you're in Jock's position, you're losing $1 million. So we got to stop with your street corner, get this thing right, get some respect.
Put some respect on his name.
It's absurd. It's absurd.
Normally, I would say Jordan should have fired back, but he was on his back. So
he was knocked out.
And, Draymond was holding him up, essentially, after he had just absolutely buried him with a right.
Jordan goes and punches Draymond Green. We're done? That we're just done? It's over?
I mean...
It'd be squashed. Draymond would be like, cool, I'm good now. Really? Do we really think that that's how it would go?
Well, the alternative is what we have, which is Jordan Poole maybe sits on it and it festers. One thing we know for sure, Draymond lost his voice. And the team lost to the Lakers because Draymond punched Jordan Poole. So what would have been better for the team? Draymond should have gone to his house and said, Jordan, I'm sorry for what happened. I'm going to stand here with my hands behind my back. Go ahead and hit me.
And Jordan would be like, that's not going to do anything for me. Might break my hand. And
I get it. I was in a situation with one of my brothers a long time ago. And one of my 2 brothers, I don't want to name him because it was a moment and we were having an argument and he said, hit me. He puts his hands behind his back and he's like, go ahead. You can just hit me. I know you want to. Hit me. Hit me, Danny. And I wanted to. But I didn't, Mark.
Because you can't manufacture that anger in that moment.
I was angry.
No, I know, but you can't manufacture the emotion. I
was concerned that it wouldn't have been just a one-and-done situation.
Yeah, exactly.
And I didn't like my chances on the comeback.
Yeah, it has to be your idea. It can't be somebody else's idea. Punch me. No, get out of here.
We were outside the Mayflower in Santa Fe, just for some context. Anyway, if you know, you know.
It's unbelievable.
Post-dart tournament.
The more you know.
Totally.
Satchel in Oakland. Hey, Satchel, what are you doing?
I'm just on my commute home, about to go through the Caldecott Tunnel here. What's up, Diller and Wibbs?
Blessings, Satchel. Good luck. Good luck on the tunnel.
I just wanted to say something. A couple of callers ago talking about, Jordan Poole, he signed the contract and it's business. And, I've had the luxury of playing on several championship teams, and all of those teams, I made good friends with every player on the team, and it's that which makes the difference when you have a championship run, is the camaraderie with the team. So as soon as that punch was thrown, that was done. It was over. There was no more of that. And so, like you've been talking about the whole time, that it's either Jordan's got to go or Draymond's got to go or both. And I'm kind of leaning towards a little bit of both.
So Satchel, once you lose that, you can't get it back?
No, when you have a punch thrown like that, that's going to be very hard to get that back. That one player, and I mean, like, it all comes down to the toughness, too. I mean, Jordan Poole was getting thrown around in the playoffs. He was getting pushed all over the place, and every player who matched up with him was pushing him out of the way for the rebound, and he was getting nothing. And, like, and then when you see the punch thrown at him, you know, like, Draymond pushes Jordan Poole. He just stands there and then he gets rocked, and then he doesn't do anything about it. Like I would have probably wanted to see Draymond. You guys are talking about punching him later. I would have retaliated on Draymond and blindsided him a week later.
I was going to say, everybody who wanted the retaliation sensation, Jordan was asleep.
Yes,
he knocked him out.
That's a buck, but it's well earned.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And I don't want to re-adjudicate what should have done or what should not have been done. I will say this about the team camaraderie. I think Satchel's right, but I do think it's repairable because what Jordan Poole said 12 days later, it's basketball. We're going to go out and try to do our best to win this championship. And now this year is done, and there's a chance for a new year coming up. So I do think that you can move beyond it. I mean, they played together all year. If it was that broken, Jordan Poole would have gone into a shell.
All I'd say is this, and with all due respect to all the championships that Satchel has apparently won,
which is many,
are we under the impression that every championship that has been won in professional sports are always by a bunch of people who really like each other?
The Oakland A's are on the phone.
Yeah.
72-3-4.
I mean,
and also the David West comments about all y'all don't know what we went through. He was talking about Draymond and Kevin Durant, and
I bet in a lot more.
Yes, and all the stuff that went on behind the scenes.
NBA. Do you realize the egos in the room? These are 12 behemoth human beings.
I'll allow it.
Who are the biggest thing in the world, the BMOC, everywhere they go for their whole lives. Then they arrive there. They're in a fishbowl. They're celebrities. They're making millions of dollars, all of them. Then you end up on a team like the Golden State Warriors that's a traveling roadshow, and egos don't get in the way?
They're all humble, Mark.
Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Scott Livermore. Hey, Scott, what are you doing?
What's up, guys? Just picked up the little one, headed home. Finally get to listen to you guys a little bit in the commute.
How old's the little one so we know what we're allowed to say here, Scott? How old's the little one?
She will be 1 in 2 weeks.
Okay, so we can first of all, congrats on that. And second of all, we can say whatever the hell we want. All right, perfect. Go ahead.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Rock and roll. Sorry, I got a couple things. One, Draymond loves to talk, so I can hear him saying, oh, if I didn't punch him, right, we'd play better, we're in the Western Conference Finals. That's the biggest excuse I've seen in my life. That's like me not eating my Wheaties before I go and play golf and can't drive the par 4. He's looking for an excuse to find out why we were sloppy, why we sucked, why we couldn't play on the road, because that's what he does in talks, and he doesn't want to blame himself or his teammates, so he's saying, like, maybe this is why. I think it's a bunch of crap. It's an excuse I've heard.
Okay, so Scott, here's my question for you, because let's say we buy what you're saying. I know Dibs does, because we've been talking about this for 4 hours, if not 4 months.
Scott, I love you.
Yeah, Scott, I know. So if you don't buy that and you think it was something else, what was it? Why did the same group of players play so much more poorly this year as opposed to last year?
I mean, it's the same reason why an NFL team walks into a Sunday with too much confidence and then they get their butts kicked, right? We manhandled everybody in the finals last year and through the playoffs, and we had a very small struggle, but pretty much it was almost a cakewalk, right? We were doing what we were supposed to do. We were still getting over our slump of that, but people weren't playing up to the caliber they were supposed to be playing, right? Draymond kept talking so much. Poole, I mean, sure, he was great last year in the playoffs, but man, did this guy forget how to handle a basketball? This guy is falling, taking shots whenever. He's not doing that because Draymond punched him. He's doing it because he's like, I got a bag now. Let me go out and just do whatever I can. And he came out and played horrible. Sure, he had a great parts of the season. But come playoff time, it's like, hello, Poole, where'd you go? And talking about the punch, like Michael Jordan punched Kerr. You guys remember that from even watching The Last Dance? Kerr sitting there with a bloody nose in practice. Did that stop them from going out and winning a championship that same year? No. Look at Trent Williams and Richard Sherman. Yes, they were on other teams, but Trent Williams punched Sherman square in the face. Years later, they're on the same team, and guess what happened? They're playing well, and they resolved it. You give me a check for $2.4 million after a game, trust me, I forgot about what happened on Wednesday.
Well,
they talk about not this game, move on.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, Scott, I
Congrats
get it.
on the little one.
Absolutely. I wonder what they're doing for the birthday. My advice, don't overdo it on the first birthday. That's a you thing, not a them thing. They won't remember.
Do overdo it
No.
because it's a you thing. Quest's first birthday, and he's about to turn 22, that thing was a rager.
Oh, dude. We got
blow the roof off that sucker.
I still love Abe's, my oldest, first birthday because it was the most hilarious thing I've ever heard parents say to their kids. Because there was donuts because it was a morning party, and then there was cake. And I literally heard multiple parents say to their kid, "No cake until you've had your donuts." I was like, I could sit here and listen to this all day long.
There was a keg at Quest's. Forget the cake.
No, cake, not keg.
Yeah. We were at Lake Chabot out there in Castro Valley. Man, that thing kept going. That party did not end. There was an after party.
We were there until he was 2. Sabrina in the city is here with Willard and Ditt. Hi, Sabrina. What are you doing?
I'm in traffic like everyone else is.
Yeah, man. Boy, it seems to be contagious.
Yeah, you can hear people honking. I don't know if you can hear it. It's crazy out here.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah. Pretty much, I guess if I have to talk about the punch, right? Because it seems to be turning bigger than what it is. And unfortunately, I like Jordan Poole. And because I like him, I think we have to trade him just so he could get a fresh start and so that the Warriors get a fresh start. Because going into next season, at this point, it's a gamble, right? They say, let's run it back. But we don't know Jordan's mental, right? What if he comes back next year the same way that he is? And because we like him, are we going to get what we actually want from him? You know what I mean? So it's like all of a sudden he comes back next year and he's still the same guy that he was in the playoffs. Now, 20 years from now, we're having a conversation of The Last Dance, except for it's going to be called The Punch, the end to a dynasty. And so it's like, I don't know. I just wouldn't necessarily gamble that much. And we already heard Kerr said, without Draymond, do we have championships? So I think Kerr kind of made up his mind. And so, we might as well get something valuable for him and just give the kid a fresh start. For Christ's sake, they had memes based off of him, anime. Is he really in the right state of mind for next year?
Yeah, Sabrina, it's a really well-reasoned point. Yeah. I think it's fluid. I don't think you can go into this with a firm sentence. In other words,
the Warriors should.
We are trading Jordan Poole.
Right.
Or we are not trading Jordan Poole. I don't think you can get away with either statement. I can't know what I would like to see them do until I know what Jordan Poole would fetch. And until then, again, as I said yesterday, I'm not giving this guy away.
No.
He's too good.
But at the same time, you better shop around.
Hey, well.
I think they will be shopping around.
That's their job.
Absolutely.
That's their job.
And, if
I don't know if they have a general manager right now, but if they have one, that's his job.
Well, they've got an assistant general manager in Mike Dunleavy Jr., and if Bob steps away, I do think that Mike Dunleavy Jr. gets the job. Maybe tomorrow we make it a Bob show. Yesterday was a Jordan Poole show. Today's been a Draymond show. Maybe tomorrow's a Bob show as we look at all of the offseason machinations that could play out. And I wonder if we'll have a decision on Bob before the big panel on Monday, before the summit.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I would too.
I'd be surprised. I think that they've said it'd be a number of weeks that he wants to sort of bat this around in the quiet without the games going on. However, I think that they also probably internally have a little bit more of an indication of what's going on because they've got immediate preparations, underway for the draft.
And he's not going to leave him hanging like that.
No, of course not.
He'll give him a good, solid indication when you get to that point where you start to have to make these real decisions.
Roy in Los Altos. Hey, Roy, what are you doing?
I'm doing good in traffic like everyone.
Oh, man, we're on a streak.
Three comments. One is I don't think they're going to trade Draymond Green because that's the system. We have to be fair with Curry. Curry succeeds in that system. So without Draymond Green, that system doesn't exist. So I think they're not going to trade Draymond, right? And they're not going to even let go of Steve Kerr because of that. And about Jordan Poole, I think he needs confidence from the coach and the players around him. So when Curry is not playing and he's the guy who's starting and he's our guy, then he plays well. That means if he feels that he is the person everybody trusts to score, then he scores. But when he's doubted, he doesn't play well. And thirdly, one wild trade, proposal, Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kaminga for Zion Williamson.
Man, thank you, Roy. Save the bombshell for the end.
I personally don't like that trade.
New Orleans doesn't either.
I'd have to look into whether the money even fits. I don't
think so.
I don't know why New Orleans would do that. I know that people think, because he's hurt all the time, and that's why that's just not a good idea for the Warriors for multiple reasons. That's way too big of a risk with his physical situation. Secondly,
he's so fun to watch play.
Well, but okay, Zion and Draymond on the same team, same starting lineup. Yeah, I don't know.
Zion needs the ball, and he's not a player movement guy. This offense is pass and cut. Zion doesn't do a lot of moving.
Yeah, I'm less focused on major players down low. I'm much more focused on players who play on both ends of the floor, and could score. Could score a lot, be a 2, at least on some nights. All right, we'll tell you a little bit more about the Warriors Summit coming up next. Oh, look at all these phone calls of people who just want to hang and talk to me while you leave. I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think I might be calling in here from the parking garage.
Get to your car. We'll go to Dan on line 5. Bye, Dibs, but the rest of you stay right where you are for Willard and just Willard on 95.7 The Game.
see what I'm saying here?
Not yet.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Mwahaha. At long last, what I have been waiting for here at 95.7 The Game, the whole damn room to myself. But Grandy Lucas, you can hop in here as well. But I will say that the great Bonte Hill, who I look forward to seeing on Monday, I don't get to see him anymore. He's gone by the time I get here. The great Bonte Hill put on Twitter yesterday that I was a minus 10,000 favorite to be the person who utters the most words at the Warriors Summit on Monday. He gave Shasky minus 5,000, and everybody else was just the field. They were all even money. I don't know about that, but I do know I'm going to utter the most words in this here segment. Dib's got some family obligations. He is on his way. I'll take you the rest of the way, and then it's the best of the game with Grandy coming up here in less than 15 minutes. The best content of the day right here on 95.7 The Game. Speaking of that Warriors Summit, and we truly mean this now from the bottom of our hearts. I really mean this now. Come see us. Come see us, because we're media people, and so we have egos. And if nobody shows up, we're going to be depressed, and the show won't be as good. So please, come to Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138, Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, Monday from 4 to 6, a show unlike any other we've ever done before. We've never done this. All of us in the same room at the same time. Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Goo, Dibs, me, JD, and we discuss all of the Warriors' offseason issues, opinions, the approach, all of it. So Dibs and I will be out there for our whole show, regular show 2 to 4, 4 to 6. It is going to be the Warriors Summit. Buon Vino, Walnut Creek, please come see us. We truly do want to see you out there. It is all brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. I don't make the rules. I'm just someone who does like to observe them. And this is the problem for Jordan Poole. After 24 hours of the Warriors expressing that, yes, the preseason incident was something that hung over the whole season, and Draymond Green goes as far last night to tell Stephen A. Smith that the Warriors would still be playing if he had not punched Jordan Poole. Jordan does not want attention. He has not wanted to speak on this very much. To this point, he still really hasn't gone deep into what it means for him. It's one thing to say, oh, yeah, we can coexist, and it's basketball, and we'll play 48 minutes. We'll keep it professional. But what do you want, Jordan, out of this? That's what we don't know, and he does not have to tell us that. But the rules are, and I may even think that they're unfortunate rules, but they are just societal. They're in place. The rules are that if you don't tell us what you want, we're just going to guess. And silence feels negative. And maybe it is. Maybe he does want to be gone. Maybe he wants to trade. Maybe he wants Draymond gone. Maybe he doesn't think that this is salvageable. But right now, Steve Kerr says it is. Draymond Green says it's his fault. But they are the ones telling the story. And Jordan is not telling his own story. And that's going to lead to people putting the puzzle pieces together for him. And I'm not sure that's a good thing for him, or the Warriors for that matter. Let's get to as many of you as possible here before we hand it over to Grandy. Eugene in the city. Hey, Eugene, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Eugene?
Hey, how's it going? I'm just calling out of San Francisco, on the Bay Bridge. And the first thing I want to say is, I saw the video of Draymond throwing that punch. And to be honest, he hits like my auntie, He has a soft right hook, and it was honestly embarrassing.
First of all, your auntie is a G, okay? Like, my gosh, your auntie punches like that? Eugenie knocked him out.
Well, it was far from a knockout, let me just say that. And then second off, Draymond 6'6", we need to get him out of here. Honestly, I think I could take him in the paint 1v1, and that's not saying much. I'm not much of a hooper myself. But let me tell you, I think I could run it with them.
Yeah, this is a good call. Thanks, Eugene. Appreciate it. The future Hall of Famer is only 6'6" and has to go. Look, for anybody who isn't being tongue-in-cheek and thinks Draymond needs to go. Understand the difficulty in even doing that, even if you wanted to. Draymond has a player option. He can opt out and go wherever he wants on his own. He doesn't need the Warriors to send him out. And if he opts in, it's probably going to be part of a short-term extension, which if you sign it, you cannot trade right away unless that's literally part of the deal, like the signing is the trade. So why would Draymond do that? If he wants to be on another team, he opts out and just goes there. He goes there on his own. He does not need to make it a sign and trade. So the only way the Warriors are able to trade him is if he just opts in for 1 year, which I find very unlikely. Suzette in Pittsburgh. Hey, Suzette, how are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in traffic, but I'm off the freeway now.
Okay,
but,
good for you.
I just want to make a couple points. I have a problem with people deciding Jordan's mental, how he should be acting, how he should be dealing with the situation. We all deal with things differently. I don't like where people say he should suck it up. He's making all this money. We're human at the end of the day. I don't know what's going on through Jordan's mind. So that's my first point. The second point is people need to stop jumping off the cliff. This thing needs to be tweaked. We had no business even being in the playoffs, and we made it there. And we made it to the semis. So we need to tweak it. We can learn how to not foul. We can make our shots. We need to figure out how we're going to tweak it. And the last point I will make is while you're trying to get rid of Jordan, I don't have a dog in the whether he stays or goes. That man helped us win that championship last year. How soon we forget?
Yep.
So I just want to put all that out there.
Suzette, I think that is a fantastic call. I think all three of your points are very, very well taken. It's not really up to anybody else to explain to Jordan how he should feel or how he should behave in this. I also agree that while I think that some updating, some changes are certainly possible because they're the only ones who know if this is salvageable, this relationship between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. I do think right now people are making it feel and sound like the Warriors are further away from winning than they are. Game 6 of the second round, I know around these parts, feels really awful. It's not. It's not. It's not that far away. It's, gosh, Game 4, which I felt they should have won, away from being in this series against Denver right now and being in the Final Four. They're not the best team. They weren't the best team all year. How far away from it are they? I don't think it's that far. James in Hayward, next up here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, James, what are you doing?
Hey, well, I was going through traffic like everyone else, but I'm off the freeway now, so things are getting better.
You made it, James.
I made it. These are one of the instances where I think COVID shelter in place is actually nice and easy.
Okay. Well, let's not manifest that. But anyway, James, real quick, go ahead. What do you got?
Well, just on Jordan Poole, I don't even think of trading him right now because he's actually at his lowest value. So I don't really see why that is going to be considered by the Warriors too. And I think he's the type of player who needs a lot of affirmation. He wasn't doing great in the postseason, not making shots. But hell, he's at about the same production as Klay Thompson too. Klay Thompson has, championship capital with the team. That's why he was on the floor, but he wasn't as good either.
Not in that series. Not in that series at all. James, we got to run, but I'm interested in that point. I've heard a lot of people say it, that Jordan Poole's trade value is at its lowest. Maybe. I get that. My sense is, though, is this is probably not as low as you think it is. I don't know that the league as a whole is going to look at the last 2 weeks and decide now that Jordan Poole's not a good player. My take on it is you do your work if you're the Warriors. You find out what that trade value is. I'm not giving him away. If you don't like what that return sounds like, then absolutely not. You do not do it. Much more on all of this coming up over the next hour for sure. As Mark Grandy brings you the best of the game, a full hour of today's best content on 95.7 The Game, and it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Thank you all very much for an interactive and fun show. And don't forget, especially those of you in traffic, shoot your shot. That's all you got.
You know it pays to protect your engine, but did you know that with Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil, it pays in more ways than one? Not only does it help extend engine life, saving you in the long run, but right now you can get a $20 digital gift card to top retailers like Hotels.com, Topgolf, and Uber. Get Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil at a participating retailer, or ask for it in your next oil change at a participating location to qualify. Pennzoil. Long may we drive. Offer ends 9/30/2023. Terms apply. See pennzoil.com/awards for details.
Growing a business brings pressure. Staying compliant and retaining top talent in challenging times. You feel stretched thin. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They put over 35 years of HR service and technology to work, offering my employees competitive benefit options while lightening my HR load. Engaged people empowered to be their best means overcoming obstacles. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Hello, I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. I'm so proud that we've helped over 15,000 businesses claim over $5 billion in cash incentives. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. Every client is assigned a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to accurately determine eligibility. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot and Google, and your business might be entitled to receive up to $26,000 per employee. Businesses of all types can qualify, including medical, professional, construction, even nonprofits. Please don't miss out on this. Even your doctor would tell you to get an expert second opinion, and we do a lot of work for doctors. Download the Innovation Refunds app now or go to getrefunds.com to potentially get a payroll tax refund of $26,000 per employee. Getrefunds.com. Getrefunds.com.
Hi, sweetie. Hi, Mom. This is a nice surprise. Usually I'm the one calling you. Is everything all right?
It's better than all right. I have a huge life update. I tried the new Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
Oh, honey, that's amazing news.
Mom, it's incredible. It's Dr. Pepper swirled with a refreshing strawberry flavor and a smooth, creamy finish.
Oh, my goodness. I'm crying. Oh, this is just what you've been looking for.
It comes in 0 sugar, too. Now I'm crying.
I am so happy for you, honey. Oh, you deserve this new flavor.
Oh, you don't know how much it means to hear you say that, Mom.
I'm so proud of you for trying new Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
I love you. Okay, I should go. I just opened a fresh can.
Wait, I'll get your dad. Greg!
New Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream. The new flavor you deserve.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. And start to enjoy life again.
Sony Pictures Classics proudly presents It Ain't Over, the new film about one of the greatest baseball superstars of all time, Yogi Berra. When it comes to Yogi, you don't know nothing.
He's the figure that was larger than life.
It Ain't Over is the one film that you could bring the whole family to the theater to enjoy. First-person accounts include Derek Jeter, Joe Torre, Mariano Rivera, Willie Randolph, Don Mattingly, Tony Kubek, and Ron Guidry.
He was a guy that everybody loved because he was real.
It Ain't Over, a new film by Sean Mullen.
Rated PG, only in theaters. Starts Friday.
I'm Scott Trout, attorney and CEO of the domestic litigation firm Cordell & Cordell. We help men deal with the life changes triggered by divorce, such as child custody and property division, among many others. But life changes also occur after divorce. These changes can make parts of your existing court order irrelevant. If you feel a modification to your court orders might be necessary, talk to us at Cordell & Cordell. We're a partner men can count on.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
And it's time for your best of hour here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock, running you through the best content from the day here on 95.7. Well, after Draymond Green appeared on Stephen A's World on ESPN yesterday, a lot of the time today was spent discussing Draymond Green and Jordan Poole and that relationship, and if the punch from the preseason was the reason, as Draymond said, that the Warriors got knocked out in the second round of the Western Conference playoffs. And that was the topic for the morning roast today with Bonte and Shasky, talking about the Draymond Green reconciliation tour. Has he done enough to earn the trust back in the Warriors locker room? And will that mean more success for the Warriors next season? We kick off your best of hour with the morning roast. Here's Bonte and Shasky.
It said all along, came to fruition yesterday.
What's that?
Draymond Green and Steve Kerr admitting that the incident in the preseason wrecked the season.
So let me ask you a question about that. Is it just simply the season's over and now they can admit this stuff?
I guess so.
Well, like, what's changed in 72 hours?
I don't know.
Because I have a theory, and again, you can laugh at it all you want.
Is it a narrative or is it a blame game?
I just have a theory in life, okay? This is my life theory. Just hear me out. My life theory. I don't believe anything anyone says. Politician, government official, corporate head, NBA coach, MLB player, NFL commissioner. I believe zero of what anyone says at a podium because I feel like it's all just gobbledygook.
Even Steve Kerr? Because I feel like Steve Kerr is very earnest.
Candid? Bonte, are there guys that are candid? Right. Absolutely. But I'm just saying, in general, things that you say at a podium, I don't take at face value.
I don't, but I take Steve Kerr what he says at face value.
For you, then, it's the individual.
Steve Kerr has been nothing but truthful throughout his entire tenure with the Golden State Warriors. Bob Myers, truthful.
He seems, actually, you know what? Bob Myers, and I will give John Lynch almost a little too truthful.
Right.
But do you get my general sense? When people are at a podium, they tend to lie.
I take that yes, I agree with that.
Outside of a handful of people.
But here in the Bay Area, what we would deal with on a daily basis, the exceptions are Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, John Lynch.
That I will subscribe to.
So, continue.
Oh, no, but I guess where I'm going is like, I all year I heard everybody come up with things on what's going on in terms of like the microphones in their face. And what are they going to say? They're in the middle of the season. I don't even expect them to be like, yeah, that punch that we had 2 months ago, it's really ruining the team chemistry. And I'm sure that once you end the year, now you feel like you can air certain dirty laundry because you're not in the grind or whatever. Right. But I find it very interesting, and forget Steve Kerr for a second. I find it very interesting that it feels like to me, and this is just my interpretation from his podcast, from his exit interviews, from him jumping on with Stephen A. Smith, and we're going to play some of that sound a little later. It does feel like to me, Draymond Green is on a reconciliation tour. And to some degree, whether you believe this or not, I get the sense, and this is my interpretation, I get the sense he looked around and was like, yeah, I think my best option is to stay here.
Wow.
I think that he thought his market would be a little more robust. And maybe he is being finally sincere and looking in the mirror. And I hope he is. I really do. I find it unlikely because whenever someone is looking to get a contract extension, they're going to do and say things to get that, which I don't blame them. I do things that I don't normally do. We all do this. Hey, your contract's coming up. Hey, you're getting ready for a promotion. You show up earlier. You work harder. You treat people better. You raise your hand in group meetings. You know what I'm saying? And I get the feeling right now Dre's trying to, put out this image, and I don't blame him for this, but it feels like he's on a reconciliation tour.
That's interesting. I didn't think about that. So you talk about the podium. I'm going to start there. Again, I'm with you with the podium. A lot of coaches, a lot of players, they just say the cliches.
For the most part, like Gabe
Kapler.
PR
department just say, hey, this is how you answer this question. You get trained. You get trained on how to answer certain questions.
Exactly.
I remember Eric Gordon. He used to make me laugh in the locker room when he was with the Houston Rockets.
Why?
Because every question you ask him, and he just like, we just got to play Houston Rockets basketball. Well, what is Houston Rockets basketball? Oh, well, physicality. I was like, well, that's everybody.
Yes.
So
we got to look at the tape, Mike Singletary.
We got to look at the tape.
Remember that?
A lot of people say that. Well, I got to go back and look at the tape. I didn't see it out there live. Wait, how did you see it? But Steve Kerr, John Lynch, Bob Myers.
So true.
And even Draymond Green, we say too truthful, right? So now they're coming out saying, we believe that there's a cloud hovering over our team. And it was obvious. You won 11 road games.
Well, you look disjointed. All year. It just looked it.
You were not connected.
Yes.
But Draymond Green said this, that the Warriors would still be playing if this didn't happen. Let's hear from Draymond Green in Stephen A's world on the I guess they broadcast. It's like the MegaCast, right?
Yeah.
In national football or college
I
football.
Liked it.
I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I was listening to Mike Breen.
Back and forth.
Yeah, I want to hear Mike Breen and I want to hear Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy. I can't do Stephen A. Smith during the basketball game, but I didn't know Draymond Green was going to be on there. So here's Draymond Green in Stephen A.'s world on why the Warriors would still be playing.
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. Well, while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
So a couple things. One was Shams Charania just a couple weeks ago after they beat the Sacramento Kings in Game 4. It was reported that he got his voice back in January. Now he said it's February. All right? So whatever. I'm not going to nitpick on that one. February, January, whatever. The fact is it took a while to get his voice back, and he really couldn't get his voice back. So then it sounds like that maybe he did try to reconcile with Jordan Poole. However, it sounds like Jordan Poole may have not been interested. And it was just like, look, this is a business. Let's go through the year, and then we'll reevaluate the situation after the season. However, to admit there that, hey, we would have beat the Lakers had I not done X, Y, and Z. Well, my simple question to Dub Nation is, how does that make you feel? That the season was hijacked, basically, off an incident in the preseason, and now you're admitting and taking accountability that, hey, what I did cost us possibly another championship, because that's what this is all about. If you're Joe Lacob and you're the owner, you're saying, this caused the Western, I lost out on money because of a punch in the preseason. We weren't able to get over this over the course of 7 months, and it's still an issue. I don't know if I feel good as an owner. I don't know if I feel good as a fan.
In just Warrior history, there are certain moments that happened that did derail certain teams. For example, Monte Ellis getting hurt on the scooter, the moped, whatever that was, and derailed that season. Was that team a championship team?
No, not even close.
Not even close. But Bonte, that was bad. Remember that? That sabotaged that season.
Yep.
Latrell Sprewell doing what he did.
Yeah, that was done.
That sabotaged that entire season, and he was done. Okay? Like, there are certain things that can have Baron Davis doing the party for his birthday late in the year when they won 48 games, and they didn't qualify for the playoffs the year after, we believe. Felt like it sealed his fate with the Warriors and kind of doomed them because he got benched by Nelly for that year. Like, there are things that happen, okay? Madison Bumgarner riding on an ATV. He sabotaged Giant season that year. Everybody was afraid to say it because he was a legend. But in retrospect, Bonte, think about it. He was a legend. He ruined that year.
No doubt.
Right?
He did.
He ruined that year.
The season was done after that.
It's okay. Draymond did ruin the year. Now, I will give him this. Coming back around and having some level of accountability shows tremendous growth. But my biggest issue isn't even about accountability because I know he's going to be a habitual line stepper because that's who he is. That's baked into what he does. I get it. My biggest issue is that you're bad for 2 games and then you tell us in a podcast you're going to be better and then the next game you're awesome and the team takes off and then you're back to being bad again for 2 games. And I'm talking about offensively. That's my bigger issue is you're in your own dome offensively, and you don't know whether you're coming or going. Forget all the side antics, which I know drive a lot of people nuts. I just don't think you're good enough offensively anymore for what this team needs to do as it evolves forward. I don't know. I'm all over the place this morning, B.
But he said a lot there, and there's a lot of stuff here.
And I don't even know. Like, even if they were Bonte, this is the other thing. Saying that the punch is why they're not in the Western Conference Finals, to me, lets the roster construction off the hook, lets the empowerment of the young players off the hook, lets some of the bad tendencies, whether it's Jordan Poole, whether it's Klay Thompson, whether it's Steph Curry and some of the turnovers, some of their bad tendencies. I don't think they were good enough. And I also think the punch did a lot psychologically.
See, I think when you don't have a punch, and this is where locker room dynamics, and this is where team basketball and camaraderie matters. Momentum matters, right? All that stuff matters with the basketball team. When you get a unit that has to travel together for 41 games a season, you don't get that built-in chemistry. Now it sounds like, on the road, I wasn't on road trips, but it sounds like there weren't that many team dinners together. There weren't that many guys hanging out together on the road where you build that camaraderie. You look at the Sacramento Kings for a perfect example. I know they were the 3 seed. They lost in the first round, I get it. But you look at that team, they were together, right? You look at the LA Lakers right now, they look connected. The Denver Nuggets, they look connected. When you don't have an incident like that, those built-in bad habits, all of a sudden you can overcome for some of that. Guys are playing a little harder on defense.
Well, the Nuggets,
guys are playing for each other in the game, on the road. They're having that chemistry saying, you know what? I'm not going to chuck shots. I'm going to play team basketball. I'm going to trust that other player. The trust is not just between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. It's between Draymond Green and the rest of the team. It's between Jordan Poole and the rest of the team. Instead of saying, you know what? I just want to go out there and get mine. I'm going to help this team get back to the promised land. You can overcome some of those flaws. And look, this team made the second round and pushed the Lakers to 6 games, despite not having that chemistry, despite not having the good habits that help you win grimy playoff games, which is not turning the ball over, making the extra pass, taking good shots, rotating well on defense. You can overcome that stuff if you have team camaraderie, if you have cohesion there. And I do think if you had that joy that you had last year, because they were small last year. They were small. They didn't have front court help. It was Looney and Draymond and Otto Porter Jr.
But do you find not that it's an excuse, but it seems like an easy pivot. I still believe there were some roster issues. Could they have overcome them? Absolutely. B, your point about camaraderie, and yes, you can overcome them.
If you have camaraderie, maybe Steve Kerr's like, you know what? I'm going to give JaMychal Green more of a leash here. All of a sudden, JaMychal Green is hitting 3 threes a game. Maybe he is your Otto Porter Jr. But with all that cohesion, with all the roster changes, lineup changes, injuries.
The divide between the vets and the young guys.
All that stuff.
It felt real.
JaMychal Green stopped playing. He wasn't even playing there.
I know.
Maybe JaMychal Green is last year's Otto Porter Jr. or Bielitsa or whatnot. Instead, it's like, well, we're not going to give him more of a rope because we're losing games early in the season. those games flip. If you're 7-3 instead of 3-7, maybe some of the youngsters are getting more of a chance early in the season. Maybe they are building their confidence early in the season.
Hypothetically, let's say they have a better record during the regular season. Do you think the playoffs plays out different?
Absolutely.
You do?
I do. Because they're going into the playoffs feeling a lot better about themselves.
Okay.
Maybe, just maybe if the vibe is right, Andrew Wiggins comes back sooner. Who knows? Who the heck knows? All these question marks are in my head now. All these question marks are in my head now about the Golden State Warriors.
I do believe like in algebra, you have the X factor, right? Or whatever, whatever the alphabet number that
A plus B plus
whatever.
C, B, whatever.
The one that we won't know, the unknown variable, is the Wiggins thing. Like that to me is a variable that is very difficult to quantify. And so, but all the other stuff I'm here for. It's like, I do believe in part the youngsters, trust with the youngsters, time with the youngsters, allowing them to playing through mistakes, the delicacy with how the veterans handle the youngsters. I think that's all a microcosm of the punch.
So this is a great one here. It's not that I feel validated or you feel validated about what Kerr and Draymond said, but to hear them admit that this issue lingered all season long. Like you think about Sacramento. Somebody just made a great point. They win in 6 against Sac if they had camaraderie. Hell, they may win that series at 5 if they have camaraderie.
Well, I don't think they lose the first 2 games.
Exactly. And they win the rest of the games in Chase, and they're feeling good about themselves.
That felt like the beginning of the season again.
This did not look like a defending champion.
No.
Like, championship pedigree didn't feel like they had that this year.
No.
All because of the trust and the cohesion and everything.
And that's the morning roast. Bonte and Chasky talking about comments made yesterday by both Steve Kerr and Draymond Green, saying that the punch, the incident as the Warriors are calling it, affected the team all season long. And along a similar vein, that was how Willard and Dibbs kicked off their show this afternoon, wondering if perhaps it might be time or it might benefit Jordan Poole to come out and tell his side of the story. Here's how Willard and Dibbs kicked off their show as we continue on Best of the Game.
I don't know what it's like to be intimidated about speaking. I don't know what it's like to, in a public forum, be like,
you putting the rat on the table?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what that's like. I don't, right? We all have that, they're wired a certain way. I don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's like to not want to talk. I don't know what it's like to be intimidated by the public, to be intimidated by attention, or to actively be like, I just really, I want to just fade into the corner and hide. I don't know what that's like. I have nothing against the way anybody is wired, but I just wonder the way that this whole team is being affected right now by the presence of these dynamics, which is Draymond Green is the offender and Draymond Green is the one now speaking for the offended. I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but that's not ideal.
Well, there's nothing we can do about that.
When I say we, just society,
it's
them.
He. It's really he. And there is something that he can do about it, but to your point about Jordan Poole, I don't know if he wants to be the one to step out and do anything about it, because you remember the first time he spoke and he talked about it, and he talked about moving on and being able to go forward and be professional, and it's a season and I'm a Warrior and I want to focus on an NBA season. That was all fine and good, but now here we are, 7 months after the incident, and the year ended the way it ended, and Draymond Green comes out with Stephen A. Smith last night during the Western Conference Finals in the Stephen A. cast and says, yeah, what I did, and I'll paraphrase, and I know you'll play the full comments, but basically the paraphrasing is, we never got over it, and that's why we lost to the Lakers? What?
This from Stephen A.'s World on ESPN last night.
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. But while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
Okay, so his basic point is, yeah, got the voice back, but it was too late. It was too late. But, boy, yeah, he's got the voice back because, look, here he is. And, yes, he is like, here's one thing that I know a lot of people will say and feel when you hear this, which is, gosh, Draymond, don't talk. Well, he going to talk. I mean, that's really what we're talking about today. What we're talking about is the way people are wired, because that's what the Warriors have now told us is the only thing that they need to fix. No, they don't need a big man. Sorry. They don't need a big man. Boy, they really lost it there.
Oh,
they don't need
I thought that was part of the bit.
No, yeah, maybe I should try not talking. They don't need a big man. They don't need Klay Thompson to shoot less or come off the bench. They need rewiring. It's essentially what they said yesterday. They just need rewiring. Well, I don't know if they're capable of doing that. Draymond Green is going to say it. He is incredibly comfortable, in fact, uncomfortable by not speaking. Jordan Poole is the opposite. But that's what I think right now. I think we're in a spot. I'm not going to tell him what to do. I don't know what he's comfortable doing. But Jordan Poole has arrived at a very difficult spot because he doesn't want to talk. But if he doesn't talk, other people will do the talking for him.
Well, there doesn't even have to be talk because we all think what we think based on what we saw. And without Jordan Poole saying how he feels, we all are naturally going to guess how he feels based on the way he plays, the way he walks into a tunnel after he gets taken out of the game, the way he walks by Draymond Green when Draymond tries to stop him and coach him up and he basically pulls away from Draymond, the way Steph threw his mouthpiece, the way Klay was frustrated, the way Dre walked off a possession, the way Jordan Poole had a bad year. All those things lead us to think that we know exactly how Jordan Poole feels. But I'll just say this about what Draymond said yesterday. The fact that it took you until February to get your voice back tells me you didn't do enough to make it right from the time that you punched him in the face until the time you got your voice back. So whatever it is that you did, you didn't do it enough. You didn't do it well enough. Whatever you tried to do was not good enough. And I don't know what he did. I don't pretend to know what he did. Nobody has said what steps Draymond took. I do know this. He punches Jordan Poole in the face, and the team doesn't suspend Draymond Green. They say, make sure you're on time for ring night, Draymond, because you're getting your ring, and we couldn't imagine you missing that. Draymond spent 2 days away from the team, maybe 3 during the preseason, and then come the opener, you're all back, and everything's all hunky-dory. So whatever happened between the punch and the loss to the Lakers, Draymond Green, in my opinion, did not do enough to make it right.
So I guess my only question would be, he didn't do enough to make it right. How do we know that it can be made right?
We don't.
Okay, so
don't.
maybe he did everything he could, and it just can't be done.
I don't believe that.
Now, Steve Kerr I asked Steve that yesterday. Is this recoverable? What confidence do you have that it's recoverable? He says very high, very high. But maybe that's because there's an off season. Maybe that's because time away is what these two guys need. I don't know. That's what's hard to answer right now.
Yeah, it's impossible to answer, and we won't know because we're not Jordan Poole and we're not Draymond Green and we're not Steve Kerr. But what I see from the outside, Mark, is a situation that was really, really bad. Punching a teammate in the face and having the video be leaked and having this become a real divide in what you're trying to do as a team, that's super bad. And I referenced earlier, Guru and I have had disagreements. You and I have had disagreements. This is not me hitting you in the face and anything of that ilk. So the comparison falls well short of the bar. I understand that. But when you have a dispute with another person and you want to make it right, you do everything you can to make it right. And if you get to that point where that person will not allow you to make it right, well, then you've got to do something else.
And that was Willard and Dibbs talking about Draymond's comments from yesterday and how it relates to what happened this Warriors season, and of course the relationship with Jordan Poole. If you missed any of the conversation, any of the shows, Morning Roast, Tiny and Goo, or Willard and Dibbs, of course, all available on the Odyssey app, and you can check out 95.7 The Game on YouTube. All right, time for a quick break here on your best of hour. When we come back, we'll hear more from Willard and Dibbs, specifically about Draymond Green. Has he done enough? Has he been apologetic enough after the incident that he caused, that he was certainly part of causing, that got the Warriors season off on the wrong foot? And according to both Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, is one of the main reasons why the season fell short of their ultimate goal. That is coming up here on your best of hour on 95.7 The Game after a quick break. And a reminder, we are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. More best of coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to chiltonautobody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. Now through May 23rd, earn 2 times rewards points when you purchase participating items with Safeway for You. Then use your rewards on groceries or discounts on gas at participating Chevron or Texaco stations. Download your exclusive digital coupon in the Safeway for You app and start earning 2 times rewards today. Limit 1 offer per household. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at safeway.com/foryou.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding at a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
What better way to celebrate Memorial Day than by relaxing in your brand new hot spring spa from Creative Energy. Soak away the stresses of your day and ease those tight muscles as you enter your own private oasis. Now through Memorial Day, Creative Energy is paying the sales tax on new hot spring spas and endless pools. Save thousands and enjoy all of the healthy benefits of hot tub ownership. Improved sleep, circulation, and mobility, good for your body and mind. Stop by one of the Bay Area showrooms or creativeenergy.com. That's creativeenergy.com.
This is a message for all Bay Area homeowners. If you want to sell your house, but only the thought of it gives you a headache, John Buys Bay Area Houses has great news for you. John Buys Bay Area Houses can help you avoid any headache and will buy your house for cash in as-is condition, and you won't even have to do any repairs, cleaning, or paying any fees. Just call 415-985-7000 for a fast and easy solution and sell your house today. John buys all kinds of houses. Inherited houses, vacant houses, fixer-uppers, and also beautiful houses. All you need to do is call John Buys Bay Area Houses at 415-985-7000 and let John take care of everything for you. Call John Buys Bay Area Houses, 415-985-7000 and get the peace of mind you deserve.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
At SimpliSafe, we design award-winning security to protect every inch of your home. It's easy to set up yourself, and now there's an even easier option. Have an expert do it for you with SimpliSafe Pro Install. Always protecting, never a contract. 2 easy installation options, backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. Get 20% off any new system with interactive monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event is happening now. So grab the keys, hit the road, and soak up some sun. Toyota's reliable, versatile lineup is full of road trip potential. This Memorial Day weekend, get low 3.99% APR financing on 2023 RAV4, Corolla, Highlander, and Camry. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes hybrids and RAV4 Prime. Ends 5/31/23.
Wow, Total Wine really does have everything. I found a great Prosecco for under $8, your favorite Cabernet, and Ruthie.
Ruthie?
Hi, that's me. What can I help with? Oh, thanks for recommending that amazing French rosé. And I can't believe it was under $7.
I know, right? You can't beat that price.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Let's grab some more. So glad we found Ruthie.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, be 21.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Here's how we long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. You don't need to reach down to help your heel in. You just step into them and off you go. So what's the secret? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place. And they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers.
Get hands-free slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
San Francisco weather tonight, 54 and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Don't stress about finding a new job. Let Express Employment Professionals help. Visit expresspros.com for good local jobs in a variety of industries.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome into our best of hour here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. Lots of Draymond Green, Jordan Poole talk so far, and that will continue for just a little bit longer as we go back to Willard and Dibbs, who earlier today began discussing Draymond Green and whether or not he's been accountable enough for his actions in the preseason last year. That, according to Draymond Green himself and head coach Steve Kerr, were a big reason why the Warriors did not achieve their ultimate goal this season. So has Draymond Green done enough to be accountable for his actions and to regain the trust in the Warriors locker room? That was the topic earlier today with Willard and Dibbs.
How about JV in San Jose? You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, JV, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? I've just been listening to the show. Long-time listener of you guys, the Rose, Steiny, and Guru, and everybody.
Appreciate it.
I don't call very often, but that Draymond clip kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It's such a lack of awareness from Draymond showing on that clip with him and Stephen A. that he doesn't even realize that it's not really on him to decide when he gets his voice back and if he's done enough. Not only that, but if Draymond's not recognizing himself and what role he played in the series in the Lakers and how he didn't have that impact that he normally has on the floor versus AD and LeBron that were his friends. And to not even expand on that or address that, like, hey, I should have played better. Hey, I could have done this better. Just is such a lack of awareness. And moving forward, I have a question. With the salaries and the new NBA and NBA PA agreement that they had and that everybody was saying was aimed towards the Warriors and the Clippers, how will that affect their moves moving forward and the salaries and exactly how the taxes work?
Yeah, so a few things. I'm not going to jump into something and give you a vague answer and act like I'm a salary cap expert in the NBA. I know that it becomes more punitive for the luxury tax offenders. We'll try to get Bobby Marks or someone like that on soon so that they can explain it. However, I would also add explaining those kinds of things on the radio, usually no bueno. It's convoluted, it's difficult, and quite frankly, for conversations like today, it's kind of irrelevant. I'm more interested in the first thing you said, JV, which is that you think Draymond is lacking awareness for saying this, and you think that you didn't like what he said. He should have said a bunch of other stuff. Here's where I'm going to defend Draymond. You don't get to tell him what his opinion is on why they lost.
Sure. But what he said, JV said, is it was tone deaf. That was what he said. His opinion of Draymond was that it was tone deaf to come out and say what he said.
That's one thing. The second thing, though, is he wanted Draymond to address his own poor play, which is, I think, a little bit of a head scratcher to me, because when I get on my list of people who didn't play well in the Lakers series, I got to go for a little bit until I get to Draymond.
But you get to Draymond.
Well, I mean, there's not that many players on the team. Right. You're going to get there.
And if you look at Draymond's podcast that he released after the ouster to the Lakers, the headline is, Steph and Klay missed a bunch of shots, and we lost to L.A., and boy, was LeBron better than we were. There was no mention in the headline about his poor play, which rubbed many people the wrong way in terms of accountability.
Do you think Draymond played poorly in the Lakers series?
I don't think that he didn't play worse than Jordan Poole. He didn't play worse than Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
He played worse than Kevon Looney. He played worse than Steph Curry.
I mean, Looney's role shrunk.
Well, that wasn't Kevon's fault. That was
I didn't say it was his fault.
Steve Kerr diminished his role.
Yeah, well, based on matchups.
Draymond Green in Game 6 was largely ineffective.
Oh, everybody was terrible in that game.
Until it came time for a post-game hug.
Everybody, but...
And a post-game podcast.
Yeah, I'm not going to,
No, these are my words.
That's fine.
These are my words.
That didn't bother me one bit.
It bothered me. Okay. I'm saying that it bothered me, and I've said that it bothered me on 3 different occasions now. It bothered me.
Did it bother you when Steph had a long hug with LeBron?
No, because it was not nearly as long, and it wasn't
long.
There was no ear-to-ear grin.
Well,
so,
again,
you're asking me if it bothered me, and I'm telling you that it bothered me. And it bothered more than just me. It bothered many Warriors fans.
It actually said, the second the game ended, I looked at it and I go, oh boy, here we go. That's going to bother people.
I said the same thing to my wife. I said, I got to make sure I watch this to get a full sense for that.
Yeah.
And then his podcast, he takes no accountability. And then with Stephen A. Smith last night, it's basically, I didn't get my voice till February, and by then it was too late.
Okay, actually,
how come?
I got a good question here, because does this not count? Let's all listen to this again. This doesn't count as accountability? Is that what we're saying?
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen. If that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. Well, while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
Tone deaf is what I'm being told. Lack of accountability. He's on ESPN saying we're still playing if I don't punch Jordan Poole. That's not accountability?
No, I mean, that's the elephant in the room. That's not accountability to me. And it's why did it take till February?
Well, no, it took till now. Why did it take till February? Because those things are hard to get over, and maybe they didn't even get over it at all.
Yeah.
But if you're on ESPN saying we're still playing if I don't do that, that's not accountability. He's taking blame for the entire season. That's what I hear. That's not accountability?
It's accountability after the fact. Where's the accountability in the moment? That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, where's the accountability in the moment? This is on October 8th, right after it happened.
The embarrassment that Jordan has to deal with, that this team has to deal with, that this organization has to deal with, but also Jordan's family. His family saw that video. His mother, his father saw that video. And quite frankly, if my mother saw that video,
I know how my mother would feel. I know what her I know what her reaction would be, and I know what her next step would be. And so for that, I apologize to his mother and his father and, his family, his friends that care for him, because that is a sense of, or a level of embarrassment that they have to deal with too.
I just, listen, you can be mad at Draymond. You don't have to like what he's done. You don't have to like what he's said. I just want to make sure we're being accurate here on what this. I feel like something is being built here. Like Draymond never said sorry. Draymond never took accountability.
Let me ask you this.
Draymond has done all of those things.
Let me just ask you this.
Yeah.
Is an apology at a podium in a press conference setting the same as an in-person, face-to-face apology?
Of course not. Are you under the impression that he didn't talk to him?
I'm not under the impression that he went to his parent. He says, I want to apologize to his parents and his friends. Did he go to Jordan Poole's parents? Did he go to Jordan Poole's friends and apologize? Or was this podium blanket, I'm sorry apology? What was issued?
I don't know how any of us could answer that other than him, but I certainly...
That's what I wonder.
But if we're going to make an assumption based on everything he said and the fact that they're teammates and around each other every single day, and his feeling that they didn't get to a good spot until February, I'm going to make what I don't think is a very wild assumption that, yes, he spoke to him and apologized.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure he spoke to him and apologized.
I don't know. I just don't know where we're getting this idea that Draymond is not being accountable.
Well, I wonder, and this is my own. This is my own imagination, wondering what happens between October 8th, which is when that press conference was, which was, I think, 2 or so days after the incident. And then you get all the way to February when he finally is able to feel like he gets his voice back. What happened in the 4 months in between? Was it an apology one time and he's going to get over it and we're going to move forward? Or is it a continual work to rehabilitate the relationship? Because what I saw from Jordan Poole all year was an inconsistency, and I saw a disconnect between Draymond and Jordan, Klay and Jordan, Steph and Jordan. Something wasn't right with Jordan Poole, and it's not to excuse Jordan from his responsibility to be a professional basketball player through thick and thin, but I wonder what took place between October 8th and when he got his voice back.
That's fair, and who knows?
Willard and Dibbs earlier today talking about Draymond Green and whether he's been accountable enough for his actions from the preseason, the actions that, of course, had a big impact on this Warriors season. All right, time to close out your best of hour as we rewind back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. They welcomed on NBC Sports Bay Area Warriors reporter Dalton Johnson to ask about all of this, to ask about the season that was and where the Warriors go from here. It's Dalton Johnson on with Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast as we wrap up your best of hour here on 95.7 The Game.
You were there yesterday at Chase Center during Steve Kerr's presser, so I guess what's your big takeaways? Maybe your top 3 takeaways here, if you can, very quickly, from Steve Kerr's presser yesterday. He said a lot, but what was your 3 biggest takeaways?
I think my 3 biggest takeaways, number 1 is just the culture. He was open and honest about the punch. He made it clear that it was fractured throughout the season. I think we already knew that, but it was refreshing to hear from Steve Kerr as well. I think him talking about Jonathan Kaminga was big to me as well, as far as why he didn't fit the playoff rotation, what he needs to do going forward as someone who should be such a vital part of the Warriors' success in the future. And then I also think him talking about Klay Thompson as well, because I think him saying that basically Klay Thompson needs to be as prepared as ever going into training camp, that's big. We know how much Steve Kerr has stood up for Klay Thompson. We know how much he loves Klay Thompson, and it's also a very true statement. So I think those are actually the 3 ones that really stood out to me, was the culture, Jonathan Kaminga's present and future, and Klay Thompson having to be able to be as ready as ever going into what's going to be a big training camp for the Warriors.
So let's say they do nothing, but they improve on chemistry, okay? Just hypothetically. They do nothing of significance. Everybody gets rolled back outside of Dante DiVincenzo, for example. Is that good enough to win it all?
I don't know if it's good enough to win it all, but I actually do think it's a really good start, to be honest with you. I mean, I think that when you look at the core of the big three, obviously Steph, Klay, Draymond, they showed that they do still have it in plenty of ways. There were other factors, obviously, in the Warriors losing to the Lakers. But at the same time, if Steph Curry shoots better in the last few games from three-point range, if Klay Thompson makes a few shots, it's probably going 6 or 7 games in the Warriors' favor, not the other way around. So again, it wasn't just those two things. It wasn't just their shooting by any means. But at the same time, it could have just been a few more shots here, a few more shots there by perhaps the two best shooters of all time. So I think that they very much believe in that big three right there. It's figuring out what is going to best utilize them around those three players. What is best going to make Steph Curry's peak even further, because he obviously keeps extending it. What exactly is Klay Thompson right now and the next 2-3 seasons? And we can say the same thing about Draymond Green too. So I don't know if it means that they're going to win it all, but at the same time, I think that when we talk about the culture and everything, and maybe it got annoying in the past, maybe it felt too cliche in the past, but the culture was talked about just as much as the talent for a reason. And it was just as recently as a season ago, we would see pictures and videos of them on the team playing, them dancing all together, the young guys, the old guys, before the season started. That wasn't something simple or little for them. That was a real big deal, So, again, I know the Warriors' championship culture being thrown around could have got annoying sometimes, and maybe a little too cliche, too regurgitated here and there. But it's a big deal, and I know Steve Kerr's simply not hiding from that fact.
Man, there's a lot to digest from that answer, because, on one end, a couple shots go in, they advance. I hear you. Same thing can be said. Steph doesn't have an all-time historic Game 7 performance. They lose in the first round, right?
Of course. No. Of course. Yeah.
We could play it in both ways. But can the culture coexist as it's currently constructed? Can the culture get better and be back to where it was? Are these guys able to kiss and make up? Because I have a hard time believing that.
And that's what's going to be so interesting is that it does come down to Draymond Green. It has to. As far as the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, if it's going to work and they're going to be teammates again, whatever Jordan needs out of that, I'm sorry, but Draymond has to be able to do that. Whether that's a dinner for 2-3 hours, whether that's multiple days, whether it just takes longer, and maybe Draymond already has tried in certain ways. I've personally been thinking about the punch a lot recently for a pretty obvious reason.
Well, how disappointing was that, Dalton, yesterday to hear that not only did Steve Kerr address it, but Draymond Green later addressed it with Stephen A. Smith during the Western Conference Finals, saying, that punch clouded over everything, and if they couldn't get everything reconciled within that 7-month time frame of the season, then who the hell says they come back to training camp and it's all kumbaya again? It's not going anywhere, Dalton. Doesn't it feel like that?
No, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. As far as look, at the time of the punch, everyone was talking about, hey, Steve Kerr is the coach he's the one who got punched by Michael Jordan one day. And I'm not even going to do the whole, look, Draymond's not Michael Jordan, but let's state the obvious, Draymond's not Michael Jordan.
Right.
But at the same time, Steve Kerr and Michael Jordan were 3 years apart in age. Jordan Poole and Draymond Green are 10 years apart. Completely different personalities, right? Completely different career trajectories. Jordan Poole was supposed to be the bridge, the head of this 2-timeline plan, which obviously is long gone, and understandably so, and rightfully so. But at the same time, this is also someone who Draymond Green was, pounding the table for Jordan Poole to be the NBA's most improved player. He was praising him left and right. Jordan Poole was referring to him as Big Brother. This was catastrophic. Steve Kerr called it the biggest crisis in his coaching career for a reason, but he also tried to kind of dance around it and act like, this is also just something that happens in NBA locker rooms. No. This was a big deal. And you're right. I don't know if it's going to be all of a sudden some kumbaya thing over the summer. Whatever it might be, it has to be addressed. And if it's not figure it out sooner than later, then a change is going to have to come, because, or there's going to have to be an even bigger meeting with Steve Kerr and Bob Myers, et cetera, all trying to figure this out, because, yes, the culture was lost, which is shocking to say for how much it has been praised in the past.
Yeah, but I don't think it is. Like, stuff happens in relationships all the time, and that's why people get divorced. There's money, there's cheating, there's growing apart, there, just so many reasons. Like, all right, so what do you think they should do if you had to choose? If you had to choose between the two, Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, what would you do?
Well, I think that you have to choose Draymond Green for now, but again, it's obviously, just as I was talking about with a 10-year difference, it's just two completely different timelines. I simply think that the only thing that matters is finding the way to build around Steph Curry and getting him another championship. And I think if Steph Curry had to pick a teammate or teammates, Draymond Green might be the first person he picks, or right in second place, right there. He's going to be that kind of teammate. So again, I understand you talk about present, future, all of this, but if you can get 2 or 3 more great years out of Draymond Green on the defensive, at least on the defensive side of the ball, and you still have Steph Curry being Steph Curry, I'm going to trust the Warriors a lot of the time. They need to have improvements, no doubt about that.
We'll get you out of here with this one, Dalton. Dalton Johnson here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Sorry to cut you off, but all right, let's say if you do pick Draymond Green, what can he do offensively to help the spacing of the basketball team? Because obviously Steve Kerr had to go to the one big lineup in the Sacramento Kings series against the LA Lakers. Anthony Davis and LeBron James got to rest a lot when guarding Draymond Green. So you can't play Green and Looney together. And I know the whole net rating, starting 5 thing, but in the playoffs, that got compromised. You had to go away from that starting 5. What can he do offensively to offset some of those deficiencies? Because we see in the Western Conference Finals, 132, 126. In today's league, you got to go out there and get buckets. And I think defense, you can overcome some of the defensive flaws you have, but you got to go out there and get bucket getters, and you can't play 3-on-5. So how do you fix that?
Be aggressive. Simple as that to me. I think it's great to see when Draymond makes a few threes and all of that. Great, of course. That's kind of the cherry on top, of course. But I'd rather see him be able to go attack and be downhill, be willing to go to the line and be confident with that. I don't want to see him hold the ball and for 3, 4, 5 seconds look around with all the space in the world and go, okay, now what do I do? No, I want to see him be able to be confident going downhill, getting to the line, going chest to chest with someone, using a floater, all of that. So the 3-pointers is the cherry on top to me. It's just the simple fact of being aggressive and showing that he trusts himself with his offensive game as even a little bit of a scoring threat.
And that's Warriors NBC's Sports Bay Area reporter Dalton Johnson on earlier today on the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky, recapping what was an up and down, a tumultuous Warriors season. That'll do it for your best of hour here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow. We'll be at it bright and early, talking more about the Warriors and the season that was and where the franchise goes from here, though. For now, though, thank you so much for tuning in. This is Mark Randy signing off from your best of hour. Have a great night, and thanks so much for listening.
Bear Robotics makes robots for restaurants. Automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It automates our finances the way we automate restaurants. With Bill tracking our invoices and planning payments, we can focus on growing. The old way, not going back there.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Looking to learn new skills and be a part of a community? Visit Evolve Training Center, the Bay Area's premier training center for classes that ranging from boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, conditioning, and bully-proof for kids. All levels and ages are welcome. We believe in bringing the family and community together as one. So if you're interested in training like the pros but without the blows, please visit evolvetrainingcenter.com. To try your complimentary 2-week trial, that's evolvetrainingcenter.com. We cannot wait to welcome you to the family.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way.